All right, everyone. Welcome to Conversation with Lady Dame. Hello, Yvette. Hey, Mika. Glad y'all could make it. I guess y'all like, oh, what happened to y'all? We ain't seen y'all since Ladies Night. Okay, or the last live. Y'all used to. Um, we doing good. Let's see. So the topic of conversation is going to be about whether can divestors be pro-black. We've been getting all this stuff about divestors, and stuff like that. And be like, okay. I tried explaining to Max. Max would be like, okay, what is a divestor? What do they do? Same thing when we had a curiosity about pink pill. Until I came here, I had never heard of divesting or divestors. So we're gonna talk some about that and talk about whether they can be pro-black. All right. So I started looking into the definition of divestor, and you figure that'd be someone that just divested. You figure it would be something as easy as that. But like YouTube, that what one word may mean in a dictionary is completely different from what is going on in YouTube. So when I first looked up divestment, it well I was looking for divestor, but it gave me the root word divest, and it says to deprive or dispossess, especially of property, authority, or title. Okay, we kind of divest property, authority, or title. Who's the authority? What title are we talking about? Did I went to the second first definition: to undress or strip, especially of clothing, ornament, or equipment. Okay, that's a little bit more familiar. Divest, but it's not like an everyday word that everybody just use. You know, it sounds almost like investment, but or invest. Okay, so here's definition 1C: rid or free. Rid, free. Well, get rid of, but you can't just use rid. I'd be like, I need a full sentence. Get rid of free, free. Okay, does that mean the same as I get free goods and stuff like that, or is it more like I just want to be free? I just want to be free. Okay, all right. I'm gonna stop trying to sing. Okay, and then the second definition: to take away from a person. Okay, so I divest the person, I take away from a person. Okay, but what does that have to do with a divestor? A divestor, I'm assuming somebody that takes away from a person. Okay, but take away what from a person? Shooks, that sounds like getting your car repo. I'm divesting you of your car because you're no longer making car payments. So that's what that sounds more like to me. Okay, so I say, okay, it's something I've only heard of in YouTube, has a whole nother meaning. Let me see what the other dictionary, Urban Dictionary. Usually it's kind of code for something black people use. Of course, we have different meanings. Okay, now there I get divestor instead of the root word divest. Okay, now divestor. Here's the first definition of divestor: a woman that removes herself from a community that she doesn't see fit of any benefits. And then it gives a sentence: she puts herself first and fights only her battles. Okay, that's I guess that's the further definition. And then here's the sentence: I divest away from this group because it was draining me more than it was benefiting me. I'm a divester. Okay, so that's one of the definition. Where it says a woman that removes herself, not a person, a woman that removes herself from a community that she doesn't see fit of or any benefit. Okay, interesting. This one gives a woman, not a person, a woman. Okay, let's keep going. All right, so here's the second definition of divester: a black lady withdrawing all support for the black community, which includes her time, money, resources, care, or concern. She puts her own health, wealth, life first. She will date or marry the best person regardless of race or culture. She will only support people or causes that benefit her directly and respects her time and effort. Hmm. And it gives a sentence of: I've been a happy divester from Blackistan for nearly 10 years now. I see no reason in looking back. Okay. Okay, now this one, not only is it a woman, it's the investor is a black woman. And she's withdrawing her support from the black community, which includes her time, money, resources, care, or concern. She puts her own health, wealth, and life first. She would date or marry the best person regardless of race or culture. So she could just as easily marry a black man as as a white, but they put she would date or marry the best person. Okay, so now we're coming into the dating and marriage realm instead of just somebody removing themselves. And of course, it's a black, it had to be more specific, a black lady. Support from the black community. hmm It almost sounds like self-care because she puts her own health, wealth, and life first. It almost sounds like something self-care talks about. I wonder if it's a coincidence or it's a combination. What do y'all think out there in the chat? Okay, here's another one: divestors. A community of black women decide to let go of the notion of struggle love and invest in themselves. This community of black women believe in black women finding the best partner for them regardless of race or ethnicity, and strongly believes in traditional gender roles. They avoid black men for the most part as they believe that they are their biggest threat. Divested women provide evidence to back up these claims. I guess this sentence falls in that line. No, Tyrone, she's not interested in you. She and her friends are divestors and all married to non-black men. Okay, interesting. Now it's changing it into not just women, not just black women, a community of black women. Okay, so that means she went from the black community as a whole to a community of black women. Let go of the notion of struggle love. Okay. Well, okay, we're doing a community of black women. What's the difference between them and maybe lesbians? But we don't know for the certain. But they keep referring to as them being married to non-black men. In fact, they avoid non-black men. I mean, they avoid black men for the most part. They believe that's the biggest threat. I don't agree with that. But hey, that's the I guess it's the mindset of this group or this community of black women. hmm Okay. Now here comes another definition of divestor. So it's singular. A black woman who puts herself first. Divestors walk away from toxic behavior in the black community. Okay, so they're not walking away from the black community. They're walking away from toxic behavior in the black community. Said toxicity can include non-reciprocal struggle love for the sake of black love, being activist warriors for a group of men who don't protect them, black mama culture, etc. Divestors avoid toxic black people, particularly the men who are black women number one victimizer. Unicorns are so rare that vetting is not worth it. Okay, so far this is what this one says, and here's a secondary definition. A divestor is not male identified or conventionally woke like many black women can be. She's not bound to any unwritten rules of Blackistan. What's up with this Blackistan? That investors care deeply about black women as a demographic, especially in the context of black femicide plus DV, domestic violence. Okay. But may avoid some individual black women due to their proximity to toxic black male worship. So does that mean if I'm not with a toxic black male, they'll hang with me or uh, or, interact with me? Interesting. Okay. Okay, Demetrius. Okay. Demetrius saying no, black femicide is just DV. Domestic violence. Why can't we just call it that? Hmm. Well, I guess because it encompasses every group that experiences domestic violence, and they want to differentiate that from black women, so they go to black femicide or femicide. Oh, hey Demetrius. Nice to meet you. Glad you can come. Okay. All right. Well, let's continue on with these definitions. Okay. All right. So many divestors date interracially and leave the hood. Okay, how are you gonna leave the hood? Hood is short for neighborhood. You never leave the neighborhood unless you're going in isolation in the mountains somewhere and your nearest neighbor is non-existent. Because even if your nearest neighbor is 100 miles away, that's still a neighbor. But hey, that's the nonsensical nonsense with the changing of the definition of neighborhood, which got shortened to hood. But okay, but it's a myth that divestment ethos is to date a white man. A divestor can be happily single, child-free, with a Latino or Asian man, a co-parenting mom, middle class, minimalist, and even a lesbian. I was wondering when that L word was going to show up because it was starting to sound like that. Just like cis Ben sounds like the happy men of the alphabet crew. So we're getting into okay, then they should say just black domestic violence. Okay, okay, that includes the black, but now we're going to get into the realms of domestic violence. They're concentrating on women. So are we going to go with black women domestic violence, or is it easier just to say black femicide? You get the same meaning. But that's an interesting point. Not to mention, we don't want to label our black folks as all of us domestic violence. There's some of us that never experienced it at all. Okay, let me see. Divestors have a growth, wellness, and self-preservation mindset. Heal from traumas related to black community. Young divestors tend to focus on their educational goal. Older divestors tend to focus more on their physical health and newfound freedom. Okay, then I need the divestors to talk more about the bias and racism in the medical industry, since they about their their medical health or their physical health. Okay. All right. Divestor loves her blackness, but the BS that comes, but not the BS that comes with it. She's not a tribalist and knows black power is about black men. Hmm. Okay. Now this is where you get a little tricky. She loves her blackness, but not the BS that comes with it. She's gonna have to be a little bit more specific. Because if you love your blackness, you gotta love every aspect of it, the good and the bad. And you try to change the bad, do things to call it out, to make changes. But if you think you can just love just one side, and who said everything that's is negative? Because we can get into all of. Okay, let's see. Demetri said, I've actually been behind the scenes. I'm the Divestor, Discord, and seen some ish. It's crushing as a young black man. That's the thing I want to know. Are divestors men? Because from the definitions of divestors, they're women. I guess the guys would be considered swirlers. Demetrius, I think the guys would be considered swirlers. I don't think they would be necessarily called divestors. But then again, they could, but according to the urban definitions, no, they can't. At least I ain't seen it yet. But I'm still going through the definitions. Okay. Now, okay. Well, I think black power has more to do with black people. Out of all the people in the United States, we're the most powerless. And there is a hierarchy and we're at the bottom. So we're trying to encourage us, encouraging to go for black power. Let me see. Now here's something interesting. She can be from anywhere in the diaspora. So she don't just have to be a black American woman. She can be from any aspect of the diaspora. Okay. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, one moment, everybody. Mm-hmm. Uh, all right, so I'm back. Okay. All right. All right, so let me see. She can be from anywhere in the diaspora. Okay, divestor sister. You acting funny because you're dating out. You think you're better than us with all them degrees. You ain't on Instagram no more. I don't know what you be doing. Octavia's been trying to get with you for the longest. He ain't got no children and he ain't in any run-ins with the law. Okay. Oh my goodness. Do we actually use ain't that much? Okay. Okay, divested. Is that the bare minimum? That doesn't make any person a good man. I'm with someone treats me well, has an equivalent educational level, and has real interest and hobbies outside of social media, rap, sneakers, weed, hustling, and doesn't have weird views on how our relationship dynamics should be just because I'm a black woman. A man cooks for me, admires my accomplishments rather than compete with me, and is doing very well, providing infrastructure for our future life. I stopped being on Instagram because you kept posting celebrities and dusty men with podcasts. Okay, this is okay. He's saying that him having a good job in this little skit they did for the um definitions that let me see. Octavius ain't got no children in run-ins with the law. All right. All right. Let me pause for a second. Okay, so Black Knight,
Hey,
come to join us in the divestment.
absolutely.
So
1 second, I'm eating some Doritos. Give me 1 minute. Where's my Doritos?
okay, all right. All right, so I was going over the definition, and one of them had like a little skip.
Mm-hmm.
Over there, and we got a new person in the chat named Demetrius. He said he's actually been behind the scenes. I'm a divestor Discord and seen some ish. Is crushing as a young black man. Okay, hey Kevin 504. All right,
Interesting.
but from what
Well,
I've been reading of the definitions, divestors are
what?
not men; they're women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, according to the Urban Dictionary, there's not one
Mm-hmm.
mention of a man or a neutral thing as a person.
Mm-hmm.
It always says a
So,
woman.
well, okay, here's the deal, right? People want to be black without being black. You know what I'm saying? They pretty much want to go against what being black is all about, which is staying loyal to your race, right? So they make up all of these excuses for hurting the race or depleting the race in somehow or weakening our gene pool in a sort of way, just so they can remain around us and try to call themselves black. But let me explain something to you. I hear people do a lot of strange things and try to call themselves pro-black. Well, pro-blacks don't marry outside their race or they don't date outside their race. So if you're doing that, then you're not pro-black. You may be black as far as your skin is concerned or whatever, but you're not loyal to your race. Okay, because we don't swirl under no circumstances. None of that BS about, well, I want somebody to just make me happy. We find black women and men to make us happy. You know, we don't get down with all of that. Oh, I'm just going to go with the first. No, we're going to go with the first black person that makes us happy, if that's the case. Okay. Now, we've been having some issues with that, right? Then we've been having people coming in here with all of these weird stances trying to say that they're pro-black. We had a woman who come in here who's a divest. This is why we're doing the show. Shout out to Indiana Mom. We're doing this show because of her, because she says that she's a divestor and a pro-black woman, which we kind of find hard to believe. I know I do. I don't know how in the world you're a pro-black woman and you divested, and you married to a white man, or you with some white dude and you ain't never been with a black dude. I mean, that's insane to me. But go ahead, Dan. We'll get into it.
Okay. All right. So Demetrius says that he said, yes, divestors are women, but I went in undercover. So he went in undercover to see what these divesting women are about. So
Okay, Dave, put the screen on just us. What's going on in the background there?
oh, that's me.
I see something behind the.
No, that was me. That was just me setting up.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, my thing is, if you're a divestor, what that means that you're no longer involved in your community or something like. Oh, okay, so the divestors are female, so I guess they're the female version of SYSBM.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what it
Oh,
sounds like.
okay.
Yeah, because okay, the first definition it gives is a woman that removes herself from a community that she doesn't see fit for any benefits. She puts herself first and fights only her battles. That's the first definition.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, you're doing your own thing, so you're definitely not pro-black. You
Mm-hmm.
know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, if y'all swirling, please stop it with the pro-blackness. That's like disrespectful. If you swirling and calling yourself pro-black, that's disrespecting black people. You're not pro-black. Pro-black people do not swirl under no circumstance. I don't know how we got to keep telling y'all that. Pro-black people do not swirl under no circumstance. Now I understand that some black people want to be in pro-black spaces because black people are cool, right? I get all of that. I understand you want to hang around our spaces and stuff, but don't come in here and say you're one of us because you're not. You're no sister of mine if you're with a white dude, and you're no brother of mine if you're with a white woman. That's just what it is. If you with a white woman, I don't consider you no brother. If you with a white man, I don't consider you no sister. Good.
Yeah, because how you gonna call yourself a pro-black when it says in the definition, a black lady withdraws all support from the black for the black community, which includes her time, money, resources, care, or concern. She
Right. I
puts
mean,
all.
and listen, we're not saying you can't be what you want to be. Hell, you could be the Jolly Green Giant. You can be Peter Pan. You can be whatever you want to be. That's fine. But just there's one thing you can't be. You can't be pro-black. If you're doing all that other stuff, you're not pro-black, and that's just what it is. Pro-black people stay with black people. Pro-black people are loyal to black people. There is no compromising. There is no excuse making. There's no negotiation. There's nothing to talk about. And for those who are sensitive on the subject and want to get loud about it, yeah, I am saying it. I'm not afraid of you feminists. You dykes. We try to make everything out to be more than what it is. Talking about a Batman. Yeah, I am saying it. I am saying it. If you are with a white man, you are not a pro-black woman. If you are divesting, you are not a pro-black woman. Stop it.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, if you SYSBM, you ain't a pro-black man. If you manosphere, you ain't a pro-black man. If you red pill, you ain't a pro-black man. If you the conscious community, you ain't a pro-black man. None of them Negroes are pro-black. All of them motherfuckers are anti-black. Conscious community, manosphere, red pill, black pill, divestors, all are anti-black.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And let me say something, right? Listen, if you want to be a divestor, that's fine, but please don't come in these spaces, especially if you never. I would have more respect for you if you actually been with a black man, okay? But you can't come in these spaces with black women who've had experience. Who's down in there? Who's on? Who is that?
Oh,
Dame,
that's
who is that?
Dimitri. The
All right,
the
well, let
brother.
him up.
Okay.
Listen, so you can't. You can't be a black woman and saying that, okay, if you've never been with a black man, okay, then you really have no business coming into pro-black spaces and talking to black women who have been with black men about black men. You really ain't got nothing to talk about, okay? You have no intimate knowledge or you have no experience with black men. So I find that odd right there. You know, go ahead, Dave.
Okay.
I see you got a guest on the panel.
Yes, Demetrius. Um, I don't want to mess up your last
Yes.
name. Okay, yeah, wanted to
Hello.
come up to say something.
Yes. I went like behind the scenes in like the Discord. So yeah, don't let any divester like,
He's Borgin.
because
Is that him
I'm
name or
Borgin.
me? Yeah, it sounds like you
I
Borgin to
think it's
me.
you. I think it's you,
All right, let me go out and come back here because he sounds like he's Borgin to me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, just a heads up. Don't let any divester come up here trying to convince you that she's pro-black because this is the same group of people. So just to give you a heads up, they're in no way at all pro-black. They're pro-self. And
Hmm.
tells
Okay.
you. But you know, my girl, she's calling me. I'm a go ahead and get on that. Just want to give y'all a heads up of the community y'all dealing with, and y'all probably gonna get heat for this.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
You're
All
good.
right. He did borg a little bit.
So see y'all.
Okay.
Okay, what did you say?
He said he said uh don't let any divester come up on there trying to convince you that they're pro black because they're not.
No, they're not pro-black. You're not going to convince us anything. We already got it figured out. Now, y'all can come up here. We don't have a problem with people voicing their opinion. And, listen, we're not afraid of a conversation, okay?
Hmm.
We understand that everybody don't take the same stance as we do as hardcore pro-black. We got all of that. We understand that there's going to be different people out there with their own views and opinions. We cool with that. We're not afraid of the conversation. But you have to be able to defend yourself because you're not going to come up here and be fake and not get called out on it. And if you are a divester woman, you're black, it's so-called black, and you're coming up to a pro-black channel, especially a pro-black woman's channel.
Hmm.
This is a pro-black woman, that we straight up pro-black woman over here.
Yeah.
And we pro-black people, and we promote positive relations between black men and black women. Okay, so we're not here to divide black men and black women. We're still trying to have discussions to bring black men and black women together, even though those discussions haven't been very successful. But we're going to keep trying. Eventually, we're going to make some headway.
Hmm.
Okay, so, but you're not going to come over here and drive a wedge between black men and black women because we don't hate black men. Even though you hear me going off on some black men, but those are black men who deserve going off on. Okay, it's not a black man hate channel. Just because we love black women doesn't mean that we hate black men. I keep telling you guys that. And some of you feminists don't get it because you hardcore extreme feminists, right? Y'all just hate men. I get that too. But you need to do that elsewhere. Just because we love black men doesn't mean I'm sorry, just because we love black women doesn't mean we hate black men. We don't hate black. This is not a black man hate channel. We only go off on the guys that need going off on. Okay, we're not over here spreading the overall hatred for black men. So some of you feminists, man, y'all trying to spoil this. Y'all trying to spoil this space for everyday modern black women who like to come over here and enjoy being black women and being in a space that's been built for them, right? And we trying to attract like-minded brothers over here. So we're not going to let people with this hardcore hatred of black men come over here, and get that off. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what we're about. And you can't be a pro-black woman. Now, I hate to tell you this, and I'm pretty sure many of you will argue this, but I'm not really going to argue. One thing about me is I say what I say, and I know what it is, and I'm satisfied with that. Okay. Now, if you prove me wrong about something, that's cool. I'll acknowledge that and give you your credit. Because I'm a man of integrity, right? So, if you're a pro-black woman, then you should be married to a black man. This is very serious. This is not a lot of. There's no complication here. We don't have to have these long, drawn-out discussions about who's black and who's not. It's very simple. If you are pro-black, you will be with a black man or a black woman and have black children, or just be a married black couple. That's it. Black people marrying black people with black people. That's what pro-blackness, what it is at its core. Black people being loyal to black people. And if you are a divestor talking about you pro-black, you surely don't understand the meaning of blackness and being pro-black to its core. You have no idea what that means. Okay, so please stop it with this phoniness and this fake stuff about you being pro-black. You're not pro-black, especially those black women who say that they've only been with white men. How have you only been with white men and you think that you're qualified to come into a pro-black woman's space and talk about black men? You're not qualified to do that. You have no experience with black men. Not any intimate experience. So you can't come in here and sit with these black women who've had black men in their life who've gone through the ringer, who got baby daddies, black baby daddies. There's nothing you can sit here and talk with them about. You don't know what they're going through. You don't have their experience. And basically, you may as well be a foreigner. Okay? You may as well be a foreigner. Okay, because you're not from the pro-black community. My bad, Dan. Go ahead. I don't want to run over here.
Okay. So
Well, they can come from my head all they want. Okay, I can defend myself, and they can come with all that rah. But you see, the truth is very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we understand what the meaning is of pro-black. It's being loyal to your people, being loyal to black people with black people, being loyal to black people, being loyal to the black family, the black woman, the black man, and the black child. That's what pro-black is all about. And understand this, okay? Apparently some of y'all are having a real problem with a simple understanding. Pro-black people do not swirl under no circumstances. We do not date outside of our race for no reason whatsoever. Okay? Not even for these fake reasons that people give. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to go with whoever makes me happy. Well, black people make us happy. If I didn't have one black woman, I'm looking for another one to make me happy. I'm not going to go mess with some Becky or some Mei Ling, or they can't make me happy. You know why? Because they don't know me. They didn't go through slavery with me. They don't understand my DNA. They don't understand my makeup and who I am as a person. They don't share my pain. Those other women don't know me like that. Only the black woman knows me. That's where my loyalty lies. It lies with the black woman, and it ain't going nowhere. And my loyalty lies with my black brothers, and it ain't going nowhere. And my loyalty lies with my black children, with the black children. It ain't going nowhere. That's what being pro-black is all about. Okay? All you popcorn Negroes talking about you swirling and you pro-black, stop it. You're not. And I'm not going to go into, and here's the thing. I'm not going to get into a back and forth with you. You're going to have to accept the truth. You're not pro-black. You may be black as far as birth or whatever in your skin, But your mentality and your heart isn't that. But not for your people. If you were for your people, you wouldn't be dating outside your race. Dating outside your race says the opposite, that you are not for your people and you are not in support of your people. That's what dating outside your race says. So it's not going to be a back and forth. You're not pro-black, okay? And if you come over here with the fake shit, you're going to get called out on it. Ain't nobody afraid to rumble over here, okay? You don't scare me, none of you. You don't scare me. You don't scare the dame, all right? We're not afraid of any of you. We're going to stand on our square.
Mm-hmm.
Good, Dame.
Okay. Now, Care 504 says that they all up in these black spaces judging a black man and black woman worse than white folks.
1 second. Yeah, we don't have no problem with your belief. We're not saying you can't believe what you want to believe. We're not saying you can't be who you want to be, right? But what we are saying is who we are and what you're not. See, we are pro-black. We know what it means to be pro-black. Okay? Swirlers aren't pro-black. Pro-black people do not swirl. I'll say it one more time. We do not swirl under no circumstances. We don't go dating outside our race. Now, I understand that some people don't like that. That's fine. I don't like the fact that you date outside your race. Okay? Because that tells me that you're not for your people. So you would say, well, if you white and you're still doing things in the community, what community is that? Anyway, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Now, as I was saying, Care 504 said they are all up in these black spaces, judging black men.
Hold on one day. I'm sorry, one more day. Let me get something straight here, because we got people who want to come in here and try to mix words and, to get shit started. Nobody in here is saying you can't be divested. No one is saying you can't be SYSBM. No one is saying you can't be Man for Hell. No one is saying you can't be Peter Pan. We're not saying you can't be any of these things that you aspire to be. But you have to understand something. There's a big difference between truth and untruth. And just because you want to be all these things don't mean that they're true. And one thing is most definitely not true is that you're with a white person and you're calling yourself pro-black. You're not pro-black. Pro-black people do not merge in no way, shape, or form with white folks or nobody outside the race. Now, I don't know what you want now. Now, some of you might say, well, you guys are racist. Well, yeah, in a way we are. Yeah. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Now, there's a reason I think for that. Okay. First of all, that definition, this other definition for divestors, a community of black women deciding to let go of the notion of struggle of and invest in themselves. Okay, remember, it's use the word community. In order for there to be a community of women who divest, they have to find others of like mind. So they're going into these black spaces to find women or persuade women into being part of their community. Oh, you're not part of, don't be part of the community, be part of the divesting community. Mm-hmm.
Now, the struggle love thing is messed up because, it's women who are in love with brothers who've left them high and dry. You know what I'm saying? Got their back on their family, turned their back on their kids, and the baby mama is still in love with them. She's struggling, so I would equate that to being struggle love. You know what I'm saying? So, listen, I feel sorry for some of you who haven't found what you're looking for in the black community. Sometimes we don't understand or have the knowledge to look in other black communities to find what we're looking for. You know, and we tend to lose sight of things and give up. See, I'm cool with you as long as you don't give up. I can do my best to help you find good black people, right? But once you go outside of that, I can't do nothing for you. I'm not going to aid and assist anyone that is against my people. And once you step outside that realm and you take on somebody, especially white, to me, that's like the ultimate disrespect. After what they did to our people and what they still doing to our people, the fact that you can be with somebody like that tells me that you hate your people as much as they do. And you down with the genocide, you down with the extermination of black men and black women and babies, you down with all that. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, you step out with one of them, I most definitely can't fuck with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why they keep coming into black spaces. They trying to find like-minded women or women that's on the fence, or they even try to make that divestment don't necessarily mean you have to divest out of the black community. You just that comes up to the other definition. Let me see. Let's see. Where is it at? Okay, this other definition: a black woman who puts herself first. Divestors walk away from toxic behavior in the black community. It's that word, toxic behavior. Okay, so it's saying you don't necessarily have to divest from the black community. You just divest them from the toxic behavior that's going on in the community. Said toxicity can include non-reciprocal struggle love for the sake of black love, being activist warriors for a group of men who don't protect them, baby mama culture, etc. Divestors avoid toxic black people, particularly the men who are black women's number one victimizer. Unicorns are so rare that vetting is not worth it. This is the mindset.
Man, what is this unicorn business? What is this unicorn thing?
You the unicorn, Matt.
Hold on, be right back.
Okay. Hey, Kev. I saw you trying to get up here earlier.
Oh, I was good. I was just stopped and did something. How you doing, Dan?
All right.
I'm just checking in with y'all. I'm listening.
So we're here answering that question: can divestors be pro-black? We're putting out evidence. We're putting up the definition, because that term divestor has all kind of meanings, as you can see from the ones I'm reading. Mm-hmm. But the answer that's why they keep coming into black spaces, and they trying to shame or they trying to change the mindset of the women in these spaces.
Yeah, and I heard you read out that it's black women too, but they got, I think in some of these situations you got interracial males that still dump on black women and black men. They kind of sneak into our speakers like that. When you look at some of the top damn YouTubers, you could take, I'll drop names, but this y'all show. They got children for white men, but team up with G and an old man and just attack black men. Your children are white. I mean, your children about white men, but you banging on black dudes. I knew it was gonna be a matter of time for you catch on Black Knight to some of these hardcore divestors, and they come out to, some of the places that I went. I just don't talk to them. That's why we had an issue. It was partially an issue when we came on your panel that day. Remember back in the day?
Yeah.
Because that's a hardcore one, and I don't talk to you. I don't disrespect you. Don't talk to you. It's just right. You coming to, and I don't. And if somebody make their own personal decision. Okay, more power to them. It's a free country, but you gonna just sit up here and keep banging on one gender or the other over and over, and you're not even. And then they like to use black community. You're not really serious about the black community. at all. Nobody put in no body of work for the damn black community. They just like to say it.
And we had one up here who never even been with black men. Right. She said out of her mouth, she's only been with white men. I'm like, okay, what are you doing? Whoa.
Yeah, why you messing with us? We got a whole lot of problems we got to fix, especially with black love. So we got a whole lot of stuff to do, man. But they get hardcore with it. And we just had that conversation on Bomb Channel about which we wasn't clear on.
Man, y'all boy, hold on, my connection is bad. I'll be right back.
That might be me, man. My phone, my mic, I wasn't close to the mic. I sound Dane. That's better.
A little iffy.
All right, hold on 1 second. Give me
a. Yeah. I'm used to somebody that when they marry out, they've at least dated black, married black at one point. So I assume I gotta stop making that assumption that she was of that group. Even though she told me, I wasn't clear that the guy she dated before her husband was white. I know, but that don't, and until it's like, okay, her stepdad is she just mentioned her stepdad.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Sorry about that, Dan.
There was pushing a lot of them. Some of them just be pushing for divestment, and they'll go to other channels and try to recruit other women to feel the same way. They're because
she was like this, right? I said, okay. She was on a panel, right? And she said she's never been with black men. She's only been, and she said that proudly, that I've only been with white men. I'm like, well, why are you? I don't understand how you appear. She said, well, I'm a pro-black woman. Well, no, you can't be pro-black woman. You've never been with a black man. So how are you over here? You've never had any experience with black men, and you with these black women who have been with black men and got black baby daddies, and you're trying to comment on their men? And you have no experience with them. I find that real phony and fake, and I mean that's crazy to me. I don't understand why the women didn't say that. I don't understand why Dame and them didn't say anything about that. Like, because a guy couldn't just do that and come up on us with some phony shit. You're gonna get called out on it. I'm not sure how the women are working with that, but I'm not sure how y'all let that get past y'all.
I think because there was too many voices up at the same time, so it couldn't hear clearly.
Yeah, because she basically playing y'all out. Like, I mean, it's almost like putting words in your mouth or trying to brainwash you, right? Like, she don't have no experience whatsoever, but she's in your ear telling her, no, do it this way, do it that way, don't do this and don't do that. I'm like, what are you talking about?
And then you got, there's been situations where, you got that. Well, let's go ahead and put some name out. Let's take Jessica X. If your mother's white, where do you get your black female influence from to start judging black women and how they doing way over here in the U.S.?
Exactly.
If you're raised by a white woman, you're not getting the black female, upbringing. You're not.
Yeah, I don't know where they get that. I don't know what's wrong with these people, man. And then they got the nerve to try to call themselves pro-black. Like, no, you're not pro-black. Stop it. Stop it. Cut that out. Cut that out, man. Man, I don't mind people coming over here and expect if you got a difference of opinion, you got a side you want to tell. That's fine. You're welcome to it. Just make sure you can defend your stance. That's all I'm saying. But don't come over here and be fake and phony and try to say that's just something that you're really not. I mean, come on, man. We definitely know you ain't pro-black. But we figured we're going to get some ringers and some posers in here because of the kind of channel this is. And it seemed like some of the feminists, the extreme feminists who hate black men, are trying to take advantage of this channel, Oh yeah, Terrell Owens. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I saw that with Terrell Owens, and he
Uh
right
huh.
now, today he did a little news conference on, I think it was MSNBC. He want to
Uh
prosecute it. Like, she need to be prosecuted.
huh.
Right,
Uh
so
huh.
petition to have that lady prosecuted. You can get somebody killed. You say, but at least the police handled it well. But if he wouldn't, they knew who he was. She knew who he was.
Mhm.
You say, if it wasn't
See.
me, I could have been any other black dude. I could have been dead or handcuffed. I definitely got a felony
Mm-hmm.
charge.
See, something almost similar happened to Albert Hainsworth. See, you guys with these white women, you understand something. I keep trying to tell y'all, right? She knows you because she had you in slavery, right? But she knows a different aspect of you. You know, she's used to you being subservient. You know what I mean? So she really don't have no respect for you at all, even when you do have money. See, that's one thing she don't tell you. She'll never respect you. She only with you if you got money and status. I haven't seen too many white women with poor dudes, or dudes who were broke. Either she didn't have nothing and she was fat and sloppy, and she didn't have nothing and he had a job. You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. He was bringing in, the money. Because these women are used to being kept. These are not women that you say that you can boss around or whatever. They used to being kept. If you can't meet that, they'll turn on you real quick. So they ain't never loyal to you. So don't even. As soon as the shit hit the fan, they gone, bro. They absolutely gone. Ain't about no loyalty. They're not about loyalty. See, the black woman is loyal. See, the black woman to stay by your side and fight with you. These women right here, white women, they don't get down like that. Soon as they get a little hairy freedom, man, they gone, man. They leaving you behind and everybody else behind. Y'all start to find that out one by one. Y'all start to find that out.
Yeah.
Damn, man, my connection is messed up. Y'all be back. I gotta fix my connection. Hey, Mama Ran.
Yeah. Hey, Mama Rain.
Exactly, Mama Ran. I'm with you on that. He gets what he deserves, messing around with them white women. You understand what I'm saying? That. And then when he ain't the only one. They all gonna start getting what they deserve. Tiger Woods got what he deserved. T.O. all gonna get what they deserve. And then how you gonna look now when you see the whole situation?
Okay. There's been a numerous recent incidents of black men being harmed by non-black women. Yeah. And then there was some TikTok that was going around where the way she was talking about the black boyfriends, the black men, the men of color in their lives, it sounded like a slave auction. I was like, whoa. Is she auctioning them off? She's selling them to the highest bidder. She even offered him as breeding. You got good breeding. I was like, good breeding? What the hell? I was like, and they standing there taking that. One of them, I guess he thought it was funny and stuff like that. Another one, he was starting to feel uncomfortable and stuff like that. They got dragged. I think it got taken off of TikTok. Well, yeah. And one woman came up and apologized. She was not thinking. Yeah. But then I noticed quite a few of them. I think a couple of them were of Nigerian descent and stuff like that. I was like, I couldn't believe it when I was watching it. I was like, oh my goodness. I think I had meant to save it and put it off aside for something else. But yeah, and and then Yeah, before that, some guy got these black men got mad because this white woman was saying that the reason white women get with black men is because they have power over them, something like that. And and this guy, a couple of these guys were insulted about that and said that's not them, maybe some weak dudes. But then you have this TikTok on that went around where she's manhandling him, she's showing him off like he's stock, like he's a slave, like she's finna sell him off. Yeah, but anyway, I'm getting off of that. Let me get back to um to the divestors. Okay, so that's the reason why I think they go into our black spaces. They either trying to recruit, they're trying to find women that's on the border, and they tried to play it like, oh, you're not divesting from the black community. I think that's why they confused and think they pro-black. No, you're just trying to divest from the toxic behavior in the black community or the toxic behavior of black men and stuff like that. Are you divesting from black men? You just trying to heal yourself? Mm-hmm. And that's why you got, I guess, splinter group of divestors. There's divested. Oh, I'm divesting from toxic people. Well, I'm beginning to wonder if all the toxic people you're trying to divest from is black. That's a little curious. But why do you need to say the word divest? You could just say, okay, I'm staying away or I'm removing myself from toxic people. But when you say divest, that implies you removing yourself from the whole community. Mm-hmm. Let me see. I called it the OJ syndrome, OJ Simpson syndrome. While the Western black men look to black communities for support when they get into trouble. Wait a minute. Was OJ the first one? I could have sworn there was somebody before him who was doing that same thing. They all white this, white that. I'm removing myself from the from the hood and all that other nonsense. And then when they get in trouble, racism. Let me see. Wait, and they just using me and blah blah blah. They don't love us. I was like, yeah. So the question is, was OJ the first one? But hey,
That's kind of the first. That's the first one I remember.
Oh yeah, I guess.
And that was such a big deal. So that's sticking in everybody's mind.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of young for some of that. But then again, I didn't pay too much attention to OJ after football, except for those movies.
He was already done after Airplane and all that kind of stuff. There, he had fell off the movie Airplane, running through the airport with the Hertz rental car.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that commercial. Because I kept asking why they call him the Juice. Because I didn't know what his first name was. Listen, because he's OJ. Oh, as an orange juice. Okay. Yeah, my uncle would stop talking to me about football every time I asked a silly question like that. But he hated the fact that I would pick the winning team. I'm just not very good at a point spread, but I can tell you if they're gonna win or lose. All right, so
hell, my ex used to pick the winners because she liked the uniform and still would beat me and when I'm up there studying the game and everything. Like I like the uniform. I think they go win.
Yeah, I did the same thing to the uniform. Oh, yeah. We had to watch the game separately at one point because my uncles and them were watching the game, and he walked away. He went to a friend's house. His mom was cooking something that was his favorite, so he was watching the game there for a while, and he came back around halftime when halftime went. By this time, me, my mom, my aunt, a friend of my mom's, a few female cousins, we watching the game. And we our whole point of view of the game was different. Even though we know football enough because we're football fans that all of we just don't. But the conversation was had was completely different. And he came back. He was eating. He was watching the game. He was listening to us talk. He's like, wait, stop, get that image out of my head. No. I'm going upstairs. I can't watch football with y'all. Y'all taking it too far. I was like, hey, you came in on us. We was over here minding our own business. But anyway, back to the divestors. Let me see. Divester, black men or black women want to be a fly in a bowl of buttermilk. When I hear of divestment, South Africa would come to mind. I'm old. Uh, okay. I don't know why you feel you old, son. You younger than me. Um, I didn't know that the late James Brown was a divestor and old-time boxer Jack Johnson. I was reading about his life. Oh yeah. You now you wandered into the time of when white women really were trophy wives. You consider to have made it if you get your white woman. Where do you think that got started? That got started back in the 40s and 50s. Uh, some of those older actors, singers, uh, sports figures, everything in the entertaining industry. Yeah. All right. So, all right. So, so it seemed like the divester are female cis-bins. Black men have been marrying white women right out of slavery. They went to the Supreme Court to fight to be with white women. Hmm. Oh yeah, Harry sell out Belafonte. Oh yeah, what surprised me was Sidney Poitier. I kind of been knowing about Harry Belafonte because of my grandfather, but Sidney Poitier kind of threw me. You know, I was like, he did what? No, not Sidney. But yeah, both of them. Yeah. So okay, so let me get on to my next thing. So while looking up some information about divestment, I ran across this video which is Divestment Ladies Beginner's Guide. Oh my goodness. There's a beginning guide for divestment. So if there's a beginning, the intermediary, and the advanced, when you get to the advanced, you marry a white man? All right. That's what it seems like. But here's the beginning. Or at least um she's a lot more honest. Or at least from what I've seen of it. But here we go.
Hi, good night, guys. Welcome back to the channel. It's your girl Shell, and if you are new, welcome. Nice to have you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about tips on how to be divested or just tips for the divested ladies. So, if you are interested in that, keep watching. Let's get into it. Alrighty, so just to cover the first base, you might be asking yourself, well, what does it mean to be a divested lady? To be a divested woman means simply that you're taking yourself or removing yourself from environments that may be filled with people or things that you no longer desire to be around. So let me connect it um, to you in a way that maybe you're understanding it from the dating aspect of things. Let's jump into the tips that I have for you, right? So, tip number one is
Okay. Could you hear what she was saying? Okay. So from what from what she's saying, she's taking a general meaning of divestment, which is to remove yourself away from a situation or people that you don't want to be around. She didn't say the word toxic, but I guess that would be a trigger word for some people. And so she's saying the same thing in another way. Yeah. Okay. Jackson Johnson, unforgivable blackness, unforgivable sin. All right. All right. So yeah. So this is the easing in, the soft soaping it, to make it about you're just trying to get yourself from certain situations or certain people, but not necessarily leaving the community. But that's what it seems like she's going with this. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how where she's gonna go from here with this.
know why you're doing it, right? Know what your purpose for taking this route is. Don't just do it because it seems popular now, or it's a movement or a trend that's picking up, steam or whatever. Like, really assess your life, your dating life, and really decide if it's for you. Um, and make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Like I said, if you're somebody that never particularly came across a reason for why you think you might have to divest, then don't just do it because it seems popular and everyone's doing it. Like, a lot of the women, if not all of the women that I know that are
Hey, hello, everybody. I need a one in the chat if you can hear the video that I was sharing. It seemed like I'm trying to listen and I can't hear it. I don't know if I'm just on a delay or what. All right. Okay, so y'all can hear the video. If one does not want to deal with a naga nonsense, fine, I'm peace. But however, I cannot be delusional. Delusional to think I would be safe outside my community. I cannot. That's me. Okay, thanks, Mika, for that one. Let me know that you could hear the video. All right. All right, so I'm gonna back it up a little bit. I don't know. I guess because it's playing low for me, it feels like I'm not hearing it, and so I was trying to do a playback. Okay, to see if it's just me or something was wrong. All right, so here we go.
if you're somebody that never particularly came across a reason for why you think you might have to divest, then don't just do it because it seems popular and everyone's doing it. Like, a lot of the women, if not all of the women that I know that are divesting, like myself, is because we're doing it for very solid reasons. A lot of us are doing it for ourselves and future generations. It's just not this type of realm thing. But then I've also met women that are just like, hey, I'm not really, my generation begins and ends with me. Like, I'm not having any kids. I'm doing this because this is what I like and this is what I want for myself. So it just depends. But again, find your purpose and your reason for why you choose to do it. I think for me personally, I became a divested woman when I realized that the world kind of rides on Black women's backs, right? The world kind of ride on our back. It's almost like we're expected to carry the weight for everybody else. We're expected to kind of bear the brunt of everything for everyone. And I just got tired of that. I got tired of feeling like I couldn't be soft and delicate and feminine and just really like revel in that and really just soak up what it's like to be a woman, because people were expecting me to always come to the rescue and fix things. And I just got to the point where I'm just like, dang, for once I want to be the person that can depend on or call on somebody else to fix it. I don't want to be the fix it person anymore. So that was a big reason of why I chose to divest. Also, another big reason for me was,
Okay, is it me? Or is she talking about she wants to be what you might an old fashioned woman? Isn't there some group in the manosphere that wants a woman who wants to be just feminine, let the men take care of things, and she just stay at home and be feminine and take care of the kids and all that other stuff? It it sounds kind of like that's what you're saying, but I guess I have to listen to a little more to see if that why would you divest out of the community when there's a group of men who wants you to have that, be like that, and stuff like that. What's going on here? Okay, hey Black,
Yeah, I
are
can.
you here the
Yeah, I can
video?
agree. No, I can agree with some of that, but I'm a little worried that I don't want you playing these videos too long.
I
Okay.
was keeping it short. I just want her to finish that whole statement right there. That's all.
Yeah.
It's been a
Uh,
couple of minutes.
I mean, I can agree with. I can dig it. I can agree with some of the stuff they're saying. I can understand why the black woman feels that she's the only woman in the world that can't be feminine. Okay. I totally understand that, and it seemed to be going that way in a lot of areas, because in a lot of areas she can't feel that she's feminine because the black men in that area are weak. The black men in that area can't hold up. So the black woman is left bearing the brunt of the responsibilities of the community. Okay, and so extra things are put on her. Okay, she gets abandoned. She's probably the most abandoned woman in the whole world. I don't think there's any woman on the face of the earth that gets abandoned by her men more than a black woman. If there is, show me some receipts. Find a non-black woman that's more abandoned than the black woman. So some of the stuff that they're saying, I can get with. I get it. I understand that they don't, they're tired of always having to be the strong one because the men are weak. I get it. All right. But where you lose me is when you step outside your race because of it. See, I'm with you as long as you inside the race. I'm with you on all of these issues. But stepping outside our race doesn't solve these issues. They just leave these issues there for somebody else to fix. That's all they do. And then the next person does the same thing, and then the issues are still there. We have to solve the issues. We have to put in the painstaking work of solving these issues. We just can't keep going outside our race like there are answers out there. See, some of you really just don't know how vicious Caucasian people really are. And you think that they're your friend, you think that they're, because they marry you and they have sex with you, everything is cool. No. They don't even care about you like that. Having sex with you don't mean nothing to them. They'll have sex with a mongoose or a snake if they could. Okay? That doesn't mean anything to them. And so the moment that something happens that they don't like, you are going to be the N-word. And I'm talking about hard ER. And there's somebody in their family that don't like you. You can count on it. They don't like you. You come from a place, as far as they're concerned, you have pet status with them. A lot of them think that Black people should be pets. I'm talking about even today.
Mm-hmm.
They look at some of us as pets.
Yeah.
And that's somebody you want to be with, somebody that consider another human being a pet. Let's just forget about the race thing for a second. You want to be with someone that considers another whole human being a pet, like an animal. So what does that say about, what is it, if that's somebody you want to be with, what does that say about you? And what type of heart you have in your body? What type of compassion or regard for life that you have, or regard for other human beings that you have? If you're willing to be with someone who can't see a human being as a human. You see, these are things that you don't think about, right? And these are the things that you try to overlook by saying, oh, he's just joking. There is no joking when a human being sees another human being as a pet. That's not a joke. And then y'all get into these situations when it comes down to sex, right? Now, let's not get started with pet. Let's not get started with what do you call the name? The animal stuff. What do you call that? There's a name for it. What is the name for it? It's
bestiality.
Bestiality. Let's not even get into that. Okay. Now you're dealing with a person sexually at times can't tell the difference between you and an animal. I don't understand why I wouldn't, check this out. I've heard some of y'all praise these non-Black folks. I wouldn't do that. I would be embarrassed to walk around with a person as my mate that at times sexually can't tell the difference between a human being and a four-legged animal, or who is attracted to four-legged animals, or think that four-legged animals are sexy. I'm not sitting in the food court having conversations with my mate about how sexually cute a horse is, or talking about how big a horse has a
private part.
Yeah. Or wondering how big monkeys are, or orangutans, or apes and giraffes and stuff. I'm not doing any of that. And what kind of person are you if you're willing to lay down with such a person? See, these are things that you don't think. You want to say, and I get it. You want to feel loved. You want to feel wanted. I understand that, because I've gone on record to say that the Black man today doesn't love the Black woman. Haven't I said that, Dame? Haven't I said that the biggest problem that the Black man has today is that he doesn't love the Black woman?
Yeah.
Have you heard me say that? I said that over and over again.
Yes.
Okay. And I get it, and I get your rebellion. I get how you feel, but going over to somebody that is going to always think as a human being you are insignificant, and is only and is only tolerant of you is when what you do is in favor of him or her. See, you have to understand something. You're with someone where that is not built to compromise with you, or to treat you fairly, or to look at you as an equal, or to even regard you as human. Okay? Let me explain something to you. If you have regard for human life, you wouldn't tie a person up and throw one end of the rope around the tree and start a fire at the base of the tree, right? And get a bunch of guys on one end of the rope and pull the person up who's black and dip them in and out of a fire and listen to them scream in pain and agony. These are the people that you are calling your love, your mate, and all that. Well, my man doesn't do that. That don't cut it. He's capable of doing that. Very capable of doing that. He's capable of worse than that. And you're the one that's running around here in love. They're not in love with you. They're some of the best actors that you can find around here. Not in love with you. Not willing to work anything out with you. So the grass is dead on the other side in this case. Not greener, it's brown, it's dead. But you do what you want to do. I'm just saying, what kind of person are you if you're willing to be with a person like that? That's all I'm saying. Dane?
Yeah. They don't get it anymore than the suspense do.
Well, Fred
I
Sanford,
that they the different or they the exception to the rule.
Hold on, Dane. Let me answer this from Fred Sanford. He says, society hates black men who carry themselves with lots of masculine energy. I get the curiosity all the time. Okay, well, not just that. They hate black men, period, Fred Sanford. It's not even about masculinity. They just hate black men, period. Black men are very, very powerful if they ever choose to get their head screwed on straight. Okay? But apparently we got a bunch of, jumble bunnies that want to play games and want to stay teenagers for the rest of their lives. So we have a lot of fixing to do. We have a lot of talking to be done. We have a lot of getting together to be done. We have a lot of working together to be done before we see any kind of progress. But do I believe we can make progress? Absolutely. I don't believe it's all doom and gloom. I believe that black people can work together, but we have to start though. Can't just continue to say, "Hey, we're going to work together. Hey, 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 we're going to work together." Can't keep doing that. At some point, we got to show up with two belts. Somebody need to get the plans, hard hats, boots, tools, material. Somebody need to plan it out, and we need to get to work. There need to be some hammers banging, drills drilling. Okay, sheetrock going up, paint on the walls. Okay, materials moving, construction going on. That's what needs to happen. I always said if black people would just meet up in one area with a bunch of shit, we'll figure it out. Let's just have a meeting, right? And bring whatever you can. Bring a saw, bring screwdrivers, bring a hammer, bring some nails, bring a drill, bring some sheetrock, bring some wood, bring some cement, bring some windows, and just keep bringing stuff. We'll figure out what to do with it when we get there. I don't care if we make a big giant clubhouse. It will get it started. It will get the working together started. That's what I think we need to do. All this talking is not going to work. We need to get together and physically work together. Build something. I don't care if you're building a big giant dollhouse. We need to build something together. We need to get that connection of working with each other, relying on each other, trusting each other, understanding each other, working off each other's ideas. Okay? Of course, I don't believe it. I don't believe we're done for. But if we can continue, we don't have much longer. If we continue to be fools. And one thing we got to absolutely get fixed, this black woman and black man thing. It ain't happening without us working together with our women. We have to, black men, we have to reconcile the relationship we have with our black women. And we have to go to them. We have to approach them to work this out. They didn't start this, we did. So we have to be men and approach them and offer a proposal to work this thing out. So I'm telling you right now, we're not going anywhere without them. And you're not going to be as successful as you think you will without them. They open up a lot of doors that you can't see. They make people feel a certain kind of way. A wife, right, has a lot of power in society. People treat you one way when you're not married, and they treat you another way when you're married. I'm serious. Note that the next time you talk to somebody in the corporate world or out in public, period, right? Notice how they treat you when they know that you're single and you're dating. Then when you get married, come back to that person and say, "Hey, man, I'm married," and watch how they treat you. It's a whole different situation. It's like you went a couple of levels up. A wife has a lot of credibility. A wife has a lot of pull. See, when you have a wife, it lets everybody know that you are a man of a certain mindset, that you're not afraid to engage and commit to projects. You see, a wife does a lot of talking for you. Just her being a wife, right? Just you being married to this woman tells a lot of people that you're willing to engage in long-term commitments and see it through. How do we know that? Because you're married. That's how we know that. You're a married man. People want to do business and trust married men more than they do any other kind of man. Look at all these people that are making these big, giant, super business deals, multitudes of millions. These are married men making these kinds. I'm not saying non-married men don't make a couple of multi-million-dollar deals, but most of your big-time, ridiculous, super-duper, multi-billion-dollar deals are made by married men, because people who do business respect married men, because married men tell them that they are with a.
All right. Yeah. Usually married men let you know that you're serious about life and you getting down to the nitty gritty. You're about being a family. Okay. Fred Sanford. I was telling someone in another chat, brothers and sisters should consider buying an empty inner city lot in their communities. They're inexpensive right now. I got two in Florida, no plans yet. Yeah. Get the property, get the land, and then you can come up with a plan of what you want to do it later. Uh, Clear it out, clean it up, clear it out, to prepare for whatever you plan on doing with it. Even if you do nothing more than grow a garden there, or um, I've seen one case where they put a playground at so the kids wouldn't have to cross, or the younger kids wouldn't have to cross the street, because of the playgrounds was getting taken over by undesirables. The park was getting taken over by undesirable, not the playground. But sometimes that can happen too. hmm But yeah, that would be the first step. Get the land. Put together and get the land. Or some of these abandoned properties, lots. Not just lots, but sometimes abandoned houses and buildings. They their price is lower because hey, not being done, so the value has gone down.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all.
hmm
Had an interruption.
hmm
Give me 1 second here. I'm
Yeah.
pouring me some Coca-Cola.
Okay. Well, Fred Sanford said to you, I was telling someone in another chat, brothers and sisters should consider buying an empty inner city lot in their communities. They're inexpensive right now. I got two in Florida, no plans yet.
Yeah. It's a great idea. I like that idea. That's a proactive idea right there. I like that. You know. But getting back to what I was saying, when you're married, it says a lot about you. It says that you are a man of commitment. It says that you follow things through. It says a lot about you. That's why a wife is so powerful. Why do you think a lot of guys in powerful places are married? There's a reason for that. People trust married men. They trust married men. They do business with married men. People like to do business with married men. Because if you're married, it shows that you are committed. They can come to you with proposals. They understand that you're a man of commitment because you're married. Marriage is big. It's like I try to tell you guys. Guys keep playing around with marriage. Marriage is big, bro. That's a big thing. It's looked at in different ways. It's not something to shake a stick at. That's why you guys, you Negroes out here keep pumping and dumping. You'll never have any power or status in life. You keep pumping and dumping. You need to get you a wife. And when you're trying to get out here handling your business, you make sure you state that front and center that you are a proud married man, a happily married man. And watch how you get treated in the business world. Doors will open up for you. Okay? Your wife can open up doors for you simply because she is your wife. She puts you in another area in life. She takes you out of one area and puts you in another area by simply being your wife.
hmm
Okay, a wife is very, very important. All the great kings, all of the great powerful men had wives. None of these dudes had whores or prostitutes. They had wives. Okay? Kings had queens. The woman's status is important. The woman solidifies who you are. Without that beautiful woman by your side, you will just be an individual. Okay? You could be a man with a lot of land, a lot of property, and you can let people live on your property, right? And call your property a kingdom, but you'll never be a king until you have a queen. No one will call you king until that queen is there. I keep telling y'all, queens make kings. Women make kings. Men do not make kings. Women make kings. Women make us kings. Okay? You are not a king until that queen is there. All right, and so these are the things that you guys have got to understand that you have to embrace as a man. Now I know some people are telling you that's not true because the woman needs the man. Man, forget all that childishness. That's childishness, bro. You should be too grown to engage in immature conversations like that. Those are petty, low-ball, immature conversations. You shouldn't be, as a grown man, having a back and forth with somebody about, well, men are just as important as women. And, you know, if it's not for men, women wouldn't be here. What kind of childish conversation is that? That's an extremely immature conversation, usually had by very immature men or males. And as a grown man, as a mature grown adult, you shouldn't be having such conversations. You should understand what a woman means. You should understand what that woman adds to your life. You should be in control of the situation. You're supposed to be the head, not the tail. You don't let somebody tell you as a grown man that women are insignificant or they don't matter, or show you some childish crap about, well, if the women could do it, the men could do it. What about the men? What about the men? What about the men? See, let me explain something to you. Let me tell you how screwed up you dudes are and how backwards you got things. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back there. Hold on.
Okay. All right. All right. So as we were saying, we need to come together and build. We need to take opportunities.
Okay, I'm back.
And
okay, Lady Dave, I'm back.
All right.
Am I getting off topic here or am I getting hot? Which one?
Well, you're a little off topic, but that's okay. It's a teaching moment, as Hassan said.
Yeah. So let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all worry about, because I hear you guys all the time. Y'all worry about, y'all sit up here and y'all try to, you try to brag about other men. You try to be a sounding board for other men. Well, that's the wrong way to go about it. All that's going to do is bring about ridicule. People are going to see you as a bragger. People are going to see you as, you know, a woman blabbing in your mouth about other men. You know why? Because that's the job of a woman to do. See, as a man, your job is to be a strong man, be silent, do the things that are necessary for you to do, create the right situations and salubrious environments for your women and children, and your wife will be your mouthpiece. Your wife will go out there and tell the world how good of a man you are, how strong of a man you are, how much integrity that you have. Your wife would do all of that. You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to go out here and talk up no other man. If he got a wife, she'll be his mouthpiece. But you see, in order for that mouthpiece to work for you and work in your favor, you have to treat her right. Right? And the first way, and the first ingredient that comes with that is love. See, if you can't love her, then you can't treat her right. Okay? So if you're doing the things, see, you guys don't understand. You don't have to be a mouthpiece for another man because that's kind of gay. All right? Let the women do the talking for you. If you the man, oh trust me, women will tell it. Am I lying, Dame? Dame, are you there?
No, you're not lying.
I'm telling you. If you are the man, women will tell it, bro. You won't have to say nothing. There are men out here, right, that women go about, talk about all the time. And those men don't never say them, but you know who they are. Why? Because you heard the women talking about them. You heard the women talking about how good they are. Okay? And you guys are sitting up here talking about, well, they wouldn't be like this if she wasn't for men. That's the wrong approach. You ain't got no win there. You ain't gonna never win in that. Let me explain something to you. In this society that we live in, you will never win going up against a woman. You can absolutely forget it. That's the wrong kind of fight for you. You ain't got no fight there. Nobody is going to take your side except for the weirdos that are just like you. Nobody's going to take your side against women. That's a fight you just simply cannot win. And as soon as you ignoramuses understand that, okay, the quicker you can stop doing it and turn your energy on something that's really going to help get you out of last place and help you get away from your loser status in society. Because fighting women and going up against women also makes you a loser. And you guys don't seem to have any problem with losing or being a loser. You guys seem to wear that as some kind of badge of honor. To some of you, that's like a Purple Heart or a Navy Cross, a badge of losing. So, right. And all this fighting women and showing women that you can argue with them, that's embarrassing, man. Y'all know what that sound like and look like? We real men are sitting back looking at y'all like, man, y'all a bunch of peas. Pussies. I mean, you want to sit up here and try to outshine a woman? You want to sit up here and try to out-talk a woman and try to out-argue a woman? What? You ain't got nothing to do. You ain't got a coloring book you can be coloring in or you're tying one of your shoes up or shaving the other half of your mustache. You ain't got nothing else you could be doing. You want to sit up here and do stuff like that makes you look weak? See, I can tell a lot of you guys aren't men. Because a real man is about strength. It's natural for us to be strong, right? Our natural stance is about strength. There's nothing strong. There is nothing strong about arguing with a bunch of women online and going back and forth and threatening them. That's not strength. That just tells us how weak you are, how much of a loser you are. And that women should avoid you at all costs. Hell, men should avoid you at all costs. Both should avoid you, men and women. But anyway, I let me get back on topic again, Dan.
All right. Okay. So, King of Kapala just came in, and he's like, the divestor would be sleeping with the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, I mean, that's y'all, but don't say you're pro-black. You're not one of us. Okay? Because we wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do that under any circumstance, especially sleeping with the enemy. Are you crazy? Absolutely not. But I understand some of their talking points. I get it. I understand how they feel. But going outside your race is not the answer. Maybe it's an answer for you at the moment until shit hits the fan. And if it doesn't for you, then more power to you. But that's not the answer. And I'm sure some of you will argue me down and say it is the answer because, with you, it's about emotion. and you're a woman, and I understand that women want to be loved, they want to be taken care of, and if a guy shows you that, I trust me, I'm 100% with that, but it's not the answer. Even though you found one that seems to love you, which I don't know which one that is because they're not capable of love. So I don't know I don't know where y'all getting that from. They're not capable of love at all. So they don't even love their own kids. Okay, they don't love each other. They don't love their kids, and they spend most of the time trying to get rid of emotion. These are the very people that tell you that emotions are bad for you, and they're trying their best to get emotion out of everything. How can somebody who wants emotion out of everything be capable of love? Love is a strong emotion. If you don't want any emotion in anything, then how could you be capable of any love? I mean, y'all run around here and shame people for being emotional. Now, I understand some people get out of hand with it, okay, but they shouldn't be shamed for it, okay? Emotions are a natural thing. Some people need to take better care of their emotions, but there's nothing bad about them unless you make it bad. If you don't know how to control your emotions, you keep letting people get to you, but you need your emotions. That's something that came with you when it came into this world with you. That's a part of who you are. Okay, you just can't get rid of that, then you won't function properly. What if somebody can reach inside you, open you up, reach inside of you and take things out, right? Take things out and close you back up and turn you back on. How would you think you would act? How would you act? If somebody opened you up right now, took out emotions, took out anger, took out what they wanted to take out, and didn't put anything back, and then close you up and turn you on and watch you malfunction. Can't get rid of emotions out of you. You will malfunction. Emotions are a part of you. It's like a part in a car, okay? Every part in that car is important. It's like a vital part in the car that you take out and the car stops working. Well, you take out emotions, you will stop working properly. You will start to malfunction. And so I find it fantastic that the very people who are trying to get rid of emotions, you say love you. How could that be? If you're trying to get rid of emotions altogether, then that means that you are incapable of love because love is a strong emotion. How could you be capable of love if you want to get rid of emotion? I don't get that one. Go ahead, Dan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a difference between being emotional and having emotions. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Everybody
you
has
could be you can be emotional. Just don't be out of control. Don't never get out of control about anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay for you to be emotional. If you feel for somebody, they've been hurt or whatever, and you want to be emotional about it, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Now, if you're being emotional about every little thing, then that may be something wrong with that. Because you might be tripping. Okay? But our emotions help us. It's our emotions that tell us a lot of times what's right and what's wrong. See, if you didn't have your emotions, then murder wouldn't be a crime. Child molestation wouldn't be a crime. Grape wouldn't be a crime. Why do you think those are crimes? Because of emotions. What do emotions do? They put it in your heart that that's wrong. Emotions do that. See, if you didn't have any emotions, then when a woman gets raped, you wouldn't feel anything. And you wouldn't think one way or the other it was wrong, right, or indifferent because you don't feel nothing. Okay? But you bring your emotions into it. A woman gets raped, now you feel it. First, I mean, that's wrong. That should never happen. A woman take it against her will? No, absolutely not. We're going to do something about it. That's emotion. That is emotion. You need that. Without that, you don't have a lot of laws. Okay? You let these people keep trying to tell you that your emotions are bad. Okay? Understand something. They don't have any regard for life. Anybody that can murder an entire race of people, right, to extinction, has no regard for human life. And didn't think nothing of it. Don't bring it up, nothing. They have no regard for human life. Okay? Anybody that can sit up there and just constantly murder people and defend, and check this out, with sickness involved, like disfiguring someone, like they murdered Emmett Till, right? Has no regard for human life. Anybody that can stab someone 90 times or shoot someone 17, 18, 20 times has no regard for human life. And that's what they want. They want to go back to the old Wild West days when guns was what it was all about. They didn't have to worry about thinking about a person's life. See, because they don't care nothing about dying. Because they don't believe in God. Many of them don't believe in God anyway. That's why they have a high suicide rate. They're rather off themselves. Right? There's situations where you had a black woman surrounded by a bunch of Beckys, and she turned up dead.
Mm-hmm.
When are y'all going to get it? They are not your friends. They don't love you. Just because they do things for you, that don't mean anything to them. They will do things for anybody. They don't care nothing about that. They're in power anyway, so money comes easy for them. Sure, they'll buy you stuff. They'll get you a drink. They'll loan you money. They'll maybe buy you a house. But will turn around in the same instant and kill you in that house that they just brought. Or turn their back on you and watch you go to jail. And won't stick up for you. Won't stand up for you. They tell you that they like you and you're their friend, but when it comes down to them having to stick up for you in a crisis situation, they turn their back on you. And they won't stand up for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what you want to be with, by all means. Go ahead, Dan.
It don't mean because they do things for you or they buy you things that you ain't unless they're pets. You gotta understand. They'll buy dog houses for their dogs. They do all kind of stuff for their dogs. That don't mean their dog ain't their pet.
Right. Just because they're having sex with you don't mean you're a pet either. Talking about they have sex with with dogs and stuff. We're talking about bestiality here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, when they want you to be savage or a beast. What do you think they're talking about? Okay. What is this?
Yeah, put something interesting in the chat.
Uh-huh.
The book of $250 book of black murders. Check that out real quick, Dane.
Okay.
Yeah, so well, Fred, they're doing that because you've allowed them to do that. You won't defend your babies. See, they couldn't do that to me because I'm willing to die for my babies. So you're not showing them that you're willing to die for your babies. So they're going to keep pushing the envelope until they get you in a situation where you can't do anything. I saw a video, and I'm still trying to find it, of a black man with his son and a grown Becky with her daughter, right? Punted his son. I mean, she put her foot right in his back. And her father didn't do nothing. His father didn't do anything. That couldn't have been me. Because I would have laid her out and waited for the police. And I would have proudly, as a father, told them she kicked my son in the back, and I protected my son by striking her about the face and head until she fell unconscious. Now, if you want to arrest me, take me in. I'll have my day in court.
Okay.
But because you are not willing to do anything, they keep pushing it. Pretty soon, they're going to be coming into your houses, cussing you out, and throwing you out of your own house because they don't want you in the neighborhood. Well, seriously, they're going to come, snatch your door open. What are you doing here? Pack your things and get out. It's coming to that point because y'all won't do nothing. Y'all afraid. Y'all scared to death. You know, especially you black men, you're afraid of white folks. You won't do nothing. So pretty soon, they're going to start running up in your house, right? And kicking you out in the middle of the street. Okay, what's that link about there?
Okay. Okay, it's called Black Folks American History. Is it right now? It's showing the YouTube of it. Oh, okay. This is from Kev's channel.
Okay.
With Bill Dukes. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got his name right. Yeah,
Bill Dukes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, do you want to see it?
No. We'll handle it later on.
Okay.
You know, because we're not ready for it yet. We're finishing up our topic here with Conversation with Dane. But so getting back to divestors, we're not saying that you can't come up on a panel and talk, but be a divestor when you talk. Don't come up here and say you're pro-black when you're not. Okay, because that's going to incur our wrath, and we're going to call you out on that. What's okay? Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, that link I just put in there is a link that Duke was talking about. The brother that's in there, he was talking about a book that some Jews had, some Jewish folks had made. The book cost $250, $250 to $270, and in that book, I didn't. That was my channel I put up there when I went. I did a little review on it. In that book, they got the whole book is filled with massacres and burnings of black people and hangings and stuff like that. A lot of stuff you hadn't seen. It gets so graphic to the point that they actually burn the bodies, break the arm off, and give it to their children as young as 2 and 3 years old. Right? You should call them nigger barbecues. And that's what Duke is talking about. I'm personally gonna get that book for my family history. You know,
I gotta get that too.
Right, and they got all the pictures. we seen some of the pictures. I got a collection of about 15 of them. But he got it with their kids, their wife, the travel, the journey, just to go see it happen and all that kind of stuff. And he just
Yeah, but
talking
these
about
people, right? But these people don't understand who they marrying. They think they marrying Mr. Rogers. You know what I'm
I
saying?
couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do
Yeah.
it.
You understand who you're dealing with. These people are savages. They don't love you. They don't have that with them. They ain't capable of none of that.
Mm. And you're right. They will buy your stuff. Credit money,
Yeah.
credit's not an issue. They don't have no problem giving you whatever you
No.
want because some of them know that black. Some of them don't like white men, but like black men. Because they
Mhm.
don't. It's rare that happens. Not all people are racist, but a good like we said on R&B channel, a good majority. I say 75% are either racist, bigoted, or they go turn the other cheek and act like they
Mhm.
ain't seen nothing. And that's just been the way the history was, throughout the
Mhm.
United States. So when people say they feel bad about Black history, I say, well, y'all was here the whole time and went on.
Yeah.
Nobody did shit.
Why you feel bad now? Yeah.
goddamn. And if you really want it, like you was talking about the Divestors earlier. Okay,
Mhm.
your daddy or grandpa's white. Why are you banging on black folks
Mhm.
instead of talking to your people that's causing us a problem?
I'm still trying to figure out how the woman who said she was pro-black, she's never been with a black man.
Yeah, that's
I
crazy.
can't. That one right there. I don't know. I don't know how to. Ladies, I don't know how y'all let her get away with that. I really, I just. She was on this panel talking to black men that y'all have real experience with. She doesn't. And then she said, I can't get over what she said. She said, I've only been with white men. Like that was some kind of, like,
Good thing.
like that was
Yeah,
some kind of, yeah. And I was like, whoa. And I waiting for one of y'all women to jump on it, man. Y'all ain't said nothing. Like, man, y'all, wow.
you
If
can
that
even
was
go
a
on some of these.
dude,
You can literally go on some of these people pages, some of these YouTubers,
uh,
or the ones that you may have had an issue with, and look at their page. I know you're a busy man, but I got a lot of
mm,
more time. But look at their page. They have videos of Black Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to Black Father. They had Latinos in there, white, all kind of shit. Leonardo DiCaprio and all that kind of shit. Like, wait, were you celebrating white men? Wait, this not black man. But the face of the damn thumbnail is a black man to get the attention for the views, then try to weed them on into the white boys.
I think
Like,
that's some kind of, yeah. I think they did to slap black men in the face. My whole thing is, okay, when she was talking, right? They was playing the tape. I can get with some of the things she was saying. I understand why she feel that way. But the way she going about it isn't the way to go about it. Not in my book. Because as
well,
far as
the
I'm
thing is,
concerned,
some of them doing this,
uh-huh,
Max. Some of them like
uh,
they'll say they're pro-black. They'll
uh-huh.
say, well, if they don't say they're pro-black, they'll say I'm pro-black woman. Okay, well, what about black
No,
people
no, you ain't pro
and
black
black
woman either.
children? Right, you can't just
Yeah.
be pro-black woman. You got to be pro. I mean, just for your people. I don't know which my people to do better. The kids, everybody.
Uh-huh.
I don't care. Baby mamas. I hope they can get everything they get so we can reestablish ourselves. And some stuff like that.
Well, we say we're pro black woman for the sake of swirling, but we're definitely pro black people, period.
Right.
Definitely pro black people. We're loyal to the black race, period. We're loyal to our, and I clarify that up when I say we're loyal to the black woman, black man, and black child. You know
Right.
what I'm
And if
saying?
there's any reasonable black brother I can help out, I've been doing
Mm.
volunteer work with these youngsters for a minute. I help. I've been doing it
Right.
for 30 years now.
Yeah.
Just coming out the hole, but and just the little things. And when I talk to some of these dudes in the manosphere who like to use that same narrative of the black community, I had to check some of these dudes, man. I didn't talk to all of them, and I was like, dude, y'all talk all that, but name one thing you did outside of this computer to help anybody black. In the volunteer work, nope. And the kids, actually, you ain't gonna raise nobody else's kids, so we know you ain't gonna help the next little brother or little sister coming around. Do you do shit with your nephews, your nieces? Nothing. And they have no answer. What you about the black community, nigga? You ain't even trying. But they want to use it as a talking point, and that's always an issue with me, man. Some never even been in the black community. Did I cut off? Y'all can hear
me? Yeah, can hear you.
Oh yeah, I was just saying some of them didn't don't put the extra foot forward, and we need the men to put an extra foot forward. At least to work with the boys to get some things established. Now, one of the things I had to do, Dane, me and my friends, one of my friends, a high school football coach, and another one of my friends, have a little youth program. And what we do is we get the fellas together and we go talk to them, before they start dipping off and, after high school, because a lot of young black men get lost. And one of the things we always talk to them about is the mistakes we all made. See, you can't, and me and my partners go through. My partners that have been in jail, my partners that have not. I have friends that got arrested for domestic shit. I have friends that did, and then they'll come tell you, say, man, look, and our biggest thing, if you could control your emotions at a young age and stay focused, you will be fine. But you can't, you can't touch the woman. You can't touch her. It's just a bad spot. And then we break down everything that happens if you do. And one of my partners will tell you, he tell his story. Tell my story, and then we go on and on the courthouse and stuff like that. What happens when you do? You get 10 days in jail automatically for domestic charge. That means you lost your job.
Right.
Okay. 2, you can't vote in Louisiana. 3, you can't own a gun, and that's what they want to do in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Just for one call, you don't even have to be guilty. If the police come out, you gone, you lose all that. And that's right up their alley. That's what they really want. So we had to tell them, man, just if you stay busy and not have so much idle time, you can stay more focused instead of, putting all your emotions in the relationships. And then we always tell them, listen, man, we don't come out at young ages knowing how to deal with emotional situations, especially when it comes to relationships, love, and sex. A lot of dudes get thrown off. A lot of young men never seen a couple in the home. We got a lot of single parent mothers, never seen their part. So for me, it's a golden opportunity. For us, it's a golden opportunity like we had when our coach would talk to us, give us some everyday living advice, life advice, and things like that, just to keep them busy and understand what's going on around them, even to the courthouse. One of my friends, we bring them to the courthouse. Like, man, and the guy got caught with 2 or 3 ounces, and they gave him like 260 months. He said, when a little dude said, well, how long is that? And I said, do the math, divided by 12. And he was like, damn. I'm like, yep, that's just for 2 funky ass ounces. And that's $2,300. The dude got to do all that time in jail. And they were like, man, see, a lot of them wind up going to, they don't understand the system until they're in the system.
Yeah.
You don't understand legal jargon until to the gavel hit. Then you turn to your lawyer, like, what he said? Well, you're guilty. You had to, the first time that they stuck. So if we could do some stuff with our own people, the youth, the younger ones, then I think that's more of an answer. I mean, I'm an older guy. Just sitting up here arguing with listening to 45-year-old women divestors curse young men out, 21, 22-year-olds, telling them you're no good, no count ass, dog ass nigga, and talking like that. Hold on. Now this boy is 21 years old. Yeah. The same one I'll talk to. I'm serious. You're a bitch, you're a hoe, you ain't shit. They tell him that. And that's why them dudes react like that. I'm like, how you gonna talk to a man like that and you old enough to be his mama?
Yeah.
You ain't giving advice, you just dogging.
He's just getting out there. He ain't had a chance to do all that.
Call it, and the next thing, you broke, you ain't shit, you still live with your mama. Well, he 21.
21, yeah.
Right. And so, and then we got into the conversation of, what is struggle love? And a lot of women mind struggle love is if you don't make six figures or you don't make a good living, own your own place and shit. I'm like, hold on, goddamn, that ain't struggle. That's not struggle love. Is there a dollar amount on struggle love?
No.
Big J wound up saying if you make minimum wage, you shouldn't even date. Well, damn. You so the college kids can't date? The college dudes, they can't date? So it gets all kind of different ways they go with that. And none of these people really, it's amazing to me. I don't believe in dogging people out. And I damn sure don't believe in dogging young single mamas out or young single men who didn't have no damn guidance. The proper guidance that we needed with a father in the home. So I'm not gonna kick him down when he's that young. Now he fuck it up on his, he mess it up on his own, then that's it. That's on him. That's a life choice.
Mm-hmm.
But we try to let them know that they do have choices.
Yeah.
Right, to steer away from that stuff.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is, Dane, we try to catch them because in their mind, they think they got to come out at 18 and compete with men. I'm like, no, man, you're in your right zone. See, when they have that frame of mind, I got to make some money, I got to hustle, just to date and all that, they go to hustling. We trying to catch them before they go to start hustling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they played, when I played a little football, mm-hmm. and maybe and Max them and all that, well, we didn't know that we could, if we didn't go to the top school in the state like LSU and stuff like that, that we can go away to a junior college like Troy State.
Uh-huh.
And get that 2 years of and still being active, so we can get some maturity under our belt. It take a little longer for boys to mature because we're more physical. Girls mature fast, in my opinion. So that way, man, look, hey, don't stay here. Go ahead, man. You got to, if you stand here and you're going to be in that trap. At least you can get out and do a couple of years, come back with a fresh frame of mind, because you ain't going to be productive just sitting in the same environment. You got to see something different and to broaden your mind, and stuff like that. And then, same thing I talk about, if you listen to YouTube, you think a lot of people hate them, but they don't. I'm like, man, that's just sometimes, like Max would say, that's their reaction, man. And I was talking to the manager doing them talking about holding women accountable. I'm like, hold on, all right, that's their reaction. That woman has to raise her children every day. She lives in her accountability. Why she has to come up here and confess to a bunch of niggas she don't know on YouTube? And you saying that she destroying the black community, but your ass ain't never helped. And that's just black on black. We ain't even talk about the divesting shit. So when they go there, well, y'all just stay over there. That's fine. But you gonna come from over there, never dated a black man, and go jump over here and talk about how bad black men, they ain't shit, they niggas. And literally dig deep throughout the history, Google every damn thing just to point at every single thing a black male or female ever done wrong. Totally discounting what we had to go through in the breaking up of our families from the 70s and 60s, but.
And then again in the 80s.
Right. Well, we were together in the 60s and 70s, a little bit in the 80s too, and then the 80s, that's when the crack came, and that really to a whole, like they just discount that. That hit hard. And I'm looking at reports now. Another cop arrested 47 guys who are not guilty. A white cop, that was a black cop. A white cop arrested 200 that they got to let out. One dude. 200 black men with faulty drug charges, and that's going all the way across the country. So you get the stereotype that we've been living in a stereotype that black men have been selling dope and all that kind of shit there. That's why they in jail. And that's not true. I can tell you in New Orleans, uptown, I can only name about 4 dudes that actually sold drugs. 4 in a 30 block radius. One of them was pot. So. They, that kind of thing. So it's not all of them. Most of them in New Orleans. A lot of dudes go to work every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids. And here's the other thing, Dave. I know a lot of people saying you can tell I've been on these YouTube streets for a minute. I just hold my peace till I take it all in. There's no measurement When it was like the black men out of the home, Section 8 put them out the home. No, the black men decided just to leave and all that kind of stuff there. The black men, the statistics, data statistics and all that from blackhistorical.com and all that says these people aren't married. See, they assume that because you're not married, you're not in the home. I know a lot of men that's not married in the home and raise the kids and other kids.
Yeah.
There's no measurement for that.
Yeah.
A lot of people make a stand on some data statistics that they're getting from the census reports, which black people don't really fill out anyway, and run with it and make a judgment on the black community and black men and black women.
Yeah.
And these are our own, and some of them educated.
Mm-hmm. They don't read the fine print of what's going on in these different so-called studies. They still quoting one about black men being the more involved, the most involved fathers. And I'm like, and when I get where they got the statistics from,
Yeah, that's
and I
that from.
read it, it says of the men involved in their children's life, the black men are the most involved. I said,
Of the
okay, they
ones
said
that's
we got the
around,
black
right,
men involved in their children's life. What about the ones that ain't involved?
right. And see that key word is of the men. Those key words, right? See, they'll skip over that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was like, oh my goodness. And I was like, I said, did y'all read that fine print? I bust one out like, wait. Why he got it up there and he gave the link out and I'm looking at it. I said, did you read the fine print from this study? I said, yeah. They said of the men involved with their children.
Right. That's that small group that, well, not small, but compared to all the black
A
men,
small group that participated in the study.
right. Right. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna treat you and your son to Disney World and do a study. Okay.
Oh yeah. Get some big points with my kid, or get a trip that I couldn't afford to take my kids. Okay, yeah.
Right. And look, they got a little thing going now, and I was trying to tell Max, outside of our race thing, and understand the melting pot of some Latinos, but hell, in California, they got a big race war. They actually bombing black folks' houses, the Mexicans, fire
Oh
bombing.
yeah, I read about that.
Right, and it's going on. You can't live in a Mexican area. If you move there, they're gonna put you out or firebomb your house. They worse than they like white folks.
Yeah.
And I kept telling people, man, them people don't like us like that. And Puerto Ricans are different. That's different countries. But them people don't like us like that. They really side with white folks. And I'm looking at another article. I look at another article. They asked some group of African women from Nigeria and stuff like that, what was told to them about blacks over here. The first thing they said was everybody told them not to date black men. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I mean, we got that kind of, but the reputation will keep going because society always like to demonize black people.
Or they were told that black people are lying about racism, or that was something that's in the past that don't go on today. I had a Nigerian tell me that. He said he know for a fact that ain't true because you know how they bring in French back into Louisiana. Well, he teaches French. He's Nigerian. Right. And the first place they sent him into the small country racist town in Louisiana. And he said he knew. He keep trying to tell other Nigerians, no, racism's still very much in the United States. And he said they don't believe him. They rather believe what they're being told. He said, I know from experience. I dealt with them. He said he said for the couple of years he was there, he had to have his family stay in a whole nother area on where he was working. Usually have his family stay where he's working. They look for a place to live. So he couldn't do that. He could not do that. That was putting his family at risk.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with that.
So he was so glad to be working where working now, and he said he had to deal with a lot of curiosity from kids, but that's curiosity. You could deal with that. He says
Mhm.
the parents I gotta watch out for.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Racism only exists because white folks teach it to their kids. That's
Mm-hmm.
why it's ongoing. They teach it to their kids. It's a taught behavior.
Yeah, it's it's a
Now,
tough
now I'm
behavior.
looking at Texas. Texas starting to have similar problems too. Now, see, this is the thing. A lot of these people, them people don't like us. There's not, I mean, they have their own. I won't say they don't like. They have their own thing going.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. But at the same time, when you turn on us, man, I can't roll with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and, they got some nice. In Louisiana, we don't have Mexicans like talking about. That's usually Arizona, Texas, and Cali. And in Texas, we have a few Hondurans. That's a different type of people. MS-13 is what El Salvadorians or Salvador or something like that. That's a
Mm-hmm.
different too. And they tried to come down here after Hurricane Katrina and set up shop, but this city is 80% black, so that wasn't happening. All they did was just rob a bunch of them. But
Mm-hmm.
that's different. Them people never was. When you go down there to Cuba, they vote hardcore, staunch Republican.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't even deal with black folks,
yeah.
and they feel like they are different. And I think
Mm-hmm.
even religions are entwined, as the Catholic religion is entwined with them with that. With a lot of Latinos, they're Catholic.
Yeah, yeah. They all.
I
Very
asked one of them one time. I said,
Catholic.
name one white person in the Bible. I asked a racist white dude that one time. He's talking about. I said, name one white person in the Bible, man, good or bad. And they got stuck. That's what you tell them. Ain't
At
none of
least
y'all in
they
the
got
Bible.
stuck. I had some of them tell me Jesus. I, I was like, what? What is like? Where you get that? Jesus is white. They
Yeah.
keep pointing to the statues, and no. That's just this particular artist's image of what he believed Jesus looked like. But it ain't the way it's described in the Bible.
No, it ain't. They just overlooked that and they read their Bible. They know the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What he said, what Fred saying. So where do division? I can barely see that.
Oh yeah, speaking of teaching, oh okay, okay, the they made a movie, but it's based. It was this book that Heaven is for Real.
Hmm.
Okay, well, there's another where there was he wasn't the only boy that this happened to. There was another boy, and I guess he when he came back, he was telling us that why he lied to me. Why you didn't tell me Jesus was the he said the N-word. I was like, what?
Damn.
and the son is mad at him. Why you tell me Jesus was the N-word? And and his father still refused to believe. He said, I don't know what my son saw, but my Jesus, my God, is white. I was like,
Yeah, I can go throughout history when they pitched a fit about something that may be black. The first black Barbie doll, that was an issue. That was a problem. The first black in one of those fairy tales, Cinderella, when Brandy played, that was an issue. Anything that's not them is gonna be an issue.
oh
And I'm
yeah,
not talking
yeah.
about
Right
all.
now,
I'm talking about
it's the Little Mermaid. That was the issue. I was like, what?
all right.
Let's see. I said, wait a minute. We got to make up for all of them. Okay, I said, okay, what? There's like hundreds, about 100, 200 years of white folks wearing blackface and playing black characters and black folk. Okay, give us about 100 to 200 years of us changing these white characters to black characters, and then we can call it even, and we start over from scratch.
Well, it's really it's I mean all that I mean like like I said, we got to focus. We got so much to focus on. Other than some divestors just beating the divestors and some dudes who have some issue getting women, you know, or dating or whatever. They didn't even try yet. Just like Max said, the lady never dated a black dude, but banging on black men. You know, and I think you know what I think it is, Dane. Divestors want company. They want a place to be in. And they try to recruit others to do it because it's a small group. But you don't have to down us to do that. If you want to open your options, you do that. You ain't got to dog nobody. But you will never hear one of the divestors talk about all the damn dirty shit white folks do. Just the men or the women. I know they said divestors weren't there, but I can roll with that with the men with dating outside too, because there was a thing where some dudes felt like they was a little special for dating someone who was white. And I know how the white thing go. I was a college athlete. When my friends and them hit the college campus, they coming at them.
Yeah.
They coming at them. And usually you wind up hooking because of a sex thing. Or, they trying to get them to join the team, but they don't mind putting it out there. And it was easier because see, back then, when you coming up, it was white girls was just doing anything. Black girls, you had to court. So it was convenient.
Yeah, because I remember the running theme is, well, if you won't do it, I'm going to give me a white girl, she'll do it. And I'd be like, go ahead, get your white girl. But once you go there, don't come back here.
Right. Well, you should have started there first.
Yeah, I was like, and when they didn't take me seriously and they had to show off their white girl to me, they got mad because I was telling her, thank you. It was like,
Gave you a
what?
lot.
I was like, thank you for taking him off my hands. He just couldn't quite get it. Thank you. Good luck and congratulations. Bye. Right. It made her look at him different, like, okay, what is wrong with you that she's thanking me for taking you off her hand and she's not jealous? So when Max says, hey, the only attraction you have for these white women is for them to rub it in our face that they took our man, but we ain't worried about it, and we actually thanked them and we're okay with it. They think, okay, I got a bad one. Something's wrong with him, that they're not jealous, they're not offended, and they actually thank me. They want us to be mad. They want us to go off, want us to tell them off, call them names and stuff like that. That means, oh, I got one of their good ones. And I think that's just like the men, the swirlers come over to black spaces to show off their that they got a white woman and see what you missing, what you missed out on. I think that's the same thing with the divestor that goes into white spaces, because you wouldn't act right. You missed out on me, and now over here.
Right, and see, it get to the point that you can't even discuss black issues on some panel, like when I go to Bomb Channel, because they have a little free for all, and the women can talk and do their thing, but in certain parts of her show, the men get to chime in and talk like that. See, her direction is against the manosphere dudes.
Yeah.
And she had to correct some people. Some of these divestors say, no, I love my husband, I love my sons. I want black people to get together. Just because I'm a woman don't mean I'm 100%. You can't just tell me anything as a black woman that all black men are bad just because you don't want one, y'all. Well, she said F and S, y'all was with some broke ass nigga, no good count dude. Don't come jump on all of them, So she had to take some of that. And nothing wrong with divesting, but you don't have to come like that.
Yeah.
And see, a lot of people think Bomb is just on the black men. I'm like, nah, I wouldn't be there if that was the case.
No, I never known Bomb to
She'll check you.
Oh, just because she's going against the manosphere and she's going after certain manosphere and their talking point, don't mean that
Yeah,
she
they
don't.
talking points, right? Right. And see, that's what I can agree with. They got a lot of men that don't agree with that foolishness. And look at these niggas for some of these niggas for what they were, what they are and were. You was just a nerdy dude that didn't get a lot of girls, man. That's nothing new. But what your frustration is directed at the run. You got to get out the house and go get turned down, man. If you don't have no social interaction, you gonna have a problem for the rest of your days, whether you make $100,000 or $1 million. Or you gonna wait till you make $100,000, then go pick a young 20-something-year-old and think she ain't gonna leave you because she there for the money. That's what you led with.
Yeah.
But let them take their chances. That's just, y'all gonna wait till y'all 35, 40 years old and make $100,000 to start dating. Good for you. Go ahead. More power to you.
As I always thought of, when you're young, like the 18s to about depending on their maturity, 24, 25, you're dating to learn how to date for the real thing. You're there to just have fun, have great conversation, great food, get to know the person. If you get some, fine. If you don't, still fine. It's a learning process. You're learning to communicate with each other, find out things about each other. It's supposed
And
to
about
be
yourself.
learning.
And about yourself.
And about yourself. And you learn how to make great dates out of not having much money. You get to be creative in that sense. Because you talk to the older men, they can tell you that going out there and put themselves out there, they can tell you how they make great dates and they didn't spend a lot of money. You gotta learn to be creative
I
like
gave
that.
a whole lot of suggestions
Yourself.
on it. Yeah, I gave a whole lot of suggestions on what they can do to date that women would like. And see, some of the younger dudes, they really, and see, this is what, and I never had no problem with people freedom of speech, but Bond made a good point on this. And I started witnessing for myself, them young dudes starting to believe that shit. They literally had a dude come on Kevin Samuel's show, and he asked the dude was like 30 years old. He said, "What's the biggest problem for black men?" That 30-year-old said, "Black women." And he had to come in like, "No, man, what you thinking?" I said, "That's because they listen to y'all. That's what these niggas do." When decent looking young man, like, dude, that's your problem. That's what you think is the biggest problem out of all the black history.
Yeah.
You think that's your biggest problem. That's sad.
And that goes
Most
back
of our
to
biggest problems are ourselves.
thing.
Yeah, most of our biggest problems ourselves, checking ourselves and getting ourselves in line.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's a whole bunch of young dudes that think dating is sex, is hooking up. No, dating is the first stage of courting. It's not about hooking up and sex. Just that because the times has changed, if it happens, but that's not the objective.
That's still not the definition of dating. Right. You're not dating, y'all just having sex. Y'all just sleeping together.
And that's why there's a bunch of young women, they don't want to date. They don't go out. They got things that, like, okay, at the time, they were like almost turning 18. And, I'm thinking about college and other stuff like that. And one of them, she's not really trying. She's still trying to decide. Her mom wants her to get out there to kind of spread her legs a little bit, small town, but she's kind of hesitant about it. And I said, oh, you're gonna change your mind once you're out there and you see all these different guys and you see and your freedom to date and stuff like that. And she's like, oh no, I'm not dating. What? Oh no, I'm not trying to become a baby mama. I was like, whoa, how did you go from dating to baby mama? That's not the same. She said, no, dating leads to sex, which leads to becoming a baby mama. And I'm like, no, dating does not lead to sex. Dating is not hooking up. It's not, You
I've
don't.
been on a number of dates that I hadn't had, didn't never had sex with the girl. One of them, my best friend now.
Mhm.
You know, and we just never went there on that level. But it started off as a date.
Mhm.
You know, so I don't expect much. I don't expect anything on a date anyway. I'm
Mhm.
there to enjoy the company that I choose to go out with.
Yeah. And I was trying to talk to her. So I was like, do you know? I'm talking to her mom because I'm friends with her. I said, do you know your daughter's associating dating with
Pregnancy.
becoming a baby mama, pregnancy and baby mama? She said, I know. I tried to change her mind about it, but you know what? I thought about no, because she don't want to become a single baby mama and stuff like that. Maybe that's a good thing, that she don't want to date. Because right
Mhm.
now she was just concentrating on school and schooling and where she wanted to go. She knew what she wanted to go for, but she knows that it has different specialties. And she was like, I said, well, it's kind of early for her to be thinking about the specialty. She got time. Let her get into the school and get to that
Mhm.
point. I was telling her, calm down, learn about the different specialties and see what you want to go. And then you can have more than one specialty. I have a cousin in that field. She got 3 specialties in that area. Well, technically 4, but
Mm. I'm sorry, Dan. They had I didn't look at the chat. Fred Sanford said, I guess he was referring to the Hispanics in Cali.
uh-huh.
But
So where
he
did the
said
rest
that
of
yeah, he said it's not the first time that they got into it and burning apartments and buildings like that for blacks out in California.
Mm.
That's not the first time.
Oh yeah. I heard about that. Yeah, once the apartment manager becomes Hispanic, you can forget over time it's going to gradually become an all Hispanic apartment complex. Yeah, I was hearing about that from some cousins that they plan on retiring and they thinking about coming back to Louisiana. Because when they were driving through, her and her husband kept seeing houses for sale, and a house that would be like about almost $250,000 in California is something about like 100 to 150,000 down here in Louisiana. And she ain't been in Louisiana in years since she graduated from college, and she's like almost 70 now. Well, no, yeah, about mid to late 60s. And she's retired, but her husband is not. So and he's like almost getting them in an accident, twisting around, looking at all these houses that were for sale and stuff like that. And yeah, so yeah, they were telling us how uh, there's no such thing as once the apartment manager is Hispanic in these apartment complexes, it's a wrap. Said, she said she noticed that over the years, her daughter was been living in this complex since she got out of college,
Right.
and her and her husband, they just moved from a single apartment to a bigger family unit. And she's kept noticing every time she visits, there was somebody moving out, there was somebody moving in. She knows the people moving out are black, and the people moving in are Hispanic.
Mm.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and her daughter says it's gotten to the point where now she says progress. She said it used to be like one black family to a floor, and now it's like there's just the 4 of us, and we're all on the same floor.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And she,
Listen, they'll give a pass to Hispanics.
mhm.
They don't have a problem with Hispanics over blacks. That's
Yeah,
not a problem. And Hispanics have, and I'm not talking. I know the
oh yeah,
geography situations are different, but different ethnic, nationalities. But they don't have a problem with that. They would rather be okay with anybody but black folks
uh-huh. But you see,
in
she's
this
been
country.
grandfathered in because she's been there since college, since
Oh
she was
yeah,
in
that's right.
college. and she's a paralegal. She said, I pay attention to my contract and my lease. She said, she's actually in a rare rent control apartment in a complex in California. I forgot what part of California she's living in. But anyway, I think somewhere, I don't remember where exactly in Los Angeles, but somewhere. And she's been grandfathered in. And she said, I'm watching every contract. She said, they're going to have to burn me out. And she's like, shh. She told her, don't say that. Get out in the atmosphere. They'll do it. She said, nope. If they burn me out, they're going to have to burn everybody out. So, no. What they're going to do is try to go at it from the contracts. And she said, I got all them I's and T's on that contract. And they're going to have hell trying to get me out of here.
Right.
And they try everything. They try
because that can work. That becomes a part of your net worth, and it's just a horrible situation. With how much the rent is in Cali, man. That's insane. In Mississippi, you know how much rent is for a 2-bedroom, upstairs, downstairs, 2-bathroom?
300.
About 300.
300. Oh, dang! I need to move to Mississippi.
In the rural area, I was like 300. Like somebody told me what they were. I'm like, dang! I said, is it something discount? Like, no. Like they had a strip of land and somebody built like a 2 apartment strips on it and just charged 300. Now in New Orleans, it went up. It used to be $550 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, $650. You living in a damn near condo. And now it's about $800 or $900 now for that 1-bedroom.
Shoots.
All right, that's a big deal. Oh, hey, Fred Sanford actually. Yeah, Fred. That stock Cash App investment. My channel, man, is I decided not to get into that gender war stuff and all that. My thing when I came to YouTube was to try to help Black folks, to show them that you can start investing your own money and start building your own portfolios. You don't need that white boy with the coat and suit and tie on to show you how to invest your money. You want to invest some of it yourself. So I started showing my friends. I live in New Orleans, so I have a we got a lot of service industry people, and they didn't have 401ks and retirement plan like I did at UPS at one time. So nowadays you can actually, start building your own, Roth IRA or your own small portfolio. And I just show people how to invest $50 to $200 a month. And one of the videos I made 41% on my return. That was beating the market and most of the professionals. And I've been doing this for about 10, 15 years. So when I got to YouTube, I used to just make YouTube videos just to show them on my Facebook page, because I have a Facebook group with about 500 to 600 members. I just keep it locked off. I don't want to get it bigger than that. And I answer their questions. I do Zoom calls and stuff like that. And just follow along. I invest for my daughter so they can have something, so when they get older, they can have some dividends and get an advantage like some of these white kids. I know some white folks that don't have no money issue, even, because they already set up. So I want to do my daughter like, have my daughters in a situation like, Paris Hilton, them who just get dividend residuals off the stocks handed down from their grandparents for owning Hilton hotels. Now I might not be on that level, but I want to definitely get something set up that she go be invested in some of these long-term companies so that she can get a car at 16 and drive to school. Or they can get some money coming in and they don't have no overhead for rent and mortgages and leases and stuff like that. I know several white people, they never had to pay for their houses. It was given to them. The grandma in the past, the family gave it you can just take the house. The advantage of not having to pay rent or lease, that's big. That's a hell of an advantage.
Yeah. I knew a young guy in his at the time he was like in his mid to late 20s, and I don't know what it occurred to him because he worked offshore a lot. he decided, I'm tired of paying rent and stuff like that. So he brought a house. He went over it with his dad. It had strong bones, but everything else was just messed up. It had his dad told he said the house had, and he had his dad double check because his dad is better at inspection than he is.
Yeah.
It had strong bones. It had no mold, but there was some work that needed to be done.
Right. As long as the
Him,
foundation not
dad, and his
cracked or shook,
brothers,
you
they
would.
fixed up that house. And so he started that, and he was paying the mortgage on it. Shooks, it cost so little that he was finished with his mortgage in about, I think, a couple of years. But it was a small house, and at the time his girlfriend was pregnant, so he got him another house, and he sold that one and fixed it up, and he made so much money flipping that original house. I mean, selling that original house, he decided to do it as his side thing, and he would go in business with his dad and his brothers. They would He would buy the property, because his credit was better his than his brothers, and his dad was not going to be risking his credit to buy a house. He only wanted the house that he's living on. That's the only house he was buying, and they worked at it together.
Yeah, Dad, like I help y'all, but I ain't putting I worked hard for my name.
Yeah. So since he had the better credit, he would buy the property. His father would inspect it. As I say, even though he knew his dad was better, and not to mention his dad had more time because his dad was retired. So his father, he would have his father look over the house, see if, as he said, it has a strong foundation, bones, what work needs to be done and stuff like that. And his dad would tell him, because his dad had almost like a photographic memory for this stuff, but he wouldn't write nothing down. He's like, Dad, you need to write some of this stuff down. If something happened to you, I'm Chris, you'll be fine. I taught you everything you know. You just need to trust your own judgment. He said, yeah, but until you go, I'm going to trust yours better than mine. I bow down to the more experienced and elder. Right. I was laughing when they were telling me the story, because he said, "Oh, you bow down to me about that, but nothing else." But I was laughing about that. Yeah, and so once they got the second house that he wanted done, he started looking around. So he would look around when he was off from offshore, spot it out, have his dad inspect it, make a bid on. Some of them they just needed the bid on, pay the bid or pay the taxes on it and stuff like that, and they would fix it up.
That'll work.
Yeah,
the fixing it up is to have the battle.
And there's been a couple of houses where he couldn't flip it. He became a landlord. One house he couldn't flip,
that'll work. Rent it.
He rented it out to his brothers. Another house he couldn't flip, when the things didn't work out with him and his girlfriend, he let her and his child have that house. And, and he was going to be on paper like their landlord, but technically she didn't pay no rent. He paid all the utilities and all that other stuff.
Look, Dane, I know a dude who had 2 children with his girlfriend. He brought a house, had her move in. They wasn't married. Had her move in with the 2 children, stayed on Section 8, right? They was on Section 8, and he lived there. Right? The government paid off that house. The house, he bought it for $75,000. It sold for $200,000. He dropped it on a $400,000 house.
Oh yeah. One of his friends was trying to talk him into, because he was running into more and more houses where he couldn't flip them. They weren't being brought. And
that could have been a housing market then. Yeah, like right now you can't. If you got a house, it ain't gonna last long at all. They got a line standing out the door trying to get some housing these days.
Yeah, but but he was trying to sell. So he started becoming
Yeah.
start renting, but he was having trouble with some of the renters. One of them happened to be his brothers. uh, they were trying to, like, do the Section 8. They said, you know how to get the house gonna be up to code and all that stuff. They just want the house to be up to code and all that other stuff, and you to keep up it and stuff like that. And hey, you can put your dad down as your management of your property while you're working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got all kind of stuff to get the system right, and that's
Yeah.
what I've been trying to bring to black folks. Look, man, I did this, and I use my own. I did this, and this, y'all. Or like when I've been working, I was, on the show Queen Sugar, right?
Mhm.
Oprah Winfrey movie on Hulu, right?
Oh, okay.
7 seasons on that. So I got hired to do the last season, and it just ended about a month ago. I went live and showed and introduced. I went live on when I was there. I went live on Bomb Channel and let us show how all the filming. I made some videos showing how all that works. And the reason for me doing that, because it's down here in New Orleans, I'm like, look, man, they got jobs here, this, and this. They got truck drivers. They're paying $38 an hour. They ain't got to do shit but pull up and park. They got PAs. They got young people making money in this industry. And now that it just hit the South, Atlanta, New Orleans, Carolina, Mississippi, okay, we need to get on that, because when you make it moving, now that we got the black movie industry bumping with Tyler
Mhm.
Perry Studios, Oprah got a studio, then they got another brother just brought 20 acres of land
Mhm.
in New Orleans. He go have a studio. Now we can make our own movies and put
Right.
our own story out, so we can, it's a damn shame though, Dane, that there's only 3 love stories that I can think of with black people in it. That's Love and Basketball,
Mhm.
Eve Bayou, and
Uh-huh.
Drumline.
Wait a minute. I thought Eve Bayou is more of a drama than it
Yeah,
is.
your boy brought the drama to the brother did, but he loved Jada Pinkett in that movie. Yeah, but that was a little drama. But yeah, just regular old love stories without the drama. That's hard
Mhm.
to find.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
So we
yeah.
can do it ourselves instead of having to have some other people demonize us and have men wearing damn skirts around thinking it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Savage say, what do you think about the migration of blacks moving to the South over the past 10 years, especially from California? What do you think it's causing them to move? I think I like it. A lot of people moving to the South, man,
Yeah,
because it's so cheaper. It's
yeah.
just cheap,
Cheaper, cheaper.
right?
As I said earlier, my
Right.
cousin and her husband, when they came down, what was it? I forgot what they came down for. I think it was a class reunion, and her husband was almost causing a wreck because he was constantly surprised about these houses um that was for sale, that if they were in California would
Yeah,
be
be worth a half a million.
half a million in some cases. And you're
Yeah.
like,
Right. And even the people that I work with in the filming industry, some of them done came from California, right?
mhm,
They have a house in California. They was like, well, I was gonna be here for 2 or 3 seasons, so I just bought a house here.
mhm.
It don't even cost a quarter of what my house costs. I'm like, oh, I better do it. They just keep it and rent it.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
and with the 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 hate the determination of certain people to get black folks out.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Now it's easier. It's what I'm understanding, Dane. It's easier to live in the South than it is up there around, up in, East Coast, New York, Brooklyn. I did not realize they had y'all corralled in the major city and they won't let y'all move out, like
what?
to the
What
white
you mean they
area.
won't let them move out?
Well, like they were saying, like, like they got certain areas around the city they just ain't gonna let black people move into.
Whoa, that be
Or
make
they'll
me
raise
more
the
determined to
price,
move
jack
out.
the price up, or make it hard for black folks to sell their houses. I don't know the dynamics of it, but the guy was telling me that. He said, no, around this area, they ain't gonna let black folks move. I'm like, what, damn, how many people? It seemed like, to me, it always seemed like they always have a lot of condos and not a lot of houses. I'm talking about
Mhm.
black folks,
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
apartments. So I was asking one dude, I say, okay, I understand why it's just y'all just about money, 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 get the money, make money, get your grind on. I get it because of the proximity that y'all live in. But here we were like, when we go buy a house, these boys come go play football. The first thing they want to do is buy their mama a house,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and stuff like that. But they just got a lot of people. We on flat land. I ain't see a mountain till I was 29 years old when I went there, you know, so it's real laid out. So for Fred Sanford, yeah, man, one of the things I suggest people do, black folks do, you can Google top 100, top 10 places for black folks to live. And they're gonna come out with some good areas that in Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. Also I would suggest people like if they got a Tesla plant or Amazon plant, that's a good, good middle class job. If you're gonna move, you can move right into that. Get the job before you move. Or if you can work from home, that's wonderful, and you can just move where you like. But there's a lot of people are moving down here.
If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known that. Oh my goodness. No, that's not good. Okay, but then we're gonna end up having a new great migration of black folks. Before it was the South moving up north for the jobs. Well, shoots, now it's time to come back where the housing opportunities.
Well, yeah, they escaped the South during Jim Crow and slavery. Yeah, everybody left. But yeah, it's just different now. And now the hardest thing for California folks, Fred, is I always get my friends say, I ain't never leaving California. I love the weather. I ain't going nowhere. I don't care how much it costs. I get it.
Yeah. But those are the hardcore ones. Excuse me?
Right. He said they moved from California to Florida. That's the best decision.
Yeah. All right. So the Great Migration. Yeah, even the Black Knight was saying because his truck driving, he got to see everywhere that he was considered if he's to move south or Louisiana, it would be Alexandria.
Yeah, that's right there by Texas, so that ain't no bad deal. That's not a bad deal. You get a lot of land for listen, which you probably can buy a house with a big backyard for 160,000, 140,000. 3-bedroom house, garage, 2 bathroom. My particular house is a 3-bedroom house, 2 bathroom, 2 full bathroom garage with a closed-in yard, and it would cost 70,000 back
then. Dang. Okay.
Like right now, the value is appreciated.
Did you say 2 stories? Is it 2 floors?
No. 3-bedroom, 2 full bathrooms.
No, man. I mean, is it all on one floor? Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I said 3-story. 3 bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, 3 bedrooms, 2 full bathroom, and a garage with a nice closed-in backyard.
It's all on one floor, right?
Yeah, it's a single home, single-story home.
Okay, yeah. I'm kind of prejudiced about 2-story homes. I don't really care for them.
Walking up the stairs.
Oh, them stairs.
Just when you're tired.
And I saw how hard it was for my grandparents, going up them stairs and stuff like that. On top of that, and it's like,
especially when you get older, you ain't gonna be trying to get up them stairs.
Yeah.
Fred says, I hope we could cut down. He's talking about the filming industry with the black filming. I hope we can cut down on some of those alphabet themed shows and movies.
Yeah.
I accidentally saw some of the P-Valley. Oh yeah. Well, I can tell you now, Fred. Even though black folks are going to, even though black folks are going to have their voice in it, they're going to be a whole lot of that because the black L community is pushing that hard. They're pushing that hard, and then they're gonna have a lot of black. Let's take the place I work for, the studio I work for, Oprah Studio in New Orleans. She said, and listen to this. I want you to listen, Black Knight. This struck me wrong. I had to talk to one of the directors. Black lady I was talking to. And most of the directors from California. right? But the thing is, the way it's set up, Night, is that
Mhm.
it's for women. Minority women can come, and they got like a little circuit where they can all fume. Queen Sugar is fumed by all women mainly,
Right.
and they got different directors come in that are females. Now it's supposed to be for minorities, right? That's fine. But who you think the minorities are? Black, white, Hispanic, Asian. No black. See when they throw that in, that's for every damn body, for all the
It
women,
is. It
right? And
is.
that's kind of like, oh, come on now. So our own people not they going for the women shit. Black women pushing for women's rights.
But I really don't have a problem with black women doing it. Black men need to start doing their thing and stop being concerned about women. We got to get our heads together, okay, and get our two belts on. We need to start building it better. We got to get together in the middle of the block like we used to do back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Get together in the middle of the block. Who gonna do what? Who gonna do this? Who gonna do that? We got to start working together again. Black men need to start rebuilding that camaraderie with each other, that being able to rely on each other, and a lot of that comes with working together.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Let's do a project together. Let's all get together. And I don't care if we build a big ass dollhouse. Let's just get a project done so we can get that camaraderie back, so we can get used to counting on each other.
Dollhouse.
Right. So we can get
I
our
think the
shit
last
together.
power move that black men had was the Million Man March, and that's the last power move we had.
Some of that was all right, but I was tripping, being like, I didn't even understand what was going on really. Like, a lot of stuff had to be explained to me because my head was spinning when I was over there.
Mm.
I had no idea what was going on, man, and because the speakers, man, they were all over the place.
Right.
It wasn't no real focus on. I mean, you got 2 or 3 speakers that come and be like, well, black men got to get their act together. We got to do our own thing. Okay, but nobody is saying, okay, well, what are we going to do? Are we going to go build a tennis court? Somebody to tell us, what are we going to do?
Right. The showing is enough.
Yeah. I mean, okay, you got a million man here. That's great. Now, what you know what I would have did? I would have brought a million men to a project, an old warehouse or something, like an old apartment complex, right? And I would have had materials there, and I would have been telling them, look, we need 1 million men to come help us build this project. Come with your 2 belts, your know-how, whatever you can do. Trust me, we got something for everybody.
Our old president is still doing it. Or Jimmy, he did it forever.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see. Black men got to work together to build a trust in each other. We're at our best when we're working together.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's how black men build bonds, working together. I told you on the block, right, I grew up in, nobody called outside contractors for nothing. Everybody on the block knew how to fix something. Mm-hmm. We had cats. We have fathers who can work on cars. We have fathers who can do sheetrock, cement, stairs, your back porch, wood, everything.
Mm-hmm. And then same thing in my neighborhood. We got mechanics that used to be mechanics at the other shop, but the neighborhood, you could bring your car over there in the neighborhood, he'll fix it. Mm-hmm. Certified mechanic be doing it in the neighborhood.
And it's cool. It's a cool atmosphere when you're working with your brothers. Everybody working, cutting wood, putting in studs or whatever. We laughing and joking, and we got that camaraderie going. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? We working together, man. We got to get back to that. Negroes ain't working. They ain't working together. Yeah. I don't see Negroes working together nowhere. I see them working with everybody else. We got to come together and work on a project for each other. Okay. Mm-hmm. But listen, I heard y'all talking about the South, right? Yeah, I'm with that. My spot, Kev, I liked them. When I went out there for the first time, I had to take a load out there. Yeah, I really fell in love with Alexandria, man. I really connected to the black folks out there. For some reason, I just connected to them, man. It was like going back in the 70s, man. Like, okay, you know what? These are kind of black folks, I'm used to growing up around, and I just fit right in
And
over
see the
there.
thing about Alexandria, you right there,
Mm-hmm.
you right there by
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you right there by Texas. You can shoot right there to
Uh,
New Orleans, Dallas there,
yeah.
Houston there,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Arkansas
Yeah.
right there. So you can
Yeah.
get out. I mean, you right everything damn near what, an hour away, if that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
if
really
that.
cool. I was really feeling the black folks there. I was talking to a few of them, man. Just regular black folk, man, trying to get by, man. They black, they doing what they got to do to get by, and and I really enjoyed myself out there, man. Talking to a lot of brothers and sisters out there. I was sitting outside my truck. They stopped by because the place I had to go to, I had to park partially on the sidewalk. I had to back up on the sidewalk and then do like a jackknife into the street. So I was pretty much blocking a lot of shit except for traffic. And so they would come down the walkway. You'll see me sitting on my truck. And, hey, bro, that's your truck? Yeah. We get to talking, man. Just cool black folk, man. I just really connected to them,
See,
man.
we go acknowledge it down here, man. I went to
Uh-huh.
Chicago. You say good morning, good evening. People looked at me like I was crazy. You're like, yeah, like, well, you're
Nah.
right. We speak.
Yeah.
We're more. We'll talk to him, but we're welcoming people. Always was.
Yeah, man.
Damn, sometimes too damn welcoming.
Yeah, I was telling Dame about it because Dame don't live too far. She lived down the street on, was it 90, Dame? 190? You live down 190, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was telling her, I said, wow, Alexandria, man, was where it was at for me. I really
Right.
connected to them black folks because they kind of like remind me of the black folks I grew up with. Very high quality, cool people, not bother nobody, man, trying to make ends meet, going to and from, man, trying to make it by the best they can, man. I really connected to that,
Right.
you know.
And they live longer, man. Yeah, out to
Yeah.
hustle and bustle. But see, it's the way some people live is not sexy to America. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Instead of just humble and just being humble, a lot of people get into YouTube, mainstream America, and the influence of damn superstars in Hollywood is ridiculous on black people. I have to really tell some of these people, listen, I met these actors. They don't look better than, I had to tell the women, they don't look better than y'all. They don't. They ain't got nothing on y'all. The women you the women you see on TV, they got caked on makeup, and they don't look as appealing as the average person. They look like the average person for the most part. But when you got extra special lighting and makeup artists around the whole time in the camera making you look good, that's what make them look good. Y'all, I told them y'all look the same way as they do. Stop putting them on the poster like that.
See, a lot of people don't realize we got so many cultures within this one culture overall. See, I want to be able to go anywhere in this country where my black people are and enjoy the culture there. You see what I'm saying? Enjoy the food, enjoy the culture there. And just hang out with my black people and not be afraid to go where black people are. You know what I'm saying? I want to go anywhere in this country where there's black folk and enjoy the black culture there. All the black culture, the sub-black cultures are different from state to state.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We share an overall culture, but there's a lot of subcultures in there. You know what I'm saying? Like Louisiana is rich with subculture. So is North Carolina and Georgia.
Virginia may have some too.
Yeah. And so and Alabama. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to go down there. I want to go down there and eat some deer meat. I want to go down, get some deer sausage. I want to go try all these different things with my people in these different areas and experience
they got
the
all
culture
kinds
there.
of festivals and stuff like that too, man.
Yeah.
Music.
That's my dream, man. Rather than us fighting each other.
Man. The same concerts y'all go to, we go to a park or a main event. It's like $40 to see
Oh man, I was in
It was like $40 to see Stevie Wonder, and Prince came. I mean, that last Essence Fest was like $65. Janet Jackson there, and the whole.
I was telling Dan, Louisiana is like the king, man, the king of the food and seafood, because y'all also got a seafood like part of the state that deals with nothing but seafood. I went out there. It's down there by Procter. What was it? Procter and Gamble is over there by Baton Rouge. somewhere around there. It's a little further away, but it's an area around there, right? Where they man, they just kill seafood, bro.
They pulling it
I
out
mean
the
the
water. They pulling
oh
it
my
out the water,
god,
man. That's all Bayou
oh my
Town.
god,
That's fresh. It ain't
dude.
frozen. That's
The
fresh.
fisheries, that do the fish and fries, dude. The lines are out in the street
Mm.
and down the block.
Yeah.
They're down the block out the street, and then they just keep making fish. And man, I went in there, I finally got me a fish. Oh man, too. I had a whiting sandwich. Oh, I still remember that sandwich, bro. I had three nice sized pieces of whitey, cooked to
Yeah, they ain't
perfection,
skimping on the seafood,
seasoned.
man. They gonna load you up.
Oh man, oh
One
dude,
of my
man.
partners came from out of town, Max. He got a pull boy and a sandwich. He was standing out.
Oh
He
my
ain't
God,
man. I'm gonna
Louisiana.
stand up and eat this one, man.
That's my number one spot, man. I was on the road driving. When I knew I was going to Louisiana, I wouldn't eat for a couple of days until I got there. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I wouldn't eat. Damon tell you? I said, yeah,
Oh,
man, I
yeah.
get ready to come to Louisiana. I wouldn't even eat until I got there. Because I got to get my gumbo. I got to get my boudin. You know what I'm saying? And then it depending on where I'm at, either Hammond. I think, is it Roberts or Robinson, Louisiana? So y'all got like I don't know because it's been so long ago because I only been there like I think
Well,
twice in my whole career.
Hammond is down. You call it? Yeah. So
Yeah, I know
you
what Hammond.
coming down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying
So
to
you
figure out where
coming
I'm
down
at.
south. You hit the
Mhm.
Baton now. That's when you hit all the seafood by
Yeah.
Right. Shreveport don't have it like we do because we got the Gulf right here in the swampland. That's where it comes from. You know, we got
Yeah, that's where Jason Black's from. Jason Black's from Shreveport.
right. So you
Yeah,
got that.
Rodney's from Hammond area.
Moses from Shreveport.
Wait, but listen, isn't there a Roberts, Louisiana? Is there a
No,
Roberts?
there's a Roberts Cole, but not Roberts.
Okay, it's not a Roberts. Okay, I know it's somewhere out there. I know Procter and Gamble ain't far from there. Man, they was just murdering the seafood, dog. It was unreal. Lines were down the street. They just stayed like that until they closed, man. They actually had to close up with people in line. That's how bad it was. They actually had to close up with people in line. And then a guy would come out and he would cut the line off and say, okay, we're done right here. Okay. And then somebody would sit out there and say, they're not accepting no more people in line. That's how good that food was, man. Those fish sandwiches.
Okay, well, it turns out there is a Roberts, Louisiana on 190.
Yeah, you talking about around Opelousas and stuff like that, huh, man?
No, this is in
Alexander?
No, it's what's that parish? I want to say Topeka, but that's not it.
Is it around Lake Charles, Lafayette?
It looks like it's a little closer to Lake Charles. Let me open that up. Okay.
Could be.
Okay, it's on 190. Let's see. Let me pull back a little bit. Okay, it's like on its way to Hammond.
Okay.
On 190. Probably, yeah, it's like on the way to Hammond. On 190 going east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's near.
You right. Yeah, it's between Baton Rouge and Hammond.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you was on Highway 12, probably.
No. Oh well. If he was at
Highway 12,
Louisiana, he was on Highway 190.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Highway 190 bring you from Opelousas to Baton Rouge, and then it switch. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What? Yeah, 12 does run parallel to it.
Yeah. Okay, so you went through Baton Rouge, in between Baton Rouge and Hammond. Yeah, he went that far. Baton Rouge is about 40 minutes from me.
Yeah, between Covenant.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll be mad too, man, because they be shorting you on the gumbo. I finally found a spot, man, that gives me a nice size gumbo. Finally found me a spot. Because
Mm-hmm.
before that, yeah, man, they kept giving me these little cups and shit. Man, I was like, nah, I need a big, and a large cup wouldn't really, you know what I'm
I need a
saying? Like, nah, I
bowl.
ain't fucking around. Yeah, I need a bowl. I finally found me a spot that gave me a good size, gumbo.
But take
And
out
I like the way they do red fish out there too, man. Red fish, that was off the hook too. Um, yeah, man, I got it. Yo, Louisiana's king, man. You don't get any better than them. Mississippi, I swear they taught y'all everything, though. I got a friend named Reggie from Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all be,
You
yeah, he from
well,
Mississippi,
you had them
man.
old, you had them old Cajun and French that came up with some
uh,
stuff too. Now the
uh,
Mississippi brought it for the blacks. The other one was a
uh,
melting pot with Spanish, French, and all that. So those Cajuns and
uh.
Creoles, they can throw down.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my man on him. Then I got a friend named Reggie, man. He from Jackson,
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi. I'm gonna get him up
Yeah,
here one day, cat with you. What? Now he Mississippi. He hardcore Mississippi, man.
I know you have to tell me. I'm
Yeah.
right there in Hattiesburg. My family's from Hattiesburg,
mm-hmm.
Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
My
Yeah, man.
stepmother still work on the campus of USM.
Yeah, y'all like him, man. He real country. It's me and him always argued about shit between the South and the North. But we good
Okay.
friends, so he like my brother.
You ain't gonna win that argument, man.
I
Because
know
every time
I can't win it with him. Can't win it with him. I be giving up. I'm like, man, you crazy, man. He be like, you know. I mean, one time he told me, but he said he don't like New York. I said, why not? He said because the buildings are too big. I'm like, come on, bro. He said, why y'all live up in the air like that? I'm like, I don't see no big deal, with it. I'm like, why y'all live on the ground like that? So we always going back and forth about shit like that. You know.
we were looking at y'all like, man, y'all got to go way up there, man, just to
But
go
that's my
home.
dude, though. That's my man's, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But he's imagining going up the stairs. Be like, hey, what y'all gonna do if the elevator break down? You gotta go up and down the stairs.
Right.
Y'all got like,
Yeah, we saw good times when Florida had to carry them groceries up them stairs.
Now Mississippi can burn too. I call y'all 1A and 1B. You know what I'm saying? They can burn too now.
Mm-hmm.
They can get it in, yeah. Oh yeah, man, they can get it in too.
On the border across there.
Yeah, but after Mississippi and after Louisiana, Mississippi, everybody else kind of like in a distant pack. Now I'm gonna tell you who shocked me, man. Florida kind of surprised me. I didn't know Florida can cook like that, but somebody told me a lot of
black
people from
folks there, a
Georgia.
lot of seafood,
Yeah.
A lot of seafood.
Yes. Somebody told me a lot of people from Georgia moved down there. You know what I'm saying? When Georgia was on the map. Yeah, when Georgia was on the map. The Georgia people there now blame shit on the transplants or why the food is bad around Atlanta. They blame it on the transplants. Yeah.
Well, see, this is the thing. When you have that big ass influx of people coming to Atlanta, and they've been doing it since the 1980s, just because the fact that you had Morris Brown, Clark, Spelman, and Morehouse universities right there within the, everything on Peach, right? So, and think about the times what was on television back then. That was the Cosby Show. So, Atlanta was the Cosby town. And a lot of those people stayed there for generations. Now you don't have your authentic locals born and raised and groomed there. So it changes a little bit.
Yeah, he put that on the map. They had Hillman, all that. And then Spike came with School Days. That was Morehouse. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, they put them schools on the map.
What?
I remember. But you know what? Morehouse is messed up now, man. They messed up now. They got these prancer elites all over there. They done took that school. They done poisoned. They done ruined that school's reputation.
Oh, I thought you was gonna be talking about now they allowing they having white students on the school going to school.
They got some down here at Xavier, Dane. Like Xavier University in Dillon, they got a lot of. So what Xavier has pharmacy, and there's only two pharmacy schools in Louisiana. I think one is Holy Cross and one is Xavier University. So people travel the globe just to go there for pharmacy.
Yeah. And Southern Uh, let me see. I think Southern's lawyers and doctors.
Mm-hmm. Southern got some lawyers, nurses, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They put out a lot of lawyers.
Hmm.
They had a little scandal for a while.
Mm.
And the scandal
Morehouse.
was people was paying for their law degrees.
Oh.
It was paying for their law
You know,
degrees.
I was looking at something. We're gonna do a show on that. While I was looking at these athletes, man, you know how they let them just walk right out of college without getting an education
Hmm.
because they're talented.
Mm,
I was
yeah,
looking
that's
at
kind of
Julie. I
it
was
needs
looking
to
at,
slack down a little bit though, Knight, because you
but
remember
you know,
what your boy from Washington Redskins got up there on national
yeah,
TV.
Dexter Manley.
Dexter, yeah.
Yeah, Dexter Manley. But you know what? They're doing it to white athletes too.
Oh, they've been
Oh
doing
You
that.
know,
yeah, oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You got dumbass white athletes with degrees that they can't back up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Mowing
John
lawns.
Elway was like that.
Yeah. You know, and it ain't just black. You see, they want you to think everything is black people. It's
Hmm.
Mm.
not. White folks are dumb too. They dumb. That's
Right.
one thing RBR
Is
got
one of
right.
the first. This is one of the first wars that I've known that they didn't blame on some damn Muslim or brown
Yeah,
people.
exactly.
The
RBR
first
is right
war.
about that. They the dumbest. You know, they are. And I was in the military with a lot of them, and they're not smart like that.
No.
What they do very well is that they think very well in a group. Now, if you let them group together, you're gonna have problems.
Hmm.
You're gonna have problems. But individually, they ain't built like that. They
No.
ain't built like
No.
that. No.
No. That's why they either in uniform, police uniform, or they got the
Yeah.
mob up on somebody.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Right.
And a lot of times when they ask you what something means, you think they're being sarcastic because you think that they're smart. No, they're being realistic because they don't know
No,
what
they
it
don't
means.
know.
No, I
They
always
don't
treat
even
them
know
like they don't know what
they
it
don't even
means.
know
Yeah.
American history.
No. A lot of them
Hmm.
don't even know the Constitution. You know, they violating Constitution. That's what my man was saying. They're too stupid to even understand the Constitution. That's why they keep violating people's rights. They don't know the Constitution.
Shoot, they don't
Right.
even know their
You
own
can bring
state.
them all the way down to this. Did Christopher Columbus discover America?
No, he didn't.
We know we gonna say no. They get stuck.
Hmm.
You
But
mean to tell me they had Native Americans here and you stuck not understand? Well, in history, he discovered America. For you, man, come on, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Man, F out of here, man.
well, if
Hey,
they
you
get
know,
stuck,
come
that
on,
means
man.
they know something is off. It's the ones that don't get stuck and they answer yeah. That's the one that is just well. Oh, what is that?
That's me. Hold on. I'll be back later, Dane, if you're still
Okay.
on. I take
All
care of
right.
Right.
something.
Yeah. Oh no, I was treating them like they didn't know. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
but
yeah.
see, I did the opposite. Look, so when I get to them, and like I had, like, give you an example, a supervisor trying to explain something to me on a new supervisor, and I've been on the damn job for many moons, but he trying to explain something to me, he never done this shit,
Uh-huh.
and you're like, and then you got to do like this, and this. I said, oh yeah, really? How you do that again? Yeah, I let him do it. And I let him think we stupid. I let him think we stupid,
Oh,
right?
okay. You talking about on the
Yeah, I let them think we
yeah.
dumb.
Mhm.
Right. I let them think we dumb because you know why? They give us the advantage. They'll never see us coming. We
Oh
know
yeah.
we ain't dumb. Let them think what they want. I don't care what they think, for the most
Oh
part.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They not, they're not call us stupid. Let them think we inferior. And that's how we go sneak up on it. Because see, right now, Dane, I feel like the glass is half full for black folks.
Uh-huh.
I know the whole dating situation messed up, but a lot of people like to throw stuff out there like we don't have black businesses, y'all not building nothing, and such and such. And we got construction companies, we got banks, we're putting out a number of nurses. We dominating the whole sports thing. Now, sports might not be your thing, but that's a whole lot of money going to black homes.
Uh-huh.
Now, in the college football, now for the young brothers, you can market yourself. They got to pay you to go to college now to play ball for them. None of that free playing ball for nothing,
Uh-huh.
right? And you can endorse yourself. You can go get your own Nike deal before you go to college. Before you couldn't.
Right.
So that's just now making the money is one thing, knowing what to do. I think we're a lot smarter with that because I'm looking at rappers buy 20 acres of land. I'm looking at everybody trying to be independent or be entrepreneurs,
Yeah.
just in general. Uh, Now that we got the internet age, you can teach yourself anything you want. I personally brush up on everything and fine tune everything with my daughter's education because I got a computer now. You got
Uh-huh.
Mrs. Beacon. I can start showing her how to do some, Spanish. We can go review some books. I can go online to Esty and order, go to the black section with black section with black female authors and get one of
Uh-huh.
their books instead of the shit that I got to go in Walmart and get
Uh-huh.
like the old days, when you
Yeah.
had Amazon.com got a black author section. One of the books I just got was Love My Hair, black author. My daughter
Yeah.
could relate because he has big hair, big curly hairs. He got big hair and it's
Yeah.
naturally curled. Things like that we need to install or whatever. We boys ain't had no damn black superheroes. That makes a difference. Look, kids. I mean, you had a one or two. Most people didn't know Black Panther is an very old comic book. They thought
Yeah.
that was something new. No, yeah, that,
Really?
that was,
Okay.
yeah, that's an
Yeah. Okay.
old.
Oh yeah, I know.
See,
I knew it was old. I just didn't know they thought it was something new.
yeah, a lot of
I
people
ain't
thought that
kept
was
up
new.
with it. The
Right.
last time I read anything, Storm was supposed to be married to the the Black Panther, and she had some kind of amnesia. That was the last time I read the comics. Yeah, she
Right.
had it so bad she didn't even know that she can control the weather. It's
Mm.
like it was a coincidence that she would just happen to
Yeah,
be.
when you first learn. I could do that. So now we could reach out. I mean, it was a hard problem back in the days to get a business loan in Mississippi, Alabama, and all that because the white boys owned the banks.
Mhm.
The farmers couldn't get that. They railroaded a lot of the farmers and foreclosed on their shit. Now we can reach out to a black bank.
Mhm.
And so when I tell some of these super pro-black people want to be pretending to be pro-black, and I asked one of them, and we was going through politics and everything like that, and he was like, I said, well, I changed my bank and moved my money to a black bank, especially after what happened in 2012 with JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and a whole bunch of other ones, Wells Fargo, when
Mhm.
Obama had them all plead guilty to charging minorities more interest rate on home loans, student loans, and business loans. They
Yeah.
pled guilty. The guy goes, "Oh yeah, I remember that." He said, "Yeah, that was something else. They was dirty." I said, "Who you bank with? Chase? You ain't move your money? No, okay, but you pro black. They got a black bank down the street. I moved mine, and if you can't get to one, you can open an online account.
Mhm.
I've been waiting, So whatever I can do, a percentage of whatever I buy, I look for black business first.
Uh-huh.
We could do that as individuals to make step one and start regenerating some of our own money, like some of these other cultures doing. And I'm a firm believer we don't need white folks. And I told one dude, I was having a conversation, and I said, dude, what's the one thing? I'm talking to a white boy. I think I was talking to JB Gunner. Gunner type, right?
Uh-huh.
It wasn't Gunner, it was Gunner type. I said, what's the one thing that black folks, what's the one or two things that black folks always ask for? What do black folks want? He was the thinking and going through. I said, no, all black folks ever asked for was equality. And that's a problem for America.
Uh-huh.
Equality and leave us to hell alone. I said the F word, but leave us to get the police off our ass and equality. We don't need nothing else from you.
Mhm.
And I said, now, out of all the years, out of all the protests, out of all the MLK, y'all can't, it's equality. But that's a problem for y'all. He just kind of looked like, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, well, yeah, that's black people problem in a nutshell. Leave us alone. We'll work our own stuff out. A lot of that tension, frustration It comes from those Jim Crow laws and them constantly on our behind.
Right.
And it was done by design.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you go back and I'm looking at some of these black dudes talking about voting for Donald Trump. How you gonna vote for Donald Trump, man? Okay, oh well, I'm conservative. Okay, well now it's not the time to be conservative. That's why I've what RB. No, I'm 100% with that. No, you can't be conservative now. Now with this racist white boy, well, what makes you think he's racist? When he owned Taj Mahal, he had all the blacks and minorities working the back because he did not want them on the floor of his casino. He didn't want to rent or sell his property or condos to any minorities or blacks. He used the word nigger on a frequent basis, and that was a testimony from his secretary and the people that worked with him. His lawyers said he was racist. His daddy got arrested with the Klan in 1929, marching on, at a rally. So, and
Mm-hmm.
go on. His first wife said he had a copy of Mein Kampf. He kept on the side of his nightstand and read it religiously. Mein Kampf is Hitler's book, My Pain, My Struggle. And now look what he's doing. The first thing he get up there and say, "Well, my dad was born in Germany." We know it now because he's trying to make that connection. That's some European shit. Then he also trying to. And I went through a whole list of shit, of racist things that's on paper, and they still don't want to take it. So man, get the fuck, man, get on. And this a black dude. I'm trying not to correct name. This a black dude talking about he conservative. Man, get the hell out of here. So you would just bypass all that history. The man is also he just funded a private military, Blackwater, and also released. That's the same people that were shooting us during Hurricane Katrina, along with the police. And then he just pardoned their leader. That was one of the dudes he pardoned. And he also funded a private military. You remember out in Portland when they was arresting people and zip tying them? They were like, that's not even the police or the federal government. And they were throwing them in vans.
Uh-huh.
He was getting that's Blackwater. And
What?
he's funded now with the military trucks and everything, man. So, I'm just watching the moves that he made. You can lie your way through shit. If you can, propaganda works, and that's what he was using, propaganda. Hitler used propaganda.
Yep.
And see, a lot of people don't know their history, and I know I like history.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Donald Trump. It wasn't Hitler. Donald Trump a dumbass. White folks know that. Hitler was a junkie. They knew that. But he's the face, but they come with a lot of financial backing. It's the idea. They just leave him up there. They know he's stupid. But a Fortune 500 company, like, yeah, no, he gonna give us some tax breaks. So let's go ahead and endorse him. Whoever go work with us, they know that. It's the money behind it that made the difference and the support. And like RB said, don't forget, record turnout, 73 million white folks voted for Trump the second time around when he lost.
Yeah.
That's after grabbing him by the vagina. That's after all the lies. That's after paying off his prostitute on the side. That's after the corruption. That's after all that. He still turned out for him. That lets you know they don't give a shit who it is. As long as it ain't Obama and them.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna get off this lane. I'm talking a hole in your head.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I can go on what it means, especially on those topics. Oh yeah, Fred Sanford said Deion Sanders is putting Jackson State on the map now that he passed NFL Browns coach Hugh Jackson down at Grambling. Okay, yeah, see that's gonna be a big deal, Fred, and I hope some other brothers come along out the NFL, some popular name brothers, and start going to the HBCUs, right? Because that's gonna put us in the forefront. I mean, Deion took that money and motivating these young black males, right? And talking to them and working with them and somebody they can respect and stuff. Not that other coaches didn't, but when you bring that name and limelight, the money comes, And they was trying to ask Deion, did he want to play one of the top schools, for this year? He like, no, we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that. I got a secondary school. We need some more bigger boys on the offensive and defensive line before we get to that. So he ain't just shooting for the money because you embarrass your students like that. He's trying to build a program.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dane. I'm gonna get off here. I got a little work to do. Fred, I'm gonna make some videos later, man. I'm gonna go get back on the stock game. I've been working, Dane, on that show. You gonna see me in the finale of Queen Sugar.
Okay.
I did what they call stand-in for the two
Mhm.
main characters. Ralph Angel is one of the characters. His real name is Kofi,
Okay.
and Hollywood, and his real name is Omar. Because stand-in mimics everything they do that you see on film. I have to do it first so they can adjust the camera's height, and I'm gonna happen to be the same height and skin tone as them, so
Okay.
they can adjust the lights and everything. Then when the actors come in, everything's set up. So I had to mimic everything, even the love scenes. Dane,
Ah.
I got co-workers. Yeah, my co-workers. She fit the profile of the girlfriend or the wife in there. Like if they lay down, are they hugging, are they face to face kiss? I had to do all that.
Ah. So
How you laughing,
sometimes
man?
the
That's
job don't
work.
become the job.
Don't be laughing at my work.
No, I'm laughing at basically you getting paid to kiss this woman or at least be hugged up with her for the scene
Mhm.
or whatever their scene is and stuff
Mhm.
like that. I guess that's the time when the job don't become just a job anymore. It becomes something you could love. You know what they say? You love your
It's
job, it
still
ain't
a
a job.
job, though. It's still a job. You know why, Dan? You got 20 people in the room with you.
Uh-huh.
You know, two big old cameras, and about 8 people in that same bedroom with you, and big
Mm-hmm.
hot ass lights beaming down on you. If you anything, you gonna start sweating. But I didn't have to really kiss or roll around anything like that. It's more just a profile so they can set it up. When they have a love scene in movies, they'll have everybody go out, just the one cameraman and the one guy that control it, and they film it themselves as a closed thing. And then the directors and them, they'll take out and put what they want in the movie that's appropriate.
Uh-huh.
Right. So
Okay.
it
So
ain't no next
so
free
if
for
there's a
all.
love scene, you don't get to just lie in the bed next to her and hug her. So okay, now
Yeah, I do that, but it's temporary. I have to do that 3 or 4 times. Right, like put it like this: if you see somebody walk from the if I walk in and she laying down or sitting on the bed, and I have to walk up behind her and hug her and something like that, we got to get that profile.
Mhm.
And if we lay down and like we face it, like if you see somebody face to face about to kiss, we'll be almost that close.
Uh-huh.
My arm will be around her, like we might be embraced and just look at each other, and then they'll bring the actors in. I really don't have to go do that kind of thing. It's just like the visual.
Okay. All right. All right. You just kind of now I can't tease you about it no more.
I
Try
don't
to get
I don't want to do a love scene, man. And look, then they have some stuff that they will ask, what they'll do is people can go to mycastingfile.com. Those are what you call those are your booking agents.
uh-huh.
Those are the people that, they can look at your profile. And if they're looking for, like my daughter, they're looking for kids between the age of 8 and 12 to play a scene at a park. And they see my daughter profile, and then they'll call me and say, "Can you make it for this, this, and this?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and the daughter get paid.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I fit the profile of that. Now I'm about to work on another show, but you got to watch some of these shows, Dane. They have some. They have something in there like that says, and I'll share the screen. I'll email it to you. It says something like, "Need black males about 6 foot, about $150 for the day and $100 COVID test. Must be comfortable with wearing leather outfits and face masks."
Uh-oh, that sounds suspicious.
Right. So you can pass on that if you want, or if you say you may be interested, they'll call you, and then they'll go through the details to make sure you're comfortable with it.
Okay, at least they do that. They don't just throw you out in the deep water,
They can't
put
gonna do
you in a
that. People
leather
walk off
outfit
the damn
and
set.
go out there, and then don't tell you, oh, by the way, on this scene, he's gonna come up, grab you, and kiss you. And
You're right. Right, he gonna pick you up by your behind and put you on his waist. And they had another show called Queer as Folks.
Uh-huh.
Right, they had a
Uh-huh.
real problem trying to get people to film that one because it was a hot, steamy gay movie.
Oh yeah.
Right, and see, it's not just black folk. It's there 5 different shows being filmed at one time in New Orleans right now. Twisted Sister, I mean
Uh-huh.
Twisted Metal. That's an old movie. And I'm also, if you look at, they got a movie called Heart of a Lion, and that's the fight between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. Uh, uh,
Oh.
right. The Singleton brothers film in that one, the same ones that made Minister Society, and Forrest Whitaker is the director. He nice. I met him a couple times.
Uh-huh.
Right, so you get to meet these people. They're just everyday people, man. Sit down and eat lunch with the rest of the crew, the cameraman, and the dude that drive the truck. Sit right there, no problem. Now they had a little space because of COVID, and you got to take your COVID test and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're not gonna let you around those actors without being tested for COVID.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, and the
Yeah.
reason for that is, let's say your main actor get COVID. Well, you got to
Mm-hmm.
shut down the whole production or his filming for 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and that costs money. Well, it's
Mm-mm-mm.
always a pleasure talking to you, Dan.
Okay.
Oh,
Same
yeah.
here.
Fred said I was trying to get in the sex scene. It's been nice. I got a nice co-worker, boy. I would date my co-worker. She pretty, right? Pretty older. She got a boyfriend, but pretty older, had kids and stuff like that. Settled in, real humble, live in a
Mm-hmm.
big old house in the back of the woods in
Yeah.
Baker, Louisiana. But she made the commute.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Oh
right,
well.
tell Black that I'll holler at him later. I definitely want to throw that Mexican situation up there to him. I'm like, okay, well, damn, for me living in Louisiana, hold on now, hold on. You got Mexicans firebombing niggas now?
Shoot. Yeah.
Hey,
It,
just
I
flat
said
out
my
doing
cousin.
drive-by and killing innocent people. I heard that on one of the YouTubes. I dug in that myself and called one of my partners. He said, yeah, man, they
Yeah.
deep out here, man. I like, no shit. I like, why? He said,
Well,
nah,
yeah.
I ain't like all this, Kev. They ain't gonna play that down there. It's too many black folks in doing. You saw that Superdome and Convention Center doing Katrina. Boy, they don't have a
Mm-hmm.
chance with the black folk.
Yeah.
Black folk deep rooted, and we ain't going nowhere.
Oh no.
Because we deep rooted in yeah, they ain't
Yeah.
going
Not to
nowhere.
mention, let's see how they do during one hurricane. That's why when I was first coming on YouTube and people from like Chicago and New York, and it was like I was talking about how cold it was in Louisiana, and I tell them it's like 65, and they're like 65 ain't nothing, and stuff like that. I said I need to move to Louisiana. I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. First of all, let's come down during the summer. See if you can handle the heat. Oh,
Yeah.
Chicago has the heat. Nah, 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 not like Louisiana. And don't forget the mosquitoes. He said, we got mosquitoes in Chicago. I said, yeah, right.
I
Tell
like
them.
down here. We in the
Yeah,
moist land, wet bayou.
yeah.
A
Not to
lot of
mention,
people ask why New Orleans don't develop into a major city similar to Chicago and stuff like that. They like, we got a lot of people that moved in and trust me, when that heat hit their ass, they
mm-hmm,
think twice. I
yeah,
just watch the people from California melting, falling out. Not literally, but they're like, man, it's hot. I talked to the main actor, Kofi. He said, man, I'm a California boy, man. I don't know how y'all do it down here. I said, yeah, well, we
mm-hmm,
room for it.
yeah,
But you
yeah.
have that heat is something different. I have friends from Arizona would rather be in Arizona 110-degree heat than the heat and humidity in Louisiana.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to get into arguments with some of my people in Texas about which place was hotter, Texas or Louisiana. And I said, like, y'all got that dry heat. We got that hot, smothering, wet
Stick to
blanket heat.
you, right? And people are like, well, why is it so big here, man? You can't move around here fast, man. Everything is a slow pace, man. It's hot. That's why we believe in hell over here. If this high, we believe in heaven and hell.
Mm-hmm,
I ain't
mm-hmm.
really, Fred asked me, what do you think about WNBA Brittany Griner getting into 9 years prison sitting in Russia? Okay. Well, she was
Kind
in
of
a
feel
bad
bad
spot.
for him. Yeah.
Yeah, she was in a bad spot. You breaking two laws, and then they said a little pot, but from what I've heard, initially she had a whole lot of that shit. And
Well,
then I heard somebody say she just had a vape pen with marijuana. No, I think she had a lot of that. Because they
yeah,
got
because
the charges. Mhm.
yeah, she probably was thinking, I'm going to be over there for so many years. I don't know if they got vape pens or the vape oil or whatever.
No, she was bringing
Um,
it from Russia here.
she was trying to bring it from Russia to over here.
Yeah,
That
see, she
don't
was
make
trying to
no
get on a
sense.
plane in Russia with it and come and fly back home before everything got popping. But because she played basketball in Russia, in
Mm-hmm.
here, she make about 2 million in Russia, and she make almost 1 million here. So she's familiar with Russia, and she
Uh-huh.
was on her way back,
Okay.
right? And I think she had a large quantity, if I'm not mistaken. But the 9 years she in a bad spot, I don't think America gonna be able to get her out. And
No.
they also don't like L community over there. That's a
Yeah.
crime.
Yeah.
So
So who knows? She might be getting. She might be. They couldn't get her for the other thing, so they might as well get her on this. But
yeah, they got right. That's why they
yeah,
gave it. And
and
they not go. America can't get her back out. Who's not gonna
no,
switch her out like that?
yeah, that would also explain why the alphabet people, because there was something in the somewhere about the alphabet people letting her down, and I was like, okay, they can't do anything over there.
They can't do nothing with that. They
Hmm.
had people that been locked up far longer than that in less situations overseas. What'd you say, bro? Speaks.
Hmm.
Hey, what's up, Kev? What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How you making out?
I'm all right, you know. Yeah, but yeah, they found out real quick. That don't work. Only in America that work. You can't do that shit in these other countries. They ain't about to hear you.
And I think she had listen. When somebody asked me about it, I said, "Listen, you asking the wrong person." I had a partner get 10 years for less than $50 worth of weed
Hmm.
Mm,
in the United States.
damn.
So she got 9,
Yeah,
but a
I don't
lot of
know. I don't know if Russia have a books policy, but I say keep some money on her books. That's how
Yep.
her people can support it. Say, okay, I can't do nothing for you over there. You out of the jurisdiction where I can have some say, but I'm going to keep putting money on your books. Make sure you can, get at least comfortable. Some kind of comfort in there. Because who knows, you might have to pay for everything you need up in there.
Hey, bro, speaks. I tell you one thing I wouldn't do that I would normally do in the United States if somebody was in jail. I ain't going to visit her.
Yeah, you're not gonna have no visits.
Ain't nobody going to visit. She gonna be
You better
without
pray.
visitors.
You better pray your partners believe in writing, because they ain't gonna be able to text you.
Right. If she can get that.
Yeah, because I got a bunch of kids that don't know what a letter is. I say, okay, have you written a letter? It's like the alphabet. I'm like, a letter. They say, why do I write a letter
How
if
old
I
the
can
kid
just
you teach?
text?
Right.
I was like, wait, what you gonna do if you get somewhere where you can't text or you can't or receive text? And they like, what are you talking about? As long as I got a phone, I can text and receive text.
Oh, you should have seen when I
These
had one of
kids
the
don't know
oldest
what
that
it
I
is.
raised. Yeah, you really want to get them thrown off, hand them a checkbook.
Oh,
They
I,
have
I,
no
I
idea
already
what a
done
check
that. I
is.
already done that. I already done
Yeah.
that. And they frustrated. Even the smart
Hmm.
ones are frustrated. And it's like,
Right.
I don't understand this. And I said, I'm trying to walk you through it. I said, don't worry about getting it perfect. That's what I got to deal with when I got the straight A ones. They
Mhm.
get into perfectionist mode.
Yeah, my daughter
And
get
they
like that.
and I was like, calm down. I said, you got plenty of time before you're gonna actually have a checkbook. I said, then why are you giving it to me? So by the time you have a checkbook, you know how to do this. Balance the checkbook and do the reconciliation to make sure everything is jiving just right. Yeah, I get some of them to listen by telling them, hey, if it's your money, Stuff like that. Because they ran across one where it wasn't jiving. It was meant to do that on purpose. I said, okay. You double check your work, yeah, and it's still not balanced out. I said, okay, so what you gonna do next? She said, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Something's wrong. No, you did everything right. You did everything correct. What you gonna do next? Uh, hey, if it was your money, for real, it's your money, and it ain't balancing out right, and it's saying your paperwork is saying that they owe you $9. Their paperwork saying they don't owe you jack. What you gonna do? Your money. Imagine what you could do with $9. I said, well, I guess I'm gonna go to the bank. Yes, congratulations, you got the extra point. That it's like I had to make her rethink. I said, okay, if you double check your work and yours is saying this and theirs is saying that, then you gotta go to the bank and find out what's going on. Why you don't have that amount in your account when you're supposed to have this amount in your account. So yeah. So the first time it happened, she got it. Then I gave it to her again. She said, wait a minute. Gave her another set. It's like, what? I gotta do some more. I said, it never ends. And stuff like that. You're gonna always be balancing the checkbook. You're gonna always be saying, I'm not getting a checkbook. I am not writing checks. I am getting ATM. I said, oh yeah, but now you know you're not getting it, but you still gotta learn how to balance that checkbook, even though you're not gonna be writing checks. You're still gonna be taking money in and out of that account. And it's like they exasperated and said, I'm going to deal with cash. I said, oh, okay, then I got another set of things for you for when you're dealing with cash. I don't want to deal with no money. You're becoming an adult. You're going to have to deal with money. And that's the 13, 14-year-olds.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Shoot, I was my mother used to she used to be manager at a hair salon, and she would have me calculate her money.
Uh-huh.
Make sure her money right,
Mm-hmm.
and check her what she paid, her tips, all that. I was doing all that for her. You know,
Oh.
that just that's something. But today, yeah, people we gotten away from that. They just look at the bank. They look online. They got the online banking.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows about checkbook
Yeah.
like that, and to actually keep it up on your own instead of using the computer, because you don't know what can happen.
Mm-hmm. I said they can. I said you better. They said the banks will get it right. I had one. I was like, look, the banks. If they, I said you need to do it. Need to do it because once they know they can get away with it when it's a small amount. I said I was telling them that even if it's a few cents, if it's your few cents, I will go and check it and say, wow, it's just a few pennies. I said because that's how it starts. It start off small. They think they can slip the small stuff around by you, don't get bigger and bigger. And by the time you notice, when they get bold enough to go to really big amount, you have lost hundreds, if not thousands, of nickel and dime that they took out of you. And I was telling them about I'm trying to remember. I remember the story more than the people that was involved about how somebody was embezzling from a bank, and the reason they were able to get away with it for so long, they were just taking a penny or a nickel.
Yeah, there's a couple out of every account. Yeah,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing that story, and it added up to millions.
Mm-hmm.
I think because people wouldn't miss it.
Yeah.
If you just took a little bit, like a couple dollars here, a couple dollars there, people ain't gonna miss that.
Yeah. Oh, I was not me. I was a couple dollar fiend and stuff like that. It was like, wait. Where's my couple of dollars? Well, it's just $2. Hey, I need them $2. I need every bit of dollars I can get. They said, well, you would give away 2 pennies. Yeah, but that's 2 pennies I'm aware of that I have. I choose to give away. Not that somebody take it. I used to get into one of the banks I had a long time ago. Got out of it. It's like, it's 2 pennies. It's just off by 2 pennies. Yeah, but that's 2 pennies I need.
True that.
And it's like, seriously? Yeah.
Bro, speak. Do you think divestors can be pro-black when they pushing divestment?
Ugh, that's a wouldn't it? I'm just thinking about this. Ain't that an oxymoron? Because
Yeah.
because the whole point of divesting, you're trying to get away, in their terms, the bad elements of black people. But from
Mhm,
what I hear online, it's like you're trying to get away from black people, in
Mm-hmm.
particularly black men.
mhm.
So how in turn can you be pro-black? Because that you because black men are part of the black community.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just be
At
one
least we
sided.
thought we were. I
Hmm?
thought we were. But then they said something like this: "Did pro-black woman?"
Okay, okay, you could be pro-black woman. I get that's fine,
See, and
but
that's
that
what
don't
they
mean you're
say. I'm
pro-black.
pro-black woman, so I'm looking out for black women, trying to have them open their options to dating outside of their race, and that's their thing.
Yeah, but then that just makes you pro-black woman, not pro-black. You
Right.
you
Right.
you kind of
I don't
narrow
even
the
think, I don't even
focus
think it's
of it.
pro-black woman.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a title they like to use to just to have something to say about what they're trying to do.
Have you seen the other one where they said I'm a womanist?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I see.
I was like, oh, okay.
I've
I didn't know you was batting
seen a
for the
bunch of
other
them things.
team. Okay, if you like women like that, do you just leave me out of it?
Right.
Yeah, but I just love black women so much. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, that sounds mighty LBTGQ,
bad-ish of you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they in here too. They in the black spaces too,
right?
Yeah,
banging on them black men. Hell,
yeah.
I
But,
think some of them dudes
and
that
then I
I think
still
some
think
of them
that's individual because I've run into a few that they don't hate of the alphabet women. They don't hate black men. They're just not interested in black men or men. Period.
yeah,
They're not
there's nothing
interested in
wrong with
men.
that.
Period. But
Yeah, but if we talk about the woman on woman type of thing, there's some dislike for black men because some of them feel like they're in competition with black men.
well, then that's the
Just
same for
the
black
third
men
type
and
of
black
thing.
men.
Mm.
Black men are in competition with each other for women and stuff like that, except for those that's
Yeah,
batting for
but
another team. But
right.
they still are not anti, black, you know, anti,
Black people.
yeah, yeah.
I got you. I don't know if they banging on the men.
Hmm.
That's just another entity though. Because to me,
Yeah.
it's still a woman.
Hmm.
Well, I think the women got a lot of stuff to sort out anyway with the
Yeah.
whole L community because men just really get real confused on that. And y'all gonna have to come to terms. I think women gonna have to come to terms of solving those things out themselves, especially with them in y'all sports, beauty pageants, and wanting the exact same rights that women have.
Oh, yeah. But a lot of
And
that
that's
is
y'all
fighting the
competition.
thing.
They competing with y'all.
Yeah, I'll be like, I don't want no, I don't care. And I've dealt with this before it became to the level of this when I was in my 20s. That was when they before they can get the operation, when they transition or they on their feminine side of it. And I was I had to stop one. He was trying to run up in our dorm because he got into an argument with one of the black girls. It was all girl dormitory, and I thought they were okay with each other, but she said some things to him. He didn't like it. She ran into the dormitory. He tried to chase in after her. I grabbed him, stopped him, said, "You can't go in there, and I can't let you, you know." That's it. And he was on that. I'm a female. She's a female. I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, back that up." I said, "Look, I don't care what you think you are. You're born male. You're physically a male. Yes, you did all these extras, but you're still a male. And you're gonna be stronger than her, and you're gonna be hurting her. If it was two women, I will let y'all duke it out. That's between the two of y'all. But you are not a woman. You're stronger than her. You're gonna hurt her and stuff like that. It's not gonna be the same." I said, "But I'm a," and he kept emphasizing, "But I'm a female." I said, "No, no." I said, "I'm gonna be honest with you." I said, "Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I ain't told you that. I do what you're gonna do, but you're confused." I told him, "You're confused. You think you're female. You don't know you're female. You feel that these feelings that you have are female, but you don't know because you've never been female to know. So
Right.
you're confused."
It's like me walking around with my black ass talking about I feel like a white man.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna learn real quick. No, you ain't white,
Right.
and you might get the ER at the end of it.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, the A and the ER is the same thing to me in the South. Racist folks use A, not ER. I don't know how America get that. Well, they use both, but mainly A because these dumb motherfuckers can't even pronounce words right sometimes. So, oh, you know what I wanted to tell you, Dan? I wanted to tell Black Knight. You know, RB not wasn't doing too well. They got to go through a bunch of surgeries here. That's why y'all haven't heard from him.
Oh, okay. I thought he had got a strike or something like that, and he couldn't do
Oh, he
anything
in the
for a couple of
hospital.
weeks.
Yeah, you got to have
Oh,
spinal surgery and stuff like that.
spinal surgery.
Yeah, I'm not. Don't quote me on everything, but it's some serious surgery he had to have.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I know that because Cyber had called up with him on the phone. He was in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And on Bomb Channel, he spoke to everybody.
Okay.
Kind of told him what he had going on. So he has some medical issues.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Well, pray for. The only thing I could do for him is pray for him and wish him the best and stuff like
Right,
that.
speedy
But
recovery. He said he should be all right. It's go just take some time. He might be down for a month or so.
okay.
Right, but it's something that could be corrected.
Okay.
It's not
Well, that's
permanent.
good. Yeah, I hope he sticks to it and take the downtime to really rest. Cause I be you gonna blow a top right
A gasket. Huh?
going
Yeah,
on.
you go a valve out. But
I
yeah, I'm
keep
with you. I hear what you're saying, though, bro. Speaks. I agree with you on that, man. It's odd on YouTube. Things go all kind of ways, man. But I don't.
yeah. I always thought the A was because of, as you said, the mispronunciation. Are they trying to make a differentiate different, make it kind of different? Like in my
But this
head
is.
as a kid, okay, you're gonna hear me say it two different ways: orange and orange.
Mm-hmm.
I
It
figured
still
one of
mean the
them was
same
for the
thing.
fruit and the other one was for the color. And sometimes you'll see me slip and go back and forth between the two.
Mm-hmm.
People get their kicks about that, but that's something that's left over from a little kid's head of about 2 or 1. When I wanted the fruit, I would say it one way. When I wanted the color, like say colors,
Mm-hmm.
I would say it another way.
Oh, ain't no different way of saying it. If you're not black or something like, I don't even allow black folks, some black people to call me either one of those. So
Yeah.
now when this is the thing. We
Mhm.
got, and I had this conversation one night before. Okay, now Puerto Ricans doing it, now white boys doing it, now Mexicans doing it, now Asians doing it, and it's becoming a thing that America is not offensive for them to use the A. Even got police said, I used the A, not the ER. Ain't calling the dude that he arrested a nigga, but he didn't use the ER. You see what
Well,
I'm
I
saying?
Yeah, there's no difference. You're not to say either one. I'm gonna put it right here, right now. I don't care if I don't even care for it for black folks, but if you're not black, I don't want to hear the A. I don't want to hear the ER coming out your mouth because you don't have the different connotation. There's a history behind it, and I think you're trying to sneakily bring history back, and I'm not letting you repeat it. So I don't hear it out of either one. And I still might correct some black folks. Please stop using that word. I'm used to it where it was used as a correction. You know that don't act the. You know.
Yeah.
man, it's so bad. I see Hispanics doing it to each other. They calling themselves the A. I'm like, what the? What
It's
is?
funny.
She was. I
What?
was trying to
What?
get used to the white people calling themselves the ER.
What? Oh yeah, I got white dudes calling themselves the. They say the A too. I'm like, well, am I in a bizarre world? Where am I?
Mhm.
This wasn't happening no 20 years ago. What is this?
Mhm. I done
They
went to
trying to
jail
slip
2
it back.
times for I had to went to jail 2 times for people playing with me with that same shit. And I only say that bro speaks because I live in New Orleans, so I get a lot of tourists
Mm-hmm.
from fuck Oklahoma and Missouri and even from Germany. We get them from all over the world, and a lot of them want to come down there and test the nigga thing, right? And predominantly black city, and most white people never even seen a black person face to face. So we had these little comments, just be sitting in the old bar, after work, having a drink, or I was a waiter for a while too. So you get them. That's it. Just be at the bar and be like, man, they got the niggas here are pretty good. They nice down here. I like y'all sitting, bro, and talking to me
Mm-hmm.
with their old lady and their friend laughing. I said, look, man, I'm trying to get my little after work cocktail at 2 a.m, right? Because I'm a waiter, so we get off late, 2, 3 a.m, when the French
Yeah.
Quarter closed and the tourists down. I said, and I just put now the bartenders will get pissed. She said, I said, don't tell them nothing. The bartender, good white chick. Okay? I said, don't tell them. They get real pissed with them because it's messing up their money for one. I said, bro, I'm not your nigga, dog. I'm not your nigga, man. But if you want to meet one, I can call one for you. They right around the corner. I know some dudes don't have no problem making sure you understand the difference between a black man and a nigga.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with the word? And so I said, well, see, dude, I was just trying to win. And it's just a word. Nigga is just a word. Now we're in a bar with him saying this shit. And then,
I'd be like, if it's just a word, then why are you saying it?
right. Well, he want to see
If
how I
you're
was going
competing
to
with
react.
somebody, why are you saying it?
Right. I wound up going to jail two times for that, and I'm older. This was years ago, about 10 years ago. I wound up going to jail. When I said, but I'm gonna tell you one more time, I'm not your nigga, and I had to get up in his face. I said now that I'm in your face, now say it. And he didn't want to talk. I said, say it. You don't have to do nothing but say one fucking word. And his friend was like, well, I said, the next time you say it, I'm gonna slap the fuck out you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you gonna slap me? I like to see that, day. Whap! Slap the shit out of him. Partner jumped in, slapped his ass too. Right now, it turned into a little melee.
Mm-hmm.
His wife threw a drink on me, slapped her ass too. Bitch, what's wrong with you? You don't throw no, threw the glass at me.
Mm-hmm.
So that turned into a whole big old thing. So it gets like that sometimes with these old races. And all I wanted was my drink. Now did I go when they came and arrest me? The owner came, got me out.
Uh-huh.
Now, why'd you arrest him? That's my customer. Because he know how they are. I'm a regular customer for years. So yeah, we always had that. And then we used to look for them. We used to wait for them. We couldn't wait to put our hands on it. I've been whooping their ass since I was 12, 13 years old.
Yeah.
With the paperwork to prove it. That's part of the reason why I went to juvenile, because I got in a bro speaks. I got in a fist fight with a 17-year-old white boy when I was 12 or 13, and the white boy knocked down a petite black chick at a football game. It was outside of the school. I was in middle school. This boy was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
She fell down, chipped her tooth, and busted her nose. He said, "Nigga," he turned around and said, "Nigga, next time move out the way."
Oh, that's some fighting words.
Oh, we jumped on that motherfucker so bad. We just, and it wasn't no long fight. We just whooped his ass. They
Mm-hmm.
gave me 5 years sentence for that. Bro speaks. I didn't
Yeah.
get out of juvenile until I was 18. I got the same time that they was giving the guys for the Jenna 6 movement in Louisiana. That was standard when you whoop one of these wives. So I've been doing that all my life, man.
Mm-hmm.
You always go. I'm the one that's gonna go. It ain't for everybody, but we was licking our chops to get after these white boys, and I'm old 70s baby, so
Mm-hmm.
I just got older with it. I just let them look stupid now.
Yeah. That's how it gotta be. But
Mhm.
so they so friendly with them, and they'll let them. And I'm like, oh man, I can't do it.
Right.
They
Now I
already
just
know.
look at him and laugh at him. I just laugh. I'm like, all right. I just
Don't
go.
even try
Well,
that.
it don't happen that often, but I won't even be around. I just go the other way. I don't feel like
Yeah,
getting bail money for whooping another one. You can beat them till they senseless, and they still gonna be stupid.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like I had a friend. Like he was telling about an African and calling them a monkey. I said, hey, dude, no, you ain't doing
Right.
that for me.
In the
I don't.
wrong game now.
I don't care. I no, but no, not here. Not with me here.
Mm-hmm.
White. I don't. I know we ain't doing that. So it's.
Uh,
But we got people who don't have that in them to tell these white folks, hey, no, you can't do that here. No, you can't.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't care. I don't care if you cool with black folks. No,
yeah.
that's word's not for you.
And look, it'd be a challenge thing for them, bro. Speaks. I mean, literally, try to start a fight with black people. My friend knows MMA. Man, you in the wrong city for that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody go, come on. My ex stopped me then. Like, come on, what you want to do? And my ex is like, come on, Kevin, let's just keep going. Oh, you're fucking chicken shit. That kind of shit, dude. And they be drunk off their ass.
Of
Don't forget
course.
we drink a lot. I'm
They
like,
used to have an excuse to
yeah,
say that, and then they could be excused. I was drunk. No. I've been drunk. I know when I'm
right.
drunk, and I will use it as an excuse to ask all kind of embarrassing questions that I would not normally do because hey, I used the excuse that I was drunk. Yeah, I was very much aware of that while I was drunk.
Well, you know that the thing is, it's the same thing too. Every time when you whoop their ass, when the police come, then it's somebody jumped them, they was in the wrong, he don't know what happened, and all that kind of shit. That it's so they're like, oh, y'all, they get like that. They become a victim real fast. Just as much as the Karens do. I can't believe I just came to get a drink. You're like, all right, you had your drink. And I'll just sit back down and finish my drink. I don't budge and all that kind of stuff. But they come down, they will test it. And when they got numbers, they can really get funky with some black folks. That's why I always see when I see some of these shows like the young high school kid that they found his organs missing and he was rolled up in the gym in that mat.
Yeah.
Okay, even though we may have friends like Knight, myself, bro speaks, and we was like, boy, I wish they would have did me that. I whooped all their ass, but this dude might have grew up in an environment that was dominated by white folks. That's when they pick on the black folks,
Yeah.
and they'll pick on them like that because they like soft targets and shit like that. So that's why you see some of these kids, and it hurt my heart to see some of these kids getting bullied, black kids getting bullied by white folks. Also, black teachers kicking the kid and shit and making them get the food out the garbage can in Georgia.
What the hell?
Oh, I could put those videos up real quick.
I think I heard something about that. Like,
Yeah,
what the
make them
hell?
eat out the fucking
Yeah.
garbage. Now, see, that's the kind of shit, bro. Speak. I'm just happen to be older, but I've done seen this shit before. One time I was working in the French Quarter, and I worked at Raw House Oyster Bar, bro. I'm one of them people. I put it out there. I'm not a YouTuber like that. I just happen to be a street dude with a computer.
Mhm.
That's what I tell you.
Mhm.
The little dude, the little black boy was shining shoes, which isn't not nothing out the way in the French Quarter.
Mhm.
White boy come up there, cowboy had boots, him and his little friends and everything. What little dude shining shoes, he gave him, little $20, and dude, the little boy was excited. And you're like 7, 8 year old, thank you, such and such. He said, I'll give you another 20 if you kiss my boots. That's
You
what he
know
told
what?
us. Girl. Right. Me and my friend just happened to be standing outside on break. We just walk out the restaurant and take a break, smoke a cigarette, whatever we want to do. So we heard him. And we called them and like, hey, bitch, ask me to fucking kiss your shoes. And told the little dude, go, little man, go ahead on, take your money. When they do that, that's so we went in front, we went confronting them. Ask me to kiss your fucking shoes.
Mhm.
Right, and then him and his wife, the little wife and shit, start laughing, giggling and shit like that. I wish you would. If I wasn't at work, I'll fuck over y'all right now. Right, and told a little dude to go. But that's the kind of shit they like to come down here and do because they think it's a black city, and they get into their old 70s feelings or European feelings and think they can just come down here and play that game. They think some white folks really think black folks scared of them because of some shit that they saw with MLK and the
Mhm.
black people beat up. They think we scared of them until they
Yeah,
run up on niggas like myself.
they run to the wrong
So
person.
my
That's it.
history deep with it.
Not
Right.
1-on-1, but in a group, yeah.
A lot of inmates learn that hard way. No, they ain't scared of you. Like you think they may be scared of going to jail, but once they don't give a F about that,
Right.
oh, say that word if you want to.
Yeah, right. And I'm a seasoned vet with it. I've been in the system since I was a juvenile. I already, people that went to jail before have been incarcerated. We can calculate it. If I
Mhm.
whoop his ass, it's gonna be a misdemeanor. It could cost me about $200 to get out if I'm not able to sign out on my own recognizance. So I should be able to sign out on my own recognizance. That's gonna take about 12 hours. Well, fuck it. I'm just spending the night in jail.
or
It ain't no.
they or they
That's
find someplace where nobody can see it.
right.
That's what happened. That's
Right.
what.
Well, that's the worst case scenario
eh,
as far as the police coming.
Mhm.
It's
But
it's
yeah, that's a we deep. That's a deep history with that one.
yeah. Uh, it's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, but you know, uh, that's something that's
And
not
that's
gonna.
just the assholes. Most white people ain't good people. Ain't got no problem with them. If you ain't got no problem with me, I ain't got no problem with you. And I think that's just how black folks roll. But when you
Mhm.
got a problem, then I'm listen. I can respect any man. I've been in situations out there in St. Tammany Parish, Dane,
Mhm.
around Slidell and St. Tammany, Covington, where they
Uh-huh.
got the real racist white boy. I mean, the swastika tattoos and everything, right?
Wow. Mhm.
I mean, deep rooted. That's where David Duke lived, bro. Speaks, right? And it's a lily white throwback, straw hat, wearing judge with one of them old cowboy bow ties around his neck. It's like that. But they got some racists right there out there. I can respect it if they just say, I just don't like black folks. Okay, we're good. We don't like y'all fucking ass either.
Mhm.
We good. I can respect them for saying it. I just hate them people that sneak and do it. And such and such, that kind of thing. And it's good with me.
Yeah,
I actually had a conversation with one of them, Dane.
Uh-huh.
And I said, well, what you I said, yeah, we know that. I see the swastika and shit. But you don't even know why you don't like black folks.
No.
You don't even know why. because this and this. Why you worrying about black folks? The Mexicans gonna take over all y'all shit. We don't see in their mind. They think we worried about them. Man, we can think less about y'all. I'm from the city, so I'm from New Orleans, so I'm coming a whole different vibe than what they used to.
Mhm.
And then you were like, you talking about the race. See, in the back of their mind, they still waiting for a race war. They want to start a race war. That's why Dylan Roof went into that church to kill to see if he can get the black folks riled up to attack white people. They believe in that.
Mhm.
And that's what they're waiting on. They think that's going to fix their country's situation.
which is
That's how it
not.
rolled off. You know.
we- And,
No.
and that's the funny part about it. It's like they spend so much time worried about black folks. Like you said, the Mexicans about to take over. The Chinese is a race between the Mexicans, the Chinese, and the Japanese on who's gonna take over this country.
Uh-huh.
And you worrying about black folks. A lot of this country would be fixed if they stop worrying about black folks and just worry about your own shit.
Right. So you mean it? And bro, I was telling the dude that shit there, and I was like, listen, while you sitting up here worrying about black people, white people selling your country out from right underneath y'all dumbass. All y'all
Exactly.
jobs are going overseas. Y'all, first of all, y'all thought blacks was taking your jobs. We ain't got them. They ship y'all shit off.
Yep.
Mhm. And then
That's
give
why
it to the
y'all did
Mexicans.
it.
And the
And give it to the
Chinese and all these little small countries and
Yeah,
get cheap
Mexico,
manufacturing.
Taiwan. I think Taiwan has a contract for Sam. I think they make the Samsung phones there.
Mhm.
Other
Um,
places, right? Every major district,
India,
right? All that. That's for the hair,
Honduras.
clothes, right?
Shoot. All you gotta do is
They were
look at the clothes. See
Indonesia,
where the
yeah.
clothes are manufactured.
Hmm.
right.
Hmm.
All that from China.
Shoot,
Oh
Like,
I
yeah.
don't live
like
in
you
this
were
time. I'm
And you
looking
know
at
what's
one
funny?
from Honduras.
You can show them that Donald Trump shit is made in China. They still stupid enough to go. Like, all the man products made in China, and you
Yeah.
talking about make America great,
And all the workers he hired to build this or that are from overseas.
right?
From
And see, when you tell them
South
that, they know
Southern
that shit,
countries.
but that's their way of trying to ignore that he racist. They rather see him up a dumbass racist up than anything. I can give you one more, bro, before I get out of here. The thing with reparations, white people tend to think that, and shit, you got niggas that don't even think we should get reparations. That's amazing.
Mhm.
Mexicans definitely don't want black people to have get reparations. I saw some interview with them. Why? For slavery? That was 400 years ago. No, man, you don't even know the history here. You only been in this country 5, 6 years,
Mhm.
but they
yeah.
weighing in. That's the California shit. But when I talked to one white dude, and he was like, "Well, Kevin, it's two ways why people gonna react to this. People they either good with black folks, or they just don't want black folks to have shit, or they jealous of them. He was
Mhm.
talking reparations, and I was talking to a friend of mine. This was a decent conversation. He said, "Well, Kevin, if me as a taxpayer, I don't want to have to pay more taxes and stuff like that. For something that my ancestors did. Never had a problem. My family don't have a problem with black." I said, "Well, I got that. You ain't got to go there with it." I said, "Well, let's take it like this. We don't need your tax dollars to get reparations. We know all the Fortune 500 companies that profited off our slave labor. Every railroad, every bank during Jim Crow, all that farmland, sugar cane, cotton. We know those companies, right? The same ones they got all that free labor. How about my suggestion is we go after them because they got the free labor and charge us extra interest rates and all that, and
Mhm.
have them pay us some dividends or something out of their stock
Mhm.
as companies. That way the taxpayers don't have to you as a taxpayer don't have to come out of pocket at all because you ain't had nothing to do with it. We know the companies that did." He would say, "Well, hell, that's a good idea. That sounds like a plan." The other white boy said he gets stuck with it. He don't like the idea. I said, "Well, what's wrong with the idea now?" Well, I just don't think it's right. Wait, you're not paying nothing. Why you worrying about what the fuck we getting?
Never mind, they don't worry about all the foreign countries that get aid from
Right.
the
They
United
ain't worrying
States.
about the Italians who got
They pay
reparations.
for
All the other people got reparations, but you got a problem with us.
Mm-hmm.
that they pay for it with their tax money. You always paying for it.
Shoot,
What are
still
you
paying
talking
for it.
about? You paying for it now. Ukraine. Who you think paying for that? You. You worry about reputation. Come on, man.
Right.
That's crazy. It's
Right, which has nothing to
insane.
do with you, right? And that's saying that, and even if we do get it, shit, we could. Well, first of all, we getting taxed and we taxed anyway, and we getting taxed on our own damn reparations. So
You're gonna get part of the money back anyway.
right, or
Yeah,
they'll come up with something like,
we tax
well, how
on the
does
stuff we pay for, like land, houses, cars. Yeah,
Right.
so we're gonna get taxed on all that.
like I told somebody one day like, well, the drug dealers. I said, drug dealers pay taxes. Rims, you got to pay taxes. Cars, you got to pay taxes. Rent, you paying. They pay the same bills you do. They just make cash money. And if you listen to Donald Trump, he'll say that makes you smart if you can avoid taxes.
Yes, that's exactly he said. Cause I'm
Right?
smart. I'm like,
Setting his
so
dumb
what are you
ass up there
worried about?
incriminating itself.
Yeah, he basically said, yeah, I don't pay taxes. I make sure I don't pay taxes.
Because he still ain't showing his taxes of when he was supposed to show his taxes when he was running for president. He still ain't showing them taxes.
No, he ain't showing, but New York got him. That black sister in New York, that district attorney, she got it. That's why they're indicting his ass. Because now they got the tax records of him overblowing or lowballing his properties in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, they got it. And they was able to get it. The federal government couldn't get it right with the president thing, but those are New York charges, and that's a state charge.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
That's different.
Yeah. I have the nerve to complain about the roads in New York, but you're not going to pay the taxes that's going to be used to build them roads. What kind of sense is that?
White man logic, apparently. These people something
Yeah.
else, I tell you.
Well, he did say he had to go, and that was his third goodbye. I'm beginning to think it's a Louisiana thing. I thought it was just my family thing. We have to say 3 goodbyes. We make 3 attempts to say goodbye, and then something else, and we start up another conversation.
No, I think it depends on the family because my family kind of the same way. We're saying bye, we gotta go, bye. Still talking.
Mhm.
Bye, we gotta go.
Oh, by the
Still
way,
talking.
did you hear about such and such as that? And don't
Mm,
forget to go to this and that. And hey, yeah,
yep, that's us.
yeah.
Ain't a Louisiana thing. But
But how many times that you was okay, the day before, I mean, okay, that day, your mom and your godmother are talking, and they're working on the 3 goodbye. She said goodbye, and then they started talking up again. So I got back in the house, and they started talking up again. And I sat on the sofa. Then we attempt to make another goodbye. Oh, it's getting late. Okay, damn, gotta go to this so she can go to school and stuff like that. And no, wait a minute, no, I think that was around summertime. So I was supposed to be working at my grandfather's store at the time. I work only on Saturdays and occasional Fridays. But I was babysitting, so I wasn't there Friday. Um, but let me see. So another goodbye. We had made it as far as to the car, and I got in the car and said, "Oh, just go wait in the car. I'm coming." So I leaned the car back. I kind of went to sleep, but I'm hearing them talking like, "Mom, come on." Okay, we're almost through. Next thing you know, the the crows are crowing. I mean, not the crows. The roosters are crowing, and the sun is starting to rise. And my mom like, what time is it? 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe we talked all night. Okay, I gotta go and stuff like that. I gotta get into the store and stuff like that. Yeah, I went and took a nap. Yeah, so it took the dark, and then even after it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and they still talking towards the car, and I'm waiting, and they talked for another 30 minutes. And then that was it, and that's how we went to 3 goodbyes.
Wow, that's a long goodbye.
Yeah, an extra 30 minutes after the sun rose up, after I've been talking all night. And it's not like they didn't see each other for years or days or months. Like, I have a friend, haven't talked to her in a while. If I go talk to her or go talk to her, it's gonna be an all-night thing. Well, it used to be an all-night thing. Now she got a kid, so it's not all the time be an all-night thing anymore. But yeah, be talking for hours. In fact, me and her, when we first came out, Jacko, we each raised up I raised up like about a $4,000, $5,000 phone bill. This is before cell phones or anything. $5,000. Talking all night, just talking all night, and going to say, okay, well, goodbye, and then kept on talking. Yeah, it ate up my savings. My mom, my whole paychecks were going to pay back. Mom put the phone in my name until I cleared out that $5,000 bill. Cause my mom said, "Well, dang, that phone bill is mighty thick." And I heard my name in a way I ain't never heard my name before. And she went my whole name. I've had my whole name called out by my mom before, but this one was of a whole nother level. I was 25, and I think if she didn't think I was so grown, she would actually try to whip my behind. But she was almost like I was like, whoa. And I was like, I'm sorry. I said, what? I'm sorry. It's whoa. I was like, dang, I thought it was gonna be like something like 500. I told her, okay, me and so was talking a long time, so phone bill gonna be kind of high. So I'm gonna take the money that I've been saving for a car, I'm gonna take it. Said, oh no, it can't be that bad. It was worse. I was expecting 500 and it's like 5,000 and something.
God damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where was your friend at?
Bossier City.
Bossier City.
Near Shreveport. It's like the sister city of Shreveport.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm,
I think I know what it is. I think so.
Yeah, closer to the Dallas area.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm seeing.
Okay, now you got kind of an idea where it's at.
Yeah.
And see, and come to think of it, on her end, she had something like 2,000 or 3,000.
Wow.
Well, we did not know the phone card we was using. Well, at the time, it was like an unlimited phone card, and you could talk for hours on that one phone card because it was like unlimited. Well, apparently they had changed some things, and what happens is after a certain amount of time, it kicks it back out like a collect, like you call and collect, depending on who called the initial number. After so many hours, it would just kick it out. And next thing you know, you're on a collect phone call.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It used to be we would talk forever on these one card. But once you use it, once you hang up, you can't use it no more. It's one of them type cards. You can use it one time, but at that one time, you can use it for as long as you want.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of Mexicans used to use them. That's how we knew about them. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, we're part of the reason why they no longer do that. Or they no
Yeah,
longer exist. And and
they
then
like, yeah,
come to find out,
keep using
my friend on her end uh got two 2000 something and was and so my mom was trying to call, find out who owed what. They said they can't all be ours and stuff like that. And said it turns out her mom, because we was in our 20s, we're still living with our moms, with our parents, you know.
yeah.
And even though we were working, but my job was kind of like part time. It wasn't full time, and I was trying to get full time work out, and and it would be easier if I had a car. So that was one of the reasons why I was saving. And shoot, cleared out my savings. Plus, I still owe my paychecks was just gone. You know, I would just sign over my check to my mom. I just sign it and give it to her. That killed me. Hey, Black Knight, you're back. Is it late or something?
Hey, Max, what's up?
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, man, I hear y'all talking about phone bills. Nah, see, we did when we got phone bills like that. We had something for their ass though. We called the phone company. Hey, look, I don't know who made these phone calls. Our lines are crossed. That was the gimmick, right? We said, look, my lines is crossed with somebody else's line because ain't nobody from this resident made the phone calls. And then we would go back and forth, and then finally they would give in. And then they would put all of the calls in dispute, and and they would go away. Because back then, it was a real thing to get your phone lines crossed with somebody else's phone line. And back then, right, they had a hard time preventing it. They didn't perfect the technology to stop it, so they couldn't dispute it. You know what I'm saying? It was like having a back injury, right? Like if someone tell you they back hurt, it's hard for you to say it's not, right? So if you say, well, my lines are crossed, you know what I'm saying? There was really nothing that they can do at that point. Because they
Yeah,
couldn't prove that your lines wasn't crossed.
yeah,
And
but
back
you think,
then, that was the real thing. People's lines were getting crossed back then because they had that copper wiring. That copper wiring was picking up shit from everywhere. So people's lines were getting crossed back then. There ain't nothing they can do about it until they
yeah,
get the new technology, huh?
yeah, but that was back in the 70s. I'm talking about in the
Nah, that was through the
mid
80s too. That was through the 80s too.
Okay, well, I'm
And
talking about
and the early
mid
90s. They
90s.
didn't fix that. They didn't start fixing that until like the mid 90s.
That's what I'm talking about. This was
Uh-huh.
that was during the mid 90s. This is like about 96, 97.
Yeah, that's when they started fixing that in the mid 90s when they started going digital and all that shit, being able to clear that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But man, yeah, man, we had shit. We tell them, nah, you know, we don't know who made them calls.
Yeah.
We do the same thing with cable. Call them or argue with them. We were argue with them. Hey, man, my cable got crossed over somebody else's cable. They'd be arguing about that shit, man. Until they fucking give up too. We used to dispute everything, man. Even phone bills, light bills, everything. If it was a bill, we was disputing it. Sometimes we got, we got lucky more times than not. Hey, you don't know until you try it.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
but we was trying. I'm talking about every bill. Calling, hey, what the hell is this? I don't know nothing about this. Somebody done stole my phone. Well, what phone are you talking about? Yeah, I just got it back. But where? I don't know. It was just sitting in the middle of the street. You know what I'm saying? These fellas say all kinds of crazy shit, man. But I remember, man, when they came out with the party lines, oh my God, phone bills went through the roof. Parents
Right.
were losing their minds. You know, Dame is right. The bills are like $5,000, $6,000 because of the party lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the party lines used to be fun, man. You know, you get on there and call Becky a bitch, she freak out. And you know what? Back then, it was more meet and greets back then because people wasn't afraid. You see, black folk was different back then. Black folk wasn't like you see them now. These black folks here, they scared to be black. They want to hide and all kinds of stuff. But back then, black folk was different, man. Black folk was all about being in your face back then. So they didn't spend most time on the phone unless they had already made a connection or he was on there looking for somebody to connect with somebody. But once they connect with somebody, man, they was off to meet. You like where you at? Oh, I'm on Jackson Avenue. All right, I'll be up there in like 10 minutes. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So yeah, and so everybody was here because the party line was in the neighborhood. It wasn't like it was some foreign place or in another city. No, the party line was opened up in the local neighborhood. So everybody that was on there was from the neighborhood. And since everybody knew everybody, and knew people in the neighborhood, it was easy to make connections because we were like, yo, where you be at? Yo, I'll be on Monticello. So you that girl that be up in Mr. BJ's? Yeah, I work a bit. Oh yeah, I know you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come holler at you. You know what I'm saying? It was stuff like that going on.
Uh-huh.
Like I saw you at Clark Brothers. Word. Yeah, and so it was a lot of fun, man. Until they got the bills, until we started getting the bills. And back then, brothers were more willing to talk to women back then. That's pretty much what it was about. We were taught to, be aggressive and pursue the woman. So we weren't afraid to go strike up a conversation, and we weren't afraid to get rejected. That was a part of the game. That was a part of being a man. If you didn't get rejected at least once, then something is wrong. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we have a problem with that. Yeah, we didn't have any problem with that, and it was a lot of fun back then. I miss those times, you know. And now that we got unlimited calling, they need to go back to that. Like, open up the party lines back. You know what? Party lines can really mend a lot of stuff. What they should do is stop all this international shit, whatever. Open the party lines back up in your city only, right? And just talk amongst your people in your city. Get to know a lot of women that way. You get to talk to the girl downtown, working as a cashier in so and so spot that you wouldn't otherwise talk to. She on the party line, and you got a chance to have a conversation with her and set something up with her. You know what I'm saying? And it was cool. Like I think they need to go back to that. I think black people need to get back to courting, period. Okay? Need to get back to courting, period. I think not courting is really hurting black relationships.
Yeah, they're more focused on. I don't know what they're focused on. Really, to be honest, it's more they're more on the sex and the control part. They're not really on courting and trying to get to know somebody like that.
Yeah.
Because,
It's too many sexual deviants. Too many deviants.
yeah, but really, it comes down to they're just afraid. They're afraid of an actual relationship because like they said, they can get. I mean, you can get rejected, you can get hurt, but it's
Well,
it's,
well,
it's
that's
a
yeah. Well, that's in anything, man. But I'm gonna tell you something. The world, especially the business world, respects a married man. People treat you differently according to if you're married or not. I've seen that with my own eyes. And if you're married, a lot more doors are opened up to you than if you were not married. People are more trusting of a married man because When you are married, it shows people that you are willing to commit to something. You're willing to follow something through. You can be trusted to do a project because you have a wife. A wife embodies all of those things. So they see that you're a married man. They look at you differently. Hey, you know what? He's married, so we can trust him with a project. We can trust him to um, come through on something. We can trust him to make a commitment and stick by it. Especially if they find out that you've been married for more than 10 years. Oh, definitely. And so more people are willing to trust you and do business with you if you've been married 10 years or more. When you look around all these big multi-billion-dollar bills, right? 99, almost 99% of them are made by married men. Because people trust married men. Because especially men who have been married for more than 10 years. And you look at all these powerful men, right? They have wives. Very few powerful men have wives. And if you don't have a wife, you won't stay in power for long. Because nobody respects a single man. Because they feel that they can't trust you. They feel that you don't have nothing to lose. They feel that nothing is sacred to you or you don't care about anything. So people aren't going to trust you with big money. They're not going to trust you with deals. But if you're married, especially a married man with children, people are more trusting of you.
I guess I think it really just depends on the occupation that you're in, because you know, and my perspective, married or not, they don't really care about that. Is what can you produce? So I do think I think it's really just a profession. If you're talking about business, yeah, I can understand that, and as far as like you would be more trusting of a family man, but ultimately, if you can produce, I think that's gonna override you being a family man. 'Cause even if you're a family man, if you can't produce, nobody's gonna care about that. They're gonna fire you.
Well, there's really no such thing as a family man not producing because you've already produced a family. Okay, so my thing is this here, right? If you are a family man, it shows people something about you psychologically. You know, it shows that you can make a commitment and stick with it. It shows that you can complete a project. So when they look for certain things to invest in and they're going to relinquish big money for a project, they don't really go after single men. You look at all of the big business deals at the top, they were all made by married men. And there's a reason for that. See, even in business, you got to have some trust. You can't just go through life not trusting anybody or you'll never get nothing done because nobody will trust anyone. So at some point, you're going to have to trust somebody. And so they roll the dice and put their trust in married men because married men are committed. You know what I'm saying? A married man knows what it is. If you have produced children and you're still in the marriage, then you know how to produce. You know that on the when they're coming at you from for a project, of course they want you to produce. They're coming at you because they believe that you can produce those results and that you will stay committed to the project. That's why they're willing to put the money behind you. You know, marriage gives you that kind of prestige.
Yeah, I can understand that, but at the limit, like I said, it does depend on that company because if you married or not, if you're not able to produce to their standards, they're not gonna care if you're married or not. They'll get rid of you anyway.
Well,
I say,
nobody is going to right. Well, nobody's going to put money behind someone that they believe that they don't believe that can produce. If you are, you're a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? But one of the reasons why they go after married men because married men can produce. They can. You have to produce. If you're maintaining a family, your family's a good standing, that means you can produce. Right. If your marriage, first of all, if your children are hungry, your household is lacking whatever, and you're failing, then yeah, you're non-productive and really shouldn't be in the marriage because a marriage isn't a place for a man that can't produce.
Right.
And so this is one of the things that they take into consideration when they're looking to do big business deals. A strong married man who's been married for 10 years or more, he's got children that he's raised to either teenagers or grown adults or whatever, and he's been in this marriage for X amount of years. That shows commitment. That shows that he can produce, that he can get jobs done, and he sees projects all the way through. That's what people put their money behind. Not gonna put their money behind a guy like fucking Mr. What's his name? Dame Mr. Palmer, whatever his name is. They can put no money behind him. They put no money behind Ramil or some ignorant dude running around here, 40 years old, dressing like he's 19, or some fools running around here on some stupid agenda talking about they want to run away from women. Ain't nobody putting no money behind that.
That, yeah, well, besides that, women are the customers anyway, so why
And
would
right,
you look
and one more thing, even if they could produce, right, their premises and their ideologies are so twisted and warped, nobody would want to be a part of that. Like, for example, if you take SYSBM out in the real world, right, and despite what people say, I haven't seen it anywhere yet. And I dare somebody to bring it up in the real world. I haven't seen nothing yet. You bring it out to the real world, take it into big businesses, right, and say, well, you know what? I'm saving myself from black women. They're going to think you're crazy, man. You might get ran out of somebody's building saying some stupid stuff like that. You might get ran out of somebody's building. Because, for one, real men are attracted to women in the real world. In the real world, men pursue women. All of this, these fictitious situations that Kevin Samuels made up with this so-called high dollar or high value man, and what he so-called wants, all those other fictitious crap. That doesn't fly in the real world. In the real world, men pursue women, even men with big money. How do you think some of these waitresses get snatched up? There are waitresses out there that are with billionaires. There are women that got taken out of poverty. In the real world, men pursue women. That's what it is. That's the way it has always been. I don't see it changing anytime soon. Well, I don't see it changing, period. You know what I'm saying? All the so-called, high-value men. First of all, who are these high-value men? Has he had any? One thing I always wanted to know, right? You keep talking about high-value men, right? But have you interviewed any of these high-value men on your show?
I have not seen one what I would consider high value to be on. Well, let me scratch that because, like I said, I didn't watch Kevin's show except clips, and that's only clips that either you talked about or somebody else talked about. Other than that, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at the show, so I don't know. But
I don't even.
from what I've heard, I have not seen him interview any high value who be considered high value men. You just said he knew them.
I don't know. You know what, man? I don't even know what's wrong with this generation of black men. I've never had any, like, I don't know. Maybe it's the time I grew up in. I grew up in a different time. I don't know about any of this stuff, man. Like, a high value man. I don't give a F about any of that. I don't know anything about what these guys are talking about today. To me,
Well,
I haven't seen anything change. Women are still women, men are still men. The process to win a woman's heart is still the same.
yeah. Well, the only thing I will say that I think depending on who the guy is, women will be more around, but you still have to pursue that woman, even if she's in your facility. I mean, you can see, women will, if there's this famous rapper or actor around, women will come over there where that actor is, but he still will have to pursue her regardless. So I think it it
Yeah, but you
with
see,
the way with the way what Kevin was saying, there was a lot of misinformation that was given. He left out a lot of stuff too.
yeah,
And
and you know what?
that's what the problem is. And and,
You
and when you leave out stuff and very critical parts of it,
right,
because
but you
the
see,
critical parts
uh,
is that when you leave that stuff out, now these dudes thinking this okay, this is the way to go, but you're leaving out the important parts of what's going on, like the whole thing with the cheating and peace thing. Okay, you left out a critical part of that. Those were agreements between that husband and wife that he can go get with these other women. That was an agreement, and if he broke the whatever agreement they had, guess what? That woman leaving, and she gonna take half your off,
right,
off the
but
top.
right, but that usually happens to like, see, that whole celebrity thing is much different than regular people. So I tend
Right.
not to really get caught up in that. I think people wrap their minds around that too much. But here's my thing, right? You got guys trying to teach other guys that they should have what women have. You can't get what women have. You're not a woman. Who the hell is walking around here thinking that you can have what a woman has? You don't have what a woman has. A woman has the most powerful thing in this world. That's a vagina. You can absolutely hang it up, bro. It's not even close. If you put the
That's why
vagina up
they
against the
trying to.
penis, hold on, Dane. You put the vagina up against the vagina gonna win every time. You can absolutely hang it up. You cannot get what women get. So I don't even know why Cass is trying to pursue that. Over here arguing about it and whatnot. It ain't gonna do you no good. You are never going to be able to deal with a woman on that level. Don't nobody want you like that. Ain't nobody pursuing us like that.
Yeah, the closest you can even get to that would be someone who's like really attractive or have that fame. That's the closest a man can get to what a woman gets. And
I mean,
even
you
then,
might get a, I mean, you might
you
get a
still
woman here and there that may pursue you. There's a woman out there that are, chase after guys. But on the mass level, it ain't happening, dude. It ain't even no match.
no,
It ain't
like I
even a
said,
match. Yeah.
you would have to be famous, wealthy, or
Right. Well, if
very.
you say that you get right, if you're saying that, then you're also saying that a dude ain't got a chance in hell. Because most dudes ain't gonna end up in. Most dudes ain't gonna. The average dude ain't famous.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, that the misinformation of what Kevin was saying. You're forgetting
Right.
the key part to get
Yeah, I
women
don't
to
know why.
pursue you like that.
Right. I don't know what dudes is running around here wasting your time worrying about who women are having sex with, and man, I'm hearing some crazy. Man, I'm starting to hear some real weird gay shit from dudes, man. Seriously. I
Oh
was in
yeah,
the
like
Red Supreme. I was in the Red Supreme the other day. Man, that dude going too far.
what do you say now?
Yeah, man, you in women's hygienics now and all this. Man, you yo, man, look, this is getting really, really bad, man. All this starting to worry about all these, these guys are homos, man. Like, because the stuff that they worry about, real men don't worry about. I don't
Well,
never see no dude running around here worrying about what some woman is wearing or whatever. Like, whether she got real hair, whatever. Man, we don't give a F. You think we gave a F if Pam Grier had real hair or not?
no,
We
I
don't
don't
give
think.
a F about none of that, man. And then here's the thing: is
Who's
she?
gonna find
You,
out? That's the other question.
listen,
Who's
you
trying to
know how
find out?
many black, you know how many black women and white women, right, wore wigs back in the day. It was wig shops everywhere.
Yeah.
I used to make money on the weekend going to pick up the wigs for every mama on the block. I would make 25 cents a wig. And I would run down to the wig shop with a note, get everybody's wigs, drop them off, and I would get a quarter out of the money. And then by the time I was done, I had my little $10, $15 in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? And that was my little hustle for the weekend, going to pick up the wig. Everybody, their mama wore wigs. It didn't even matter if their hair was short or long or not. They wore wigs. Some women didn't want to do their hair. You know, they throw on a wig. You know, it had nothing to do with it, you know, whether they were bald-headed. Then, you know, it had nothing to do with it. And I don't even understand why dudes are even getting involved in it. They ain't even none of your damn business. That's women's stuff.
No,
you know,
they get involved with it because they think it's cheaper if a woman has her natural hair and do her natural
okay.
hair.
I'm gonna do a show right on Gen Culture. We're gonna talk about money when it comes down to women. You guys think that you're gonna get some cheap woman and all? You're not getting around not spending no money on no woman. If that's what you think is gonna happen, then you either get you a blow up doll, a robot, or you know, go do your homo thing. Because you're not getting around not paying for no woman. It's not gonna happen. You want a woman for long-term companionship, you're gonna have to pay for that. That costs money. A wife costs money. Okay? A wife ain't nothing but a wife is your best friend, she's your lover, she's your woman, she's the mother of your children, she's also a bill too. She a bill too. So add her on to the rest of the bills. Okay? Wives aren't free. Long-term relationships with girlfriends aren't free.
Mm-mm.
Women cost money. These guys running around here like they ain't gonna pay for the. Yeah, all right. I like to see that. So my thing is, if you're going to spend money, then spend it wisely. Invest in it. Court the woman, but don't just court any woman. Like, don't just run out there and be awestruck by the first woman you see with a pretty face. You know what I'm saying? Do a preliminary process. Talk to the girl. Ask her a heavy question or two. You don't like the answer, move on to somebody else. Because you're about to invest a lot of time. So you want to make sure you invest in some, your time in somebody you feel is worthwhile. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I thought I fell off.
No.
Gauge the chat, Dang. What's going on in the chat?
Okay. Highly Favored just came in and she was telling the truth in eyelashes. I guess he was talking about getting the wigs.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, mama and their grandma wore a wig back in the day. Ain't nobody been cared about no damn wig.
Mm-hmm.
They were wearing wigs too.
Yeah.
Everybody was wearing wigs. Yeah, nobody caring about no damn wig. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because a woman wear weave or makeup, that don't mean nothing, man. It doesn't change who she is. Women like nice things. Women like to look pretty. They like to accentuate their beauty. They're into all of that. That's just something that women do. I don't see no harm in it.
Yeah, that's her being feminine. You keep complaining that you want the
just
women
came
to
up,
be
man.
feminine. Huh? Oh,
Somebody just came up.
Oh, that was Bro Speak. He had dropped off and he came back in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So that's something. Huh?
I was going to ask you that question, but go ahead. What you saying?
Yeah, and that's something that they just do. They're women, they got their. As I tell guys, man, stop getting in the way of women being women. Let them be women. They're not trying to stop you from being men. Stop trying to stop them from being women. Stop telling them that they can't wear makeup, and they should wear their real hair. Cut all that shit out, man. Let them be feminine. Let them do their thing.
Yeah.
Whether they wear makeup or hair, that ain't none of your business. You a man. You ain't got no business in it. What are you even doing in that? That's not even you. You shouldn't even be a part of that discussion at all anyway. You a man. What you doing talking to a bunch of women about what makeup they're wearing and shit? What the hell's that got to do with you? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let me touch on that, and then go with the question I ask. Look, if the woman you looking at, if you don't like how she look, okay, just don't deal with her. That's simple. I mean, look, I like there's certain things I like on a woman, and that's what in my pursuing a woman, that's what I'm gonna focus on. All the other stuff they do, they want to wear different hairstyles, colors, all that. That's not my place to say yay or nay on that. That's them. That's what they want to do. That's it. If you don't like that particular woman wearing whatever, then just move on. Whining and complaining about it, and then shaming them into natural hair. I'm like, that's not gonna work. It doesn't work, and you just look like a goofball doing that. I can't worry about it. But I do have a question though. I was
Mm-hmm.
looking at something. There was this 50-year-old. He's a virgin, and he was trying. He was on a relationship talk show with a lady. Now I'm trying to understand this. Is, is that kind of? Do y'all think that's weird in any way? A 50
What
year
do you
old man,
mean? Uh
like
huh.
a 50-year-old man, he's supposed to be
No.
tall,
50-year-old boy.
huh?
A 50-year-old young man. I'm sorry. A 50-year-old young man. He's not a man yet.
Yeah, he's a virgin.
Right. 50
He's
year old 15-year-old young man.
yeah, 50-year-old,
Oh, a 50 year. Wait, you said 50?
50. Yes,
Wait a minute. What?
yeah,
Slim fella to already.
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
He was 50 years old. He called on. He was doing a relationship show,
Uh huh.
trying to find a woman.
Uh huh.
You
And
know,
he's
and
50 years old. He a virgin?
yes,
I
Wow,
mean,
that's
is
amazing.
this guy happen to be white and a pastor?
no, he was black.
Oh,
That's
okay.
incredible, man. I mean, that's some deep shit.
Yeah,
That's deep. I mean, if he don't have nothing medically wrong with him and he's not gay, I think that's some powerful shit, man. He hasn't found the right one for him yet.
Yeah,
okay,
You know?
yeah. I heard.
Yeah, I'm not going to put him down. I mean, he strongly feels a certain way, and I
right.
can respect that. I mean, I wouldn't wait that long. I wouldn't do it that. But hey, I'm not going to be mad at somebody who has a conviction to wait that long. I don't know if he got that many options left at that age. Uh, if you could afford to wait that long, I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Hmm.
Okay, because there's a lot of factors that go into that now. That you're 50 years old. I mean, do you still have your body? You still have your health?
Right.
I mean, are you planning on getting married at that age? I don't know
then
what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what it is. You ain't got no kids
say,
because you're a virgin, so you ain't got no kids.
Hmm.
I don't know. What was they talking about? I would like to see. What was that? A talk show? A radio talk
Yeah,
show? Oh,
yeah. It was a relationship talk show on YouTube. You know, Melly King, Melly King. She
Melody
was in.
King.
Yeah,
Then you know about that?
Melanie. You said Melanie King?
yeah.
No, do not know Melanie. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, see if we can track that down. I'm interested in that. What was he saying, bro? What are you talking about?
Well, he had called because he was looking for a woman, and she was like, "Okay, your religious values, have." Basically, she was saying that his religious stance has failed him because he was not able to get a woman.
Uh,
Yeah, and and so she was asking. She called him she called him a eunuch, and just something
well, that's
off.
not. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we have to stop doing that to each other. I
yeah.
think that's fascinating that he waited, that he got to that. I want to know how that even happened. Like, okay, he said that he what? Well, he blamed his pastors or church. Would you say he blamed the church?
Yeah, he was a Christian, so he was following his faith.
Oh
Which,
man, that's even. You see that's interesting.
right.
I wish I had him on this show because I got a whole lot of questions. Like, okay, what was the pastor saying? What were you guys reading? I mean, that's you see.
Yeah.
I was telling Dame about how these Christians are dumb due to these pastors,
Mhm.
and I'm not being disrespectful to the person. I'm just saying, as a Christian, they don't hardly know anything because they're not learning anything from these pastors. These pastors aren't teaching anything worthwhile. Okay, and so now he's sitting up here waiting for God to send him a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you would think he was supposed to, but he's calling this show, and it for me it'd be like that's an opposite of what your faith is, because you wouldn't you if you're a virgin and you follow in the Bible and everything, why would you call a place that they don't even follow your beliefs? Because
Wow, I would have.
one of the things she was trying to tell him, like, yeah, you should just go ahead and go have sex right now. Like,
Yeah, it just says holding it back now. You're 50 years old. You done missed out on.
right,
I mean, you missed out on everything.
right,
Yeah, I wouldn't even. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, at this point, you may as well go get it. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Because finding a wife at the, I'm not saying it's impossible to find a wife at 50, because there's definitely 50-year-old women out here looking for a husband. Because and that'd probably be better for him sexual wise. Because a lot of these older women now, they done had their kids, they ain't looking for no more, and then they got their tubes tied. So it would definitely be a good situation for you sex wise to get with these older women. But
Yeah,
but my thing is, see, I'm fascinated at. I don't know why he had to end. I mean, come on, we got to stop insulting each other. And when we have situations like this, recognize them for their uniqueness and take advantage of trying to get the information so we can figure this thing out. Like how guys like this end up like this. When you start insulting people, then they clam up and then they don't want to talk. Now you can't get the information. Okay? Nah, I wouldn't insult them at all. I would have been fascinated. Okay, brother, when did this start? What take me all the way back to the beginning.
right.
How did this start? Where did this man, I would have been I wish I can get him on my wow, I would have been fascinated by that.
Yeah,
I would have been fascinated. Yeah. Huh?
I had a lot of questions on that myself. I'm
Yeah, I would have had a lot of
because for me,
oh man.
I
Okay.
that is amazing
Huh?
because it's like I you know I slipped up and 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 at 20. Like, so I was
Yeah,
like, at at 50, how you was able to do
you
that?
gotta be
I can understand maybe 30, maybe, but
I
50,
mean,
that's
even if he was told the wrong thing, I commend him for having the strength to hold out that long.
yeah,
50 years old?
yeah.
I'm not saying he was probably told some bad stuff, but still being able to hold out that long? Wow.
Okay. Now I know
Uh-huh.
why the name sounded familiar. Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah, she's supposedly a supporter of Kevin Samuels.
right, she's stealing his platform.
Yeah, and I hate it because they turned this guy into a martyr now because everybody is stealing his stuff.
Everybody.
Every time you turn around, there's some new upstart with a Kevin Samuels themed show.
And you know what's the funny thing? The biggest ones that's making the most money, getting
Yeah,
the most
yeah,
views
yeah.
out of it,
Jason
are
Black,
the women. The women are
Jason
doing it.
Black ain't, yeah, Jason Black ain't got no shame in this game. He
Oh
blatantly doing it.
well, Jason Black was on that. Well, he hadn't done the dating thing, but
Yeah.
as far as how Kevin would speak to women, Jason Black been doing that
Well, right, but
from
what they're
as
not
long as I
doing
can
with
listen.
it, right?
But
What I know is what they're not doing. They're curbing some of the disrespect. Some guys are doing it, still doing the dress size. Some people don't took that out. Okay, and then, what they're trying to do is they're trying to modify his show to fit their own framework. You know what I'm saying? They're taking the things out that they don't like about it. They're keeping what they like about it, and then they're doing. I'm like, okay, y'all just robbing this man in his grave. I didn't agree with the man, but goddamn, y'all robbing the shit out of him. You know,
that's a capitalist world that we in, man.
yeah, fucking
That shit.
robbing. I mean, goddamn, let the man rest in peace, man. Yeah. Just blatantly, just shamelessly taking the man's style, and it's so obvious that they're taking the style. It ain't like you can't. Oh man, I wonder where this show came from. No, hey man, that sounds like Kevin Samuels. You know,
But
yeah, because they done took his shit. You know,
well, you know what even the funniest part about it? The people that
uh,
he picked to be around him, the group before he passed away,
mm-hmm.
they're not even being able to do it to the
No,
degree of the people that to even the women who are copying it. They're not even. Dennis
you
Bergman
got
tried
women.
it; it didn't work. Uh,
You got women doing
tutorials
it.
guy, he tried it; it didn't work. But the women are taking it, and then they flipping it. They flipping it on the men,
Yeah,
and boy, it's bringing money. I mean, dang,
yeah,
it's
they
unreal.
getting paid, man, because it's just I hate to see right is right. I'm a fair man. You know, I may not like you, but I'm fair. Okay, right is right, wrong is wrong. You know, it's not right. You take this man's style like that. It's just like I said, they're blatant with it. They ain't even trying to hide it. You know, like I said, it'd be one thing if you had to really try to think to figure out what they were doing, but you ain't got me like, well, damn, that sound like Kevin Samuels show right there. Shit is obvious.
That ain't
I'm like,
sound. Look, they have the look
yeah,
too.
yeah, sound and look like it and every damn thing. Like, wow, y'all some shameless fucking thieves, man. Just shameless, man.
Nah, they don't they don't care. But yeah, but I
And
was
don't give a shit. They
no.
don't give a shit.
Wherever that money is, that's what they're gonna do.
They don't give a shit.
It's amazing, you know, in a not in a positive way, but just in a it's amazement how people will steal. And these are the same
Damn,
some of
it's
them.
almost 2 o'clock. Oh shit, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even realize that. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, they'll just steal from it and then and be like and
And then
just
you got
do it.
somebody in the back. Then you have somebody in the back. Hold on one second.
Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry about that, Aaron.
Mr. Aaron Collins, what's going on?
Hey, Aaron, what's up?
Salute, E Nation. What's going on? How
Going
y'all
on, man? Long
been?
time no see.
Yeah, it has been, man. Just been chilling.
Uh,
Yeah, I want to kind of take a stab at probably explaining the diversion, brother. As a fellow Christian myself, God is still in the miracle working business. So I salute that brother. I applaud him. I wish I could say the same thing.
Yeah, 50. Yeah,
And
you know, yeah.
I
Damn.
wish I could say the same thing. And God is still in the miracle working business. He very well may find the wife that he wants to be with. See,
Yeah.
God is like, God will basically say yes when man said no. God's ways are not our ways. We got to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But yeah, if you can find that brother Max, get him on the show, man.
Yeah, man, I would love to have him on the show. I got all kinds of. I'm very fascinated, man. I wouldn't be insulting to him at all. I think
Yeah.
that's a powerful achievement. Even
I'm
even if he was misled, it's still a power. I mean, to be able to wait all that
Yeah.
time, man. But I would like to
I'll
take it
put it to
back
you this way.
again. You know,
I'll put it to you this way. We'll say this real quick. It's like, that brother, I'm like this. I'd rather be a fool in man's eyesight than a fool in God's eyesight.
Yeah, you know, we can sit up here and laugh at him, but understand something, right? His body is still pure. He hasn't been defiled in any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to that, he hasn't been defiled yet. So he's untouched goods. He's pure. So he may be very attractive to some women. The fact because of his pureness. You know? I mean, wow, that's deep, man.
Exactly. I wish I could still say that. But I failed.
The oldest I seen one was 33. Okay, I knew a guy who was 33, and he was a virgin. And he made it to the early part of 34, and he found him a girl, and they fell in love, and they got married and all that stuff. And then that was the end of that. But he found this woman, though. You know, so that kind of purity right there, man, could be attractive to women. You know? That's serious right there, man. But yeah, I want to wait a lot of questions because I'm very interested in what he was told in the church.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd rather wait. I wanted to wait to be married also at one time, but it didn't happen, and I still want to be married someday. So,
right.
I still can't believe that it's 2022 and dudes are still getting at women, talking about women's accessories and stuff. I'm like, when is that argument gonna never die out?
I can't believe the only virgins today that I can believe is just the kids. Anything past 20, I can't believe is a virgin.
Yeah,
anything past 20, I can't believe.
Well, I could say maybe to 30, maybe.
I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to stay to 20.
Past,
yeah.
I don't know. Past 30 though,
the most I would give up is 5. I go anything north of 25, I can't believe is a virgin. Yeah, anything north of 25, I'm gonna have a hard time believing he's a virgin. Anything north of 25. Right. All this shit going on out here. These dudes are just meeting up just to have sex with girls. They got online apps now just for sex. That's it. Oh, yeah. It ain't even no talking no more. It's I want a booty call. Where you at? What you look like? You look good. I'm with it. And this is dangerous as hell.
Yeah, it is.
This is dangerous as hell, man. And I feel so bad for that girl that was killed driving that Uber. You hear about that?
No, what happened? I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, killed that Uber driver.
No, what happened?
She picked him up, and and they drove somewhere, and he killed her, man. She was begging for her life and everything, and he shot her.
What was his purpose for doing it?
I don't know, man. Just stupid. Some people are just dumb, man. Like these are the people that you should take up to the. Well, I ain't gonna say that because then they're gonna say I'm being violent. We'll
I
say
heard.
that.
I just heard a story about I think a dude shot a McDonald's employee because his mama's fries was cold.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Get out of here. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. I don't even do DoorDash no more. I stop with that shit because the food is messed up, man. It's coming. They giving you any old kind of thing now. So, but anyway, Dame, you there? Dame, where did she go?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, sweetheart. I'm gonna bow out. Okay, it's
Yeah.
almost two
It's
o'clock over here.
yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
having me on.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
y'all. Y'all peace, power, and unity, man. I'll holler at y'all, man. Be good.
Yeah.
All right, Max. Good to see you
Yeah,
again,
Max.
brother.
All right, no
Mm-hmm.
problem, man. You too, man. Don't be a
Okay.
stranger, Aaron. All
Oh yeah,
right.
definitely. I won't. Oh yeah, I
All right,
definitely
man.
won't. I
Peace.
was All right.
Okay.
The Dane and bro speak. How y'all doing?
All right. All right. Okay. I just saw a notification that you was doing live and you was talking about the Brittany Renner thing. We had just touched a little bit on that earlier.
Yeah, yeah, I talked about Brittany Griner. I did a video on it. I mean, the situation is sad, but at the same time, I'm like, some people should just know better. I mean, I don't know why people think they can just go to these foreign countries with their American attitude and think it's gonna fly. It don't work that way. I mean, not to mention, Russia and the United States have been enemies since the dawn of time. I mean, since I was a kid, they have been off and on again allies and enemies for the longest. America does not like Russia, and Russia does not like America. Not to mention, Russia is in a full-blown war with the Ukraine. So, what makes you think? I mean, I think Whitney Griner was pretty much collateral damage. Some people say she's a political pawn. But yeah, I can believe that.
Okay, was a political pawn that they not concerned about. Um, it yeah, we was just talking and said that she got caught coming back, not going in. I thought she got caught going in the country with uh
So wait, she was already in the United States?
no. She was leaving Russia to go to the United States.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
they
night,
said
honey.
she had the oil in her luggage. I'm like, girl, what would you thinking? Think you could get on a plane and some people just don't think.
Yeah. And yeah, I know there was talk about hey, the alphabet people are leaving her to fend for herself. They're not uh campaigning to get America to get her out of there or do whatever they can to get her out of there. I was like, she's in a whole nother country. I don't think they can do anything regardless. Not to mention the country is uh don't have any approval or wait a minute, is against the law for you to be of the alphabet persuasion. And I was like, didn't they know she was of the alphabet persuasion when she went over there?
Probably not. I don't know. But, she probably should have done some research. So they can't really blame. They really can't blame America completely for this. I mean, she's got to take some responsibility in this too.
Hmm. I said, well, the most they could do right now, since she got 9 years, is make sure she has something on her book. I don't know if Russia has that, but I'm assuming so. You know, like send her, find out what money, what the account for putting money on her book, and keep her booked up for the next 9 years.
I thought it was 10 years. It was 9 years.
Oh, okay. I saw 9 years. You saying it's 10?
I mean, I thought it was 10 years.
Ah, yep, yep. So she can might as well say bye bye to her career. Um, try to get as much as she can, get booked up. So because prison in other countries is nothing like prison in ours.
Yeah, y'all remember
Well,
what
no,
happened to ASAP Rocky?
The Russians got a prison called the Gulag, I believe. What happened to ASAP Rocky?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all remember what happened to him?
No, what happened to him?
He got caught up in I want to say Italy. Got into a fight with some group of dudes. They had him hemmed up.
Wait a
He
minute,
was
was
in
that
there
the
for
one where he was in France?
something like that. It was France or Italy, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
And they
I
had
think I
him in
did
there.
hear about something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in there for a while.
Wow. Okay. It didn't seem like it was long, but then again, I'm not haven't really been following ASAP Rocky. I thought he did like a year.
These rappers, I don't understand. These rappers think that bravado that they rap about, that false toxic masculinity that they talk about on their records and stuff like that is going to fly in these foreign countries. They may like listen to the music, but that don't mean that they bow down and going to take you like a real threat. If you come threatening in their countries, they're going to give you some of their justice. It's not going to be American justice. They're going to give you their justice on how they do things in their country. When are people going to wake up and realize that this is not America?
Yeah,
But
and
then
your celebrity status ain't gonna help you. I think that's probably with Brittany Grinder. She thought her celebrity status gonna help her. That's not the case. They don't care about that. When they
yeah,
want to
and a
get you,
lot
they
of
gonna get you.
mhm. Yeah, and a lot of
Hmm.
these
You
European
know that.
countries is just as racist as America.
Yeah, I said that. I was saying that. Be dealing with a worldwide white supremacy, global racism.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
no, I'm
they,
not saying
yeah. I'm
that
gonna have to
that
drop.
white supremacy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop
I'm not.
down. If, if I get a
Okay,
chance, I'll come back up.
okay.
Bro, speak. I'm not saying that white supremacy is the reason why Brittany Griner got caught. I mean, she got caught because she did have some contraband on her. Now, maybe we don't know if they chose her. They picked her out because of her sexuality, or because of her color, or maybe because she just simply committed a crime. We don't know that. But as black people, we don't have much wiggle room here in the United States. What makes you think you can go to another country and do what you want to do?
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, Oliver. They're talking about trading her for a Russian. We gave 25 years for 9. Okay, so they're talking about they're gonna trade her for a Russian. We got 25 years for.
Yeah, so I heard a Russian war criminal or somebody who's a serious flight risk. Yeah, that's what I heard also. But well, I'm like this. I believe it when it happens, if it happens.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm not really up in arms about Brittany Griner. I mean, I hope she's okay and all, but I mean, I never really heard. I don't really even know her. I mean, I never even heard of her until this incident happened. But my thing is this: why aren't the alphabet people? Why aren't they putting together some kind of protest or making awareness of her situation?
Yeah, that's what they were talking about in one of the news things I was reading. It said the alphabet people let her down. Why they not protesting? Why they not uh uh going to their representative or the government saying, You know she's being discriminated because she's the alphabet people. It's illegal to be an alphabet person in that country. Blah 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 blah. Da 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 da. But hey, Trump got him out. Oh, ASAP Rocky. Oh, Trump got ASAP Rocky out.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that incident with ASAP Rocky. Yeah, and the situation with I mean, yeah, you would think that not to mention America. I mean Russia is a former communist nation, which was part of the former Soviet Union.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
And not to mention, it's a major superpower too. Russia is one of the major superpowers, along with the United States.
Yeah. Uh, it goes with I was thinking earlier. Uh, you're claiming your alphabetness, but you keep forgetting you're also black. And if you was of the palm color alphabet people, there might be jumping up and down, raising all kind of protests for you. But when you have the backhand side, nah, they don't, they don't, they don't, they don't jump up and down for you as like that.
Yeah, basically, if you're full of melanin, yeah, you might not get a fair shake.
Yeah, that's why my gay cousin is like, I don't trust these alphabet people. They keep trying to push a white agenda and stuff like that. She said, I've been black a lot longer than I've been of the alphabet persuasion. She says, I'm black first. And I was hearing this for the family Zoom day, and I was like, okay, what started this conversation? Because I was late. And okay, is this in hearing her say that? But I do notice it's of the alphabet people of a certain age group. There, she don't like them pushing that the alphabet agenda on the kids. She said, what my grandkids and stuff know about that? They not supposed to know anything about that. It's supposed to just be kids. If they think they one sex or the other, they just kids. They don't know anything about that. They just mhm. Hey, highly favored. I thought you was going to bed.
I was. Well, no, I thought you guys were shutting it down but it was just Max going to bed.
Yeah, he was
So
leaving.
I said goodnight because I thought everybody was going. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah,
I will be shutting it down in a little bit, but but
yeah.
since
It's just 11.
Harry,
It's just 10:57 here in California, so that's why I'm still up.
okay,
You guys are late birds, but yeah, I feel sorry for that. Whatever
Hey,
her
highly
name is,
favorite.
grinder. Hey,
Yeah,
hey, hey! Good seeing you
yeah,
guys.
yeah. I'm in California also, so yep, it is
Oh, okay.
10:57 here.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in Northern California. Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I'm in SoCal.
Yeah, I'm from Southern California, so
Mhm.
but I've been up north now for just say probably 25 years now. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's they made so many changes, in Southern California. But back to the topic, yeah, I kind of feel sorry for that young lady, Grinder. If she said it was a mistake that she didn't know that she had it, but if she did know that she had it, she should have known better. Like you said, to take something like that to a foreign country.
Yeah, but then there's a question mark. Somebody else said no, she was actually leaving the country, and
Oh,
it's because she was leaving the country with it. That's a big no-no.
oh, yeah, because I thought she was entering the country too. But now you're hearing that she was leaving with it. Oh, well, she just shouldn't have took any chances like that. Being a you know
I
a
think she better come out. I didn't pack my bags. Uh, she
Well,
would have to admit that hey, her girl, her wife, or whatever, packed my
mm-hmm.
bags, but she can't admit that because that's illegal.
well, my question is this though: is okay, even if she did make it to America, well, she would still have to deal with it here. I mean, she still has it on her person.
Hmm.
The fact that she's on a plane flying above international waters, that right in itself is actually illegal.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. And soon as she get to one of these countries where it is illegal, it may have been legal in Russia, but once she gets into the airport is kind of a weird zone. You're not completely of the country you in or the other. You gotta take into account of everywhere it gotta go and stuff like that, and layovers and stuff like that. So say okay, it wasn't illegal in Russia, but even if she managed to get it on a plane, she stopped into one of these other countries where it's legal because there's always going to be for them long flights, it's going to be a stop in some other part of Europe to catch the next flight to the next part, and then so on and so forth. It's like three, at least three layovers, if not more. Or something happened, the plane gets diverted into this other country, you know. So, whether she forgot about it, somebody already packed, had somebody else had packed her bag for her. She can't admit to it because it'll get her even more trouble, or 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 it's okay to have it there, but not to take on the plane or take it over international lines or whatever. Safe bet is not to have any of it. As I always tell the kids, vaping to get you in trouble. Although I'm thinking more along the lines it's addicting.
I certainly do agree. Just don't do it. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where they got the idea that vape pens are safer than cigarettes, but they turn out they more addictive than cigarettes.
Right here, that when you're vaping,
Yeah, they
you're actually inhaling lead into your lungs. That's even worse than smoke. Lead, that's literally metal.
yeah.
Wow.
So they because this is my take on it. You know, because they don't because the certain demographic. I just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
They banned the flavor vape. You know, then they gotta extend it all the way out to ban the menthol cigarettes now. And they keep now. I agree. Cigarettes. I think it's some racial undertone to it because with all the news that you read about the menthol ban, they keep saying, African Americans they smoke menthol the most, and you know,
Mm-hmm.
making it seem like they're caring about our health when we know doggone well from the many
They don't give a care.
decades of action, they don't care anything about our health, you know.
Mm-hmm. Shoes. They didn't care that the cigarettes was giving people cancer. What makes you think? You think they care? I think what it is, they're trying to drive people to vape. I wonder if it's somehow cheaper to make the oil or the vape pens or the whatever ingredients and all that vaping. But but weirdly enough, I'm not seeing grown folks with vape pens. I'm seeing kids. I'm seeing 13, 12, let me see, 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old with vape pens. I was like, it's still illegal to smoke. You got to be 21 years of age to smoke, use tobacco products of any sort. Vape pens still comes under that category. Even if they can use all kind of different oils and stuff like that, that's supposed to be all underneath there. But somehow these kids are getting vape pens. And they treating it like it's nothing. It's like, oh, well, I lost that one. I'll give me another one. What the heck? I don't remember vape pens being cheap neither. I said, did something change? Seems the only place is illegal is at the school. And don't tell me that vaping doesn't do the. I was talking to one student because he's playing basketball. He stopped vaping because he noticed that his endurance and his breathing is not the same while he's vaping. He can't endure through the practice, let alone an actual game, while he's vaping. So he gave it up. But then he has a friend who quit basketball because he wanted to continue to vape. Like, I was like, what? And y'all trying to tell me it ain't addictive? And it's like, what are your parents telling the parents? Like, oh, it ain't nothing. There's even one where the parent actually get them the vape pen. I was like, what the hell? Your father's getting you a vape pen. Okay. Let's see how the favorite dropped off. Aaron, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 But I brought up really really because I saw you was talking about. I said, "Dang it, we could have used you earlier when we was talking about all that." Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just happened to see you all live. I'm like, oh, I haven't seen Max in a minute. So yeah, I just started going back and making content myself about a couple weeks ago. I mean, I had taken a long break from YouTube myself. Not to mention, I spent the last 3 months back home, and in Chicago, trying to get some business squared away there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been back in California, I think, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, reestablishing myself.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw a few of your lives, or unfortunately either I catch it on a replay. Like I went to click on because I saw you were live, and then
What?
I get in
Well, I
there.
haven't done any.
We ended.
I haven't done any lives yet. I've just gone back to doing uploads, but eventually I'll go back to being live too.
Oh,
Yeah, I
well,
want to. Yeah, and I want to. And what I'm trying to do is have something that people can engage in, and that's something intriguing to talk about. Because one thing I don't like is dead air in between. I mean, I like to have something that the people can constantly engage in.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
You sound like you're tapping out yourself. Dame.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't expect it to be this late. Actually, we're supposed to keep it at just a couple of hours. But it started talking about one thing, and then we went on to another thing. You know how I be on my conversations, Lady
Well,
Dame.
yeah, well, those are the best conversations where you could bounce from topic to topic.
Yeah, yeah. We was doing the can divestors be pro-black? 'Cause we keep running into divestors that insist that they're pro-black. And I said,
I don't
okay,
think
well,
so.
let's unpack that.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Because if you're divesting, that means you're not being with your own kind. So how can you be pro your kind if you're divesting to the other group? That does not make sense. It is actually quite, to me, it would be counterproductive.
Hmm. Yeah.
You can't be pro you but be with them at the same time.
Hmm.
But that's just how my brain thinks. I mean, I try to use some logic.
Oh yeah, yeah. We kind of pretty much all agree to that. But I think what it is, there. Okay, there is a definition that divestors don't necessarily divest away from the whole of the black community. They divest in just from certain people or certain environments of the black community. But but we're still going into, well, okay, if you divesting, I say, okay, if you're saying that you're just staying away from toxic people or certain elements of the community, then say you're staying away from. When you use divesting, that means you're getting away from it, and divestors as a whole usually divesting from black men, the black community, and either one of them, you cannot be pro-black.
You know what? A lot of these people basically, I think, they're just using the term divest because it's trendy. That some of them probably don't even know what the word halfway even means, but because it just sounds cool to say, and everybody's doing it. Oh, I'm a divester too.
Yeah, yeah. So I went to the definition of the divester. Um, let's see. Yeah, yeah. To the basic Merriam-Webster dictionary and definition. I started off that way. And I was like, but it was when I put divester, it would give me the root word divest. So I said, okay, maybe, it just sometimes that's the way the dictionary is. You gotta go based on the root word. And it says to deprive or dispose, especially of property, authority, or title. Okay, that's one of them. Uh, Here's another one: to undress or strip, especially of clothing, ornaments, or equipment. That's another one. And then there's the basic C where it says rid or free. And then there's the second definition is to take away from a person. So if you take it away from a person, you are a person that takes away from a person. I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. So I went into, the typical urban dictionary. It had a whole bunch of them. And basically it's like, shoots, all the divestors are women. I said, then what are the men? And I guess they just swirlers, because the way YouTube run along, it seemed like divestors are women and swirlers are men. But we
If you
think
ask
that.
me, they're all one and the same. They're all divestors as far as I'm concerned. I
Mhm.
mean, the whole situation is really quite asinine. I mean, the word, if you break down the first two letters in divest, DI, it basically means to split. I mean, that's where you get the word divide from.
Uh-huh.
Divide, diverse, it all comes from that same terminology to
Mhm.
basically to split in half.
Yeah. Yeah. And we, yeah. So Max was saying Divester is just the female version of the cis-bins. Yep,
Yeah, pretty much.
they both advocating the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because both groups think that the grass is greener on the other side. A lot of times they find out it ain't really grass; it's astroturf.
Yep. Yep. And we even went into why they keep coming into black spaces is divesting from the black community. And I said they're recruiting. They're coming into black spaces recruiting, um, because one of the definitions says a community of black women. I said, whoa, community. So that means there's a group of them. So basically, divestors are coming into black spaces to recruit um, more women to their community and to divest.
Yeah,
They
and
they
yeah,
can't.
basically.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that basically with the investors, heck, they should probably start their own sector. I mean, because it's like basically they're pretty much like the cis-bins. You want someone to care that you're leaving. Instead of just leaving, okay, just go. All right? Don't make a noise about it. Just quietly leave. I mean, go. Why are you still here? Leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, we covered over that, and then came across a video of divested ladies beginners guide. We didn't get too much into that. It never fails. Whenever we use one of these, we never get too far into these before we start conversating. But yeah, she was basically saying, you need to know why you're divesting. What are you divesting from? There are some that doing the divesting, they just staying away from people, and they trying to do a lot of self healing or self stuff, but they just staying away from people that's toxic in their lives. And then there's those that divesting, dating. They they dating anyone that that oh, see how she put it, or how they put it. Let me see. I saw it in the dictionary. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Where? How is it? Okay. Okay. This community of women believe in black women finding the best partner for them, regardless of race or ethnicity, and strongly believe in traditional gender roles. They avoid black men for the most part, as they believe they are the biggest threat. But anyway, the before I read that part, the other part where they're talking about the best partners from them, regardless of race or ethnicity, but and they believe in traditional gender roles. Okay, yeah, because she was talking about she wanted to be in her femininity and all that other stuff, you know, and that that she didn't want to be basically the mule of the community, and and having to be the problem solver and stuff like that. She just wants to be feminine and not be the one to make those decisions or solve the problems of everything that's going on in the community, something like that. There was something more, but we didn't get back around to it. And I was like, okay, you can do that without divesting. You can still
You
do
know,
that.
if you ask me, I basically think it's just a bunch of unhappy, bitter, delusional people who want some attention and want people to care what they're doing. And it was like, once again, I said, it's like, just go. Do what you're going to do. And get the hell on. Do what you do. I wish you the best in life, but just go.
Hmm. Yeah, I know. A while back, I was listening to Divester, and there's something she said that was really interesting. She said, "Don't tell anybody you divested." In fact, she even stated those women that's so quick to go on and saying they divesting and all this other stuff, they're not really divesting. Because if you're divesting and you're doing it for your health or self care or get out of toxic relationships and remove the toxic people out of your lives, then you just do it. You do not have to announce that. That's between you and, and, and your God, uh, and stuff like that. You do not have to tell people why you're divesting from them, or that you actually are divesting from them. And I thought that was very
Ex- exactly, because half the time the people who you're doing it from or telling, they could honestly care less. I mean, really, I mean, who cares? Just go.
oh, okay, bro. Speak. You're back.
Yeah, I had to take care of something.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was listening. I'm like, that's the thing. You know, when I hear people talk, that's
Oh,
why
you in a
SBM
bad
and
spot.
that. It, huh?
You was in a bad spot
Can
for a
you hear me?
second. You clear? Can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. When I hear that stuff, I'm always like, okay, why do you need to announce that you're leaving? You divested. Just do it. It's not that hard. It's like it's not that hard to go date out, especially in 2022. It's not that hard. It's not unheard. If you got to tell me, that means you're not doing it, or you're not even. Even if you are doing it, you're not doing it effectively.
Those I literally just said that though. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
basically, it's like instead of doing it, you just want someone to care. It's like you want our blessing. You don't need my blessing. You don't need my permission. You don't even need my approval. Just go.
Or they want your scorn, like you antagonize people by going. It's like it's like I there's some women that were asking me like, well, why do dudes care if we go out? Okay, the ones that really care is the people that really like the ones that care, they care about you too much. That's the ones that really care. No people that don't they're not no care. You know, I that nobody's going to stop you.
Okay, bro. Speak. The bargain is getting bad.
Hold on, let me try to move.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. But I think that's the level of all of them. If every group, if you think about it, cis bins, divester, pink pillars, manosphere, red pillars, and all that other stuff. Uh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, is it better now?
Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I had to move the spot, but yeah, it's like because I was listening to other channels about the red pill manosphere, and the thing of it is with these people, they're not living it. They just talking, and it's like you want people to know. Oh, I'm red pill. I'm manosphere. I'm SYBM. I'm divesting. I'm swerve. Like why? If you don't want to deal with black folks, it's not that difficult. Just don't. If they're if you just don't do it, you don't have to. You ain't gotta talk to nobody. You ain't gotta be friends with nobody. I mean, but these people cannot do it. They still care. If it was me, if I was a divester, I mean, well, SYSBM, with I guess the male version. I don't know. Can males be a divester? I guess
Um, Personally, I think so, but according to the definition, nah.
it's just women. Okay.
If
It,
you do the Merriam-Webster, yes, it'll say a
right.
person.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go with that. If I was doing that, I would not be over here. I would not be on a black channel. I would not be in black spaces. I would be where biracial or something like that, and they will talk about only the issues that dealing with other races of people, having marriages and stuff like that. That's what I would do. I would not care about black women issues or black people issues at all. I would not care. That doesn't affect me. The problem is like these people, they still care, and also they want a scapegoat in case everything goes south over there. They want to be able to sneak right back in to black spaces.
Ah,
I'm like, no, no, and unfortunately, our people will let them back in. That's where I have an issue with the whole thing, with the whole biracial thing. Look, if it's across the board, I have no problem with it. But it's never across the board. They People pick and choose, and that's how these divestors, these swirlers can come. They can go over there, do their thing. If it blows up in their faces, and then they can come right back in black spaces and be quote unquote pro black or quote unquote B1, quote unquote black manosphere and all that kind of stuff. If we don't have a standard for these people. Look, you go over there, fine. You go over there, that's your business. But stay on. All right. You come back, okay, there's some stipulations you're gonna have to follow. Or you just can't come back at all.
yep, 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 yep. You're right about that because and it's not just black folks of Black America. I've seen it. I've seen because of YouTube and TikTok. I've seen across the diaspora. I was like, wait a minute, didn't he dump you? So he married this white woman, and now that she took all his money and the kids, disappeared, and he can't make no more money because he's no longer in that job where he's making a lot of money because he's retired or he for some physical issues, and he goes running back to the woman he left for that white woman, and of course she took him back. And of course, Black community took him back.
Exactly. Same with the women, same thing. Got women who had kids with a white dude, all that. The white dude left her. Now she going, or she left him, whichever way. After, and then had another white dude, got embarrassed on Clubhouse, and then all of a sudden she dating black dudes again. And people were just okay with it. And nobody's saying that. So what do you expect? Black people don't have a standard, you know. So these people can just go do their thing, come back, and then they could be in these spaces and talk their stuff. I'm like, no, you got to. You're gonna be talking about being pro-black and stuff like that. Particularly, you have to have a standard on certain things. Because if you don't have a standard, anybody could just come in here. Yeah, I'm pro-black, but you're not married to a black man. Oh well, I never dated a black man before. Okay, well, why are you talking about pro-black issues? Wait, how does this work?
You know what? I'm gonna say this too about the whole label pro-black. I've actually pretty much that whole system has really gotten out of my nerves. It's actually it's turned out to be quite hypocritical. These so-called pro-blacks and hoteps and all these other people of that ilk have turned out to be a bunch of scam artists in the first place. So I don't even call myself pro-black. I mean, I think it's by default. Of course, I'm gonna be pro myself,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it's like you have to. It's almost as if you're trying to convince people that you're you. And I'm like, no, I'm black because I'm just black. I mean, I'm just me. But all this extra stuff that people are doing, to show it and say they're for the community, turns out a lot of these scam artists and I'm not for the community off.
Hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing about the going back and forth. We got people that say they're pro black, then they do something that shows they're not pro black, and then they have an epiphany or something happened to them, and they back with pro black, and we take them back with open arms. Okay, so after a while, you realize, okay, this person is scamming and all kind of other stuff, and they using the pro the pro black stuff to scam with, and they don't really mean any of it. They didn't mean it before when they were pro black. They didn't mean it when they were going off from being pro black, and they were going away from the community. And then when they come back and say, it'll be like, well, you see, you told you so. Shouldn't have stayed away from the community. Instead of like, oh, I'm sorry, but you see, we tried to warn you, but you can't come back now. We told you that when you left. You go in that direction, you cannot come back. Or we go back into the forgiveness, and they're making a change in their life. People can change stuff. Yeah, yeah. Like like I have some stuff that seem to be contradictory. Like I have this cousin who's mixed. I say she's black because she been raised black. She just happens to have a white mother. But she has a brother, and I don't consider him black because he wasn't raised black. And, except for his father, you know, he never been around any black people. At least as far as I know. That could have changed though as he was growing up in high school. But something his friends said when his dad came to visit, he kind of admitted to his friends did not know that he was black. If they hadn't seen my uncle, they wouldn't have known he was black. They thought he was some kind of Latino or Mexican and stuff like that because he just happened to look like Drake or he looked like certain Latin groups. But him, I say is mixed, but his big sister, cause she was raised around us. She got black in her on her birth certificate. There's no mix. There's black. Father raised her. She spent every summer with us until she was 11. She knows that she's black. Mom told her the truth about how things is in the world. Didn't lie to her and let her think that she can go around and do things like white people and that the world's going to see her as a black woman. So and it seemed to be a contradiction because she's mixed. And I don't think um mixed kids are necessarily black, but I do understand those that have been raised black, they go themselves as black, and they don't do that iffy wishy, oh I'm black, I'm white, or that little, they don't have that little confusion going on there, either because they're part of their black family. Hmm. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the thing. I,
I
yeah,
try,
I got mixed people
I
in my
try,
family too. So,
I mean, I do
and,
too, but I try not to. I try really not to major in the minors. To me, it's really not an issue. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, okay, so what? We got biracial people. All right, if they call themselves black, then I'm gonna call them black.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna make a big issue out of it. If they don't want to be seen as black, okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
That's the problem. That's the problem with us as a people. Black
Hmm.
people, we like to be inclusive of everybody. I mean,
right.
I've always believed in the one drop rule since I was a kid, so it's whatever with me. I really don't make a big issue over biracials and stuff like the way a lot of these YouTubers do. It is what it is.
Hmm.
That's it. It's
Hmm.
all. I mean, if they raise black, they act black, they believe in black. Why are you coming around gonna tell them they ain't black? I'm like, I wish you would tell one of my cousins that they ain't black. Please go try that. And if you don't get knocked the f out, it's gonna happen because nobody want to in real life. Nobody's doing this, but you got people on YouTube who ain't got lives gonna dictate to who black and not. Like you have the power to even dictate that. You don't. You don't even have political power, social power, economic power to do any of that stuff. Why are you even? Why even talk about that? You got bigger concerns than who's black or not. It's not. It's not the biggest issue. If they want to be black, let them. If they don't want to be black, f them. But
They don't even
we
have
No,
they
it's
don't
like
even have girl power.
yeah, it's like and it's like okay, and okay, and it's like it's even backwards on that one because the people that want to be black, you want to run them out, but the people that don't want to be black, that's what you want to include. You want to include them the most. It's just it's so backwards with it, and I'd be like, yeah, y'all don't know what you're doing. You're just saying stuff on YouTube because it sounds good. It makes you feel good because maybe some biracial kid made fun of you. Maybe some mixed kid was picked over you or something like that. It's on some. Um, they did something to me. They made me feel bad for being dark skinned or whatever, and so I'm gonna get back at them and say they ain't black. I'm like, dude, you got bigger things to worry about. Right. It's just you just have bigger things in life to worry about, man.
yeah. But occasionally, I think this is why this. Occasionally, you run into these mixed kids that think they could. Well, I'm saying kids, but the ones I've met, they're younger than me, but they think they can float back and forth between the two, and and I'd be like, and it's not just YouTube. Occasionally, you run into them out there in the real world, you know, um, outside of YouTube, I mean, in social media, where they float back and forth between those two areas. They black one moment, then they white another moment, and they try to say they both sometimes, are they one or the other. That's where you usually run into the issue. Say, look, you need to take a side, you know, and if you want to be biracial, mixed and stuff, multiracial, whatever you want to call yourself, then state that. But you either pick a side. You either black, or you can't be white. As much as you want to, your parents want, you cannot be white.
Tiger Woods calls himself combination, but when he got pulled over by the police that night, they put black in their paperwork. So, bottom line, society is going to see you as something else. Now, you could call yourself or everything you want to call you. Hell, for that matter, you could call yourself a alien from another planet for all you want. But if society sees you as one way, guess what? You that.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of the kids, yeah, I admit some of these biracials, they do want to they want to play that passing game and act like, oh yes, I get all the dibs and I get all the perks of being with this group. But they gonna bust you out, be like, well, you may not have as much melanin, but you do still have some, so you're not completely us either. So don't think you're gonna come in here and just get a Negro pass or something like that. No, it doesn't quite work that way. Society has a way of just putting you down on your face. And you get out of line, especially the dominant culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I cringe. I was looking at this one TikTok that they were showing on YouTube where this white woman is going to raise her biracial kids not to be black kids or that they were just going to be good kids. And I'm like, okay, you are going to tell them that they're going to be facing racism and they're not, and they get run across the wrong people that they could be killed and they got to do have the talk and stuff like that. And but she's determined that no, all she got to do is raise her kids to be good people. A lot of people is like, you're putting your child at a disadvantage, because the world is going to see them as black and you raising them not to see their blackness, and so you putting them defenseless out in the world, and so they don't know how to maneuver when they run across a world that's definitely going to see them as black, judge them as black, and treat them accordingly, even to the point of killing them. Because if they thinking they could do what you do, they might come back alive from that. And how many I don't know if y'all paid attention lately, but some of these black men, black boys that have been killed, they are really biracial, raised with a white mother, and I think one of them, one of the ones where the cop supposedly accidentally shot him because she thought she was tasing him. I was like, his black father's right there. He should have been countering whatever his mother was telling him. He's a black man. Knows his child gonna be seen as a black man. Mm-hmm.
I think that they're trying to get rid of race. It's going to take a long time. It's possible. If you continue to program the mind the way you're programming it, it's possible to eliminate race in about maybe a century, or probably a little less than that. They're trying to get rid of race because race causes too many problems. It causes too many deaths. It's bad for business. It causes too much hatred. It's bad, and then it's got now. And you know what? One of the reasons why they want to get rid of it now is because there's colorism going on with white folks now. Has anybody noticed that?
Wait.
No, I never noticed that, Max.
Yes, there's colorism. There's black. Yeah, there's white people that aren't like white, like for example, let me give you an example of
Okay, I'll be right back.
Like a Peyton Manning, right? Peyton Manning white versus uh, Eminem white, right? Or
Wow.
or Eminem white versus what's the girl that was in the Marvel movie as Black Widow? Uh,
Oh, she played Black Widow. That would be Scarlett Johansson.
yeah. So Eminem white versus Scarlett Johansson white, or Scarlett Johansson white versus give me another example. Was it Jordan Peele white or Ted Cruz white? Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
they got an inner battle going on too. They're calling each other wiggers and dark skinned turds and stuff like that. And so now that it's striking them in such a weird way, they want to get rid of race.
Well,
So,
you know what? I look at it this way: is karma coming back? They're coming back at them because of the way how they treated us.
well,
And this is one thing I think that black people, we need to stay out of that argument and just watch them
well,
go at each other.
it's even more than that. These millennials and these zennials, they don't give a shit about race. They really don't. They don't care nothing about no race. They don't care nothing about slavery, which I think is hurts a lot that they would just excuse slavery, and they don't seem to have any feelings towards Emmett Till or anything black people went through. Okay, but they don't care shit about race. They just don't. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can say to them to change their mind. And I think this is done by. I think this was meant to happen, and I think this kind of mentality is going to get more and more. It's going to get stronger and stronger, and eventually, race is going to get wiped out because ain't nobody going to care about race anymore. Because it's just white people don't mess the race up. Okay, they don't mess it all up with the racism. A lot of people believe that the racism give whites power. Unnecessary power that they shouldn't have. Okay, and so Arabs and stuff like that. So people they just want to get rid of race. And it's usually the millennials and the zennials. They don't give a f about any race. And then they got the generations coming up behind them that's going to be influenced by them. The millennials influence the zennials. Now the zennials are going to influence the generation after them. They ain't going to care about race either. And then 2 or 3 generations down the line, race is going to be a non-factor. And there could be nothing nobody can do about it. People are going to date whoever they want to date. There's going to be no restrictions. They're going to, date who they like or whatever. Ain't nobody going to tell them different, They don't care about people who have, mental diseases. That's another thing too, right? The one thing I don't like about liberals is that they have no boundaries. You cannot live in a world with no boundaries.
This is true.
Something
Literally
has to be
everything
right.
goes.
Right. Something has to be right, and something has to be wrong, or you're going to have utter chaos. You're going to have complete chaos. One of the reasons why Sodom and Gomorrah fell is because they had no laws. Nothing was against the law. Murder wasn't against the law. Child sacrifice, child murder, none of that grape. None of that was against the law. They had no laws. Okay? You can do any disgusting thing you want. Men could the gay dudes can boldly go out and say, "Hey, I want to sleep with this man," and they could take a man against their will in broad daylight. There was no law against it. They had no law. That was one of the reasons why they got smoked, and among other reasons. But that was one of the main reasons why they got smoked. There was just no laws, and the place was nothing but chaos. It wasn't even safe for the people that lived there. I don't even know why people actually lived there. There was no laws. You know, people can break in your house and rape you, and I don't even know why people even lived there. I wouldn't have lived there. Uh,
Well, I guess that's what the land was at the time.
right, and that's the problem I have. And it was in Sodom and Gomorrah was ruled by two corrupted white women.
Shocker.
See, that's never talked about, and why it was so disgusting, and why it fell in such ruin and despair. You see, they never told you who was running the whole thing. Okay, and they were bisexuals too, both of them.
What?
You know, yeah. And so that thing was disgusting. And whatever lit them up, it was real. Because that sulfur is still there. I was watching a documentary on that. Some of that sulfur is still hot. It's still hot. So whatever lit them up was absolutely real. Don't know if it was divine intervention, but something lit them up. Some people say they got hit by a meteor. I don't know about that, but there is sulfur balls all over the place. So I was watching a documentary on that. There was a lot of stuff that was still, at that site. Some of that sulfur was still burning. Some was still smoking, as if it happened yesterday. So whatever hit them, whatever got to them, absolutely lit them up. I don't know if it was the Kraken or whatever it was. Zeus, somebody lit them up. Or something.
Yeah,
And so, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, you think about it, right? You go out there, you tell somebody, right? Hey, listen, don't sit at this table because the legs are weak, and I don't want nobody to, knock the table over. It belongs to my grandma, right? And you sitting there in the house. Next thing you know, there's 60 people out there, right? All making noise and whatnot. You go out there and the table toe up. You're like, what the hell happened? So now you want to run out there and throw everybody out. It's like, I just told you before I went in the house, don't sit at this table. Not only did you not pay attention, that you let everybody sit at the table. Now the table is broke. So now you want to throw everybody out, right? And so I see Sodom and Gomorrah like that. Like, they were so disgusted that if you know what, I'm going to do a show on that. Because I got the real graphics about what happened and why they probably got toe up like that. Because the things that was going on in those cities was just, I mean, they were beyond disgusting. And the fact that you couldn't call anybody for help, there was no laws, there was no nothing. You couldn't bother the queens, the royal family. You go mess around, complain to them. You mess around and get raped. Rape was a big thing in Sodom and Gomorrah. It was almost as big as slavery. Everybody was getting raped. So there was just no laws whatsoever, man. The kids were being defiled, and kids were being murdered every day. Sacrifices being made, burnt offerings, and all kinds of psychotic things was going on. Psychotic sexual things. They was drinking blood, kids' blood. They was eating people, all kinds of craziness, man. So whatever lit them up said, all right, you know what? That's it.
That's probably
the next time
they were doing people a favor, lighting it up.
Yeah, somebody said, whatever lit them up, see you or something like that. All right, you know what? The next time we hear something, light them up. What was that? We just heard something? All right, go down there and light them up. I mean, and they got lit up too. Like I said, them stuff over. I had, like I said, there's a documentary on YouTube about it, and he was showing where these balls fell, how the city got blown up. They were showing where all this stuff came from the sky somehow. They can't determine if it was a meteorite because they don't think meteors carry sulfur, but whatever hit them was extremely powerful. Okay, because it blew them completely out of the water. It blew them off the map, and so it destroyed all of the buildings. I'm talking about down to pebbles. So whatever hit them was deliberate, and it was strong, and it went on for a while. Okay, because it raised every building to the ground. Okay, so whatever hit them was extremely powerful. Could have been a meteor. Not sure. There's no telling what hit them, but there is strong evidence that something absolutely lit them up. And to me, I don't know why. I don't even know how that didn't happen to Babylon. Babylon should have been another one that got lit up. Matter of fact, I think Babylon did get lit up. Hey, Dane.
Yeah, Babylon got hit. Babylon did get hit. So
yeah,
did Pompeii. Pompeii got hit too.
Yeah, Babylon got hit. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so did Pompeii. Pompeii got lit up too.
So you figure, right? If you don't believe in God, Mother Nature, somebody took these cities out. Something took these cities out. Now we can go debate back and forth about who it was, who it wasn't. But what we do know and what we have strong evidence of, something powerful took these cities out. So I guess we can I don't know. I guess we could argue about that until we blue in the face. We probably won't come to an agreement, but we might be able to agree on something took them out. Something very, very powerful. So it kind of makes you wonder, right? If all that stuff was like gay stuff, if all of that was natural, then why they get lit up? Right? Why they get lit up?
They would just say it's some kind of natural disaster that it was a coincidence.
Well, that's when you see a natural disaster is to make excuses for it, right?
Yeah.
They can say, well, you really shouldn't be that way because it's unnatural and unholy. Somebody might hit you with a meteor. Well, no, it's a natural disaster. A meteor is a natural disaster. I thought a natural disaster has to happen on your actual planet.
Yeah. Yeah, and every meteor strike that struck the Earth before, the effects, like as you said, Sodom and Gomorrah has sulfur. There's still sulfur from that area, even the pillars of salt. But we have other meteor strikes that hit the Earth, and yes, what they did was devastating, but it ended. Whatever it was, it ended. Even the most recent ones, yeah, they come in, they do some damage, causes fires and stuff like that, but they end. The sulfur's still there. The sulfur's still hot. There's pillars of salt where that makes you wonder, because of oh shoot, I'm starting to forget his name. Wife turning into a pillar of salt. What if there's some truth to it? What if whatever hit them actually did make her a pillar of salt, or took everything out of her and all that was left of her was a salt pile? What could do that? What could do damage to the body so severe that all it leaves of the body is salt?
I'm gonna say it was magic.
You know better than that. This is biblical, and not in some what they call them things. Um, it'll come to me later. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna say it was. You can say divine intervention. I'm gonna say it was magic or power, whatever you want to call it. But let's talk about that. Okay, so the way the Masons tell that story, right? And they, when we was in the lodges, when I was in the lodge, right, they overemphasized that part. Lot's wife was told not to turn around. She didn't listen. She did. They must have said she didn't listen 10,000 times. Okay. So my whole thing is, are we sure that Lot was even black? I mean, what black man named Lot? I mean, I'm just saying.
okay. Well,
Okay.
he's supposed to be the nephew of Abraham.
Yeah, I heard all of that. I heard. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something else too, right? We gotta do a Christian show because I got a lot of questions, and I hope some Hebrew Israelites show up. So I got a lot of questions about where everybody came from. You got Methuselah, he 900 years old. You got Enoch that nobody never talks about, but he walked with God for 300 years. How is it that a man who never saw death and walked with God for 300 years isn't talked about in the church? Can somebody explain that to me? We talk about Jesus. And how come they don't talk about Elijah? He never saw death either. You got two men in the Bible. Well, you had two men who never saw death. Elijah rode into heaven on a chariot. God lifted Enoch up, and he walked with God for 300 years. And he's not in the Bible. Christians don't know about him. You go ask the average Christian right now, hey, man, you ever heard of Enoch? Who's that? Well, he's related to, Adam and all of them, right? No, I don't know.
Oh, Enoch, he was on in that lineage.
Wasn't he? He was Methuselah's father.
I forget whose son it probably was. I think he probably was Methuselah's father.
He was Methuselah's father.
And I think to answer your question, why he was there back then, I believe human beings were living a lot longer back then than they are now. Right. Way longer.
I believe he was the father of Methuselah, Methuselah was the father of Noah, and Noah was the guy that built the ark.
Lamech was the father of Noah.
The grandfather of Noah.
Okay.
Yeah, Lamech was the father of Noah.
All right, okay.
I think Noah is Seth.
Wait a minute. Wait, who was Noah? Who was Noah's father?
Lamech. L-A-M.
Okay. Right.
No, L-A-M-E-C-H. Lamech.
Okay, Lamech. Okay, and then Methuselah was his father. Methuselah was Noah's grandfather.
I believe so.
Well, Enoch was the father of Methuselah. That was his father. So you're gonna tell me you have everybody else in the Bible except Enoch, and you don't say nothing about Elijah. You don't say nothing about these pastors. Keep cherry picking these scriptures to support themselves financially. They don't really teach nothing real anymore, man. How is it that Enoch is not talked about? A man who never saw death, that God favored so much that he blessed him, he never saw death, and he walked with God for 300 years, recording history. He recorded a lot of stuff that you read today. He was there when the angels came down to Mount Hermon. Those angels actually went to Enoch and asked Enoch to intercede on their behalf when God was punishing them. and he's not in the Bible? Make that make sense. They'll tell you the story about the angels who took people for wives and all that stuff, but they won't tell you about the men that they went to who they knew God favored so much to intercede on their behalf to try to get their punishment reduced. And Enoch sat down, took down their grievances and their issues, and went to God for them, but God wasn't trying to hear none of it. Dang, did you know about that?
No.
This is what I'm saying. They know about the angels took wives, but they don't know about Enoch, though. Who was actually there when that whole thing started up. I forgot the name of the angels. I think what Zentraza. Zentraza was the leader of those angels. Zentraza. And then there's a bunch of Raphaels and Ishmaels and Sotomaels. There was a whole bunch of L's in there. But Zentraza was the leader of those angels. And it was him that said, it was, now check this out. And this is what I find funny. Y'all listening?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Y'all there? This is
Yeah.
what I find
Yeah, still
very
here.
interesting. This is what I find very interesting. Angels are supposed to be these godly beings that don't sin or whatever, right? But why is it that Zentraza, the leader of the angels at the time, that group, didn't trust him? He didn't trust him.
He didn't trust
Because he didn't trust the 200 angels that he got together to go down to Mount Hermon, who wanted to take the earth women as wives. Zentraza was their leader. He did not trust them.
Who's the her that he did not trust? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The 200 angels that got together to go down to Mount Hermon to take the earthly women as wives.
Uh-huh.
Their leader was an angel named Zentraza.
Uh-huh.
Zentraza.
Yeah.
He did not trust the other angels.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because he said that he was afraid, right? He said, we're going to do this. And they said, why you ask? Because he said that he was afraid that it would be him alone that would have to pay the price of a great sin. So if he's telling you that, then what is that telling you? He don't trust him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And here's another thing. If he knew that he was going to pay the price of a great sin, then why did they go through with it? They didn't seem to be afraid to be punished. Why'd they go through with it? He already knew what was up. Hey man, we're gonna be, we're gonna be in the shit, man. Once we get caught, we're gonna get in trouble. Big trouble. All right, well, yeah, let's go do it anyway. Hey man.
Okay.
I
think the reason why Zentraza said we're gonna do this, he didn't want to be the one to be punished alone because he was the leader. And as the leader,
right, and because he didn't trust the other angels.
Yeah, because they were his underlings.
Right, he didn't trust them. That's why he wanted everybody on it up front. He wanted everybody's word because he didn't want to be the one only taking his fall for the price of a great sin. I mean, there's a lot of things fundamentally in the Bible that's just don't even work out right. It don't even work out. Like, for example, why all of the women in the Bible are in bad positions? Either they're whores, they're slaves, or they're barren, can't have children.
Well, not all the women were like that.
There's really nobody significant other than a few women. My whole thing is, Where are the feet? Why? Okay, this is really, really, and people keep saying this, but I'm not buying it. And you know why I'm not buying it? Because God made man and woman, right? And he said, be fruitful and multiply. So what is that telling you? God is about you getting it. He's about you getting behind closed doors and getting it on and having children.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God is about. Okay? God is for you and your man, or you and your wife, get in your house, right? And get to doing a hookah chuka.
Okay.
So if God is on it like that, right? Then how come there are no female angels?
I think I could answer that question.
That don't make
Okay.
any sense.
I think I could answer that question.
Go ahead.
Because God designed man to be fruitful and multiply. He didn't extend that ability to the angels. Matter of
Right.
fact, I believe the angels were actually genderless, so to speak.
Yeah, I keep hearing all of that, but nobody has provided any proof of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the angels are certainly not identified as genderless.
Yeah, I know the Bible doesn't call them genderless.
Right. And
That's not
so
what I was. That's not what I
right,
was
so
getting at.
nobody right. I've heard Christians make that claim, but there's no evidence of that.
But the angels, they
So
weren't given the attributes that human beings were given.
I heard that too, right? I'm not buying that either. Because if that was the case, then why? If that was the case, then why were they horny? Why did they want to go down and take these women as wives? They exhibit a human attribute. And
Well,
check this out. They weren't talking about, well, let's go down here and take them for wives so we can be nice to them. No, they went down there for the specific reason to procreate with these women. That's a human attribute. So there was these beings that I don't believe all that. Okay, and I'm still trying to find out something else. Where is the female angels? Because in Genesis, right, it tells you, they tell you, right, let us make man in our image. Let us. Who is us?
Yeah, I was having
Right now,
this
check this out.
three parts.
And this is the part I like. I like when a lot of Christians don't want to state the obvious. They keep going around it, right? They don't want to say that God has a wife. They call his wife everything but a wife. She's the Holy Spirit. She's this, she's that. Let us make man in our image. We make them male and female in our image. Their image is male and female.
okay, but there's another aspect that you might be missing out on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he said us, and you said male and female. Is it possible that that God and the us in the God is that He is both male and
No,
female?
no, I don't think I don't think that. I think Christians are running around here with some fairy tale version of what God is, and don't want to be
Wait a minute, why is
realistic.
that?
Hold
Why
on
is
one
that
second. Hold on one second.
impossible?
Hold on one second. It's very obvious that God is a male and there's a female. It's very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want to admit that. People want to just go around in circles and come up with all this fairy tale stuff. Oh, he's this and he's got 25 wings and you know he's a male and female. And look, it was clearly said, let us make man in our image. Our means two. There's two people here. He said in their image. And so the image is male and female. So that means those two who created them were both male and female. So people don't want to say that God has a wife. Okay, here's another thing too. What is God's design for man, right? He made a woman so that a man could leave his family and join with his wife. What is the significance of a wife? People don't want to say that God has a wife. For some reason, they think that's disrespectful. When everything clearly points to the fact that he has a wife. Who do you think he was talking to?
Himself. I mean,
Again, you see, I'm not gonna. But you see, that's you Christians, y'all don't.
No,
Y'all pretty
no,
much.
no, no,
I'm
no.
just saying, y'all pretty much smoke
When
when
he
it comes
said
down to.
he's talking about the Trinity.
Right, and I understand all of that because y'all brainwashed to believe all this fairy tale nonsense. I expect you to have that answer. Y'all brainwashed. Y'all been brainwashed as y'all was kids to believe this fairy tale nonsense about God.
No,
When it is very
again, you think
clear,
of God
when it is
as
very clear that there's more than one of them. One is a female and one is a male.
it's always been more than one of them.
It's very clear that one is a female and one is a male.
Mm-hmm.
Now, y'all want to run around here and believe this sugar-coated fairy tale nonsense, that's on you. Okay? But God has a wife because that's what woman's image is made out of. His wife. His wife is a woman or a female. He said, let us make man in our image. We made them male and female. So those images are images of two different people. One is a male and one is a female. Why would they say, let us make man in our image and make two men or make two women? That doesn't make any sense. So it clearly tells you that God isn't gay. He wasn't talking to another man. Okay? He doesn't condone homosexuality. And he's all for you getting with your wife and doing a hookah chuka. He's all for that. Okay? And because he's all for that, it makes sense to have female angels. It doesn't make sense not to have any.
Okay. All right. Dirty Varmint has come in. He said
Then, wait a minute. If they had no genitals, like some people try to say, well, they didn't have no genitals. Well, then how did they take the earthly women as wives and begat children? What did they do? Borrow the genitals? Where did they come from? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go one step further. Y'all said that they didn't have any gender. Well, who were the 200 angels that gathered at Mount Hermon? Were they androgynous? They had no genitals? They went and made it with women and begat giants and all kinds of crazy with no genitals? How did all that happen? Somebody need to explain that to me. Mm-hmm. You guys saying that they have no gender. Well, how did they go down with no gender and take the earthly women as wives and beget giants and stuff?
These were demons.
How did that happen?
You heard me next.
What genitals were they using when they did all of that?
They said these were demons.
The giants were demons, yeah.
The giants.
No. I said the giants were the result of demons mating women.
Well, no, they weren't demons. Wait. Are you talking about the angels?
Yeah.
No, the demons.
No, they weren't.
Well, demons are fallen. Demons are fallen angels.
Yeah, they became fallen angels once they committed the sin. But when they descended to Mount Hermon, they didn't commit a sin yet. They were still angels.
Oh no, but you gotta understand the thought of committing a sin is
okay. When they was on Mount Hermon, When they were on Mount Hermon, they were
What is
not
Mount
punished
Hermon?
yet. Hold
I
on a
don't, I
second.
don't know the story. Okay.
When they were on Mount Hermon, they wasn't punished yet. They didn't lose their form yet. They were still angels. They
That's
had not
because.
carried through. They had not carried out their sin yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When they carried out their sin, that's when all hell broke loose. And that's when God punished their children, turned them into demons. Some lost their form. They were, now fallen angels. Meaning them became demons, and yeah, all that happened. And then they turned into, many of them turned into what is called the Nephilim. Okay, which are really ilky creatures. Ugly, demonic-looking creatures, look like monsters. But that's when all that happened. I'm still trying. I need somebody to answer. Well, one of these Hebrew Israelites come on. I love messing with them. I need somebody to talk to me about the Mount Hermon thing and the genderless thing. So I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure out what genital. Huh?
I've never heard of the Mount Hermon situation.
Mount Hermon is in the Middle East somewhere. I think Mount Hermon is in. Dang, quick, look up Mount Hermon real quick.
Okay.
It's in the Middle East somewhere. I think it's somewhere in the where the Garden of Eden is. The Garden of Eden is in the Middle East too, y'all. Some people think it's in Iraq. I don't think it's in Iraq, and it's definitely not in Israel. People keep thinking it's in Israel, but it's not. But it's definitely in the Middle East somewhere. You found it, name Mount Hermon?
Hold on, I'm trying to get it because it's trying to
Yeah,
take
it's
me
in the
to
Middle East somewhere. It's in California?
No. It's trying to tell me there must be more than one Mount Hermon. Or I'm spelling it differently.
Put in fallen angels Mount Hermon.
Okay, the Mount Hermon in the Bible as a place where, okay, I'm not going to even try to pronounce all this. Was head of the family, which was, okay, where is that? Syria.
Okay, it's in Syria. Okay, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Syria, bro. Aaron. It's in Syria.
Oh, okay. Syria. All right.
All right. And so they came down talking about let's get down with these women. Wait a minute, y'all ain't got no genitals. I'd have been on I'd have been like, hey, wait a minute, in trousers, we ain't got no genitals. What we gonna do?
No. I think once they thought about sleeping with them women, they developed genitals.
They developed. Okay.
Yeah,
They became T-Rexes. They became T-Rexes and developed temporary genitals to get the job done.
I never heard of Zendraja or what?
Zentraza.
Okay.
Yeah, I never heard of that one. I never heard of that one either.
Yeah, he's the leader of the fallen angels, the 200, which are now referred to as the Nephilim. But Zentraza was their leader. And I think he got it the worst too. I think he's the one that's actually under the earth on the jagged rock with the stones on top of him, in the dark. And I think his sight was taken away from him, and he's constantly in pain because of the jagged rock is stabbing his flesh and whatnot. So he's constantly bleeding. He can never bleed out, but he's gonna always be in pain for like forever or some shit. Yeah, he got it the worst, man. They all got it, but he got it the worst. See, y'all don't know. See, Christians don't know about this because you don't know anything about Enoch, which is baffling.
Is Enoch one of the so-called? Is that one of the so-called lost books of the Bible?
Yes, they took it out. How can you not know about a man that God favored so much that he did not see death and he walked with God for 300 years? How can he not be talked about?
Okay. It seems to be there's some kind of confusion here. Okay. Okay, it seems like the angels that had slept with the women, they had already rebelled against God, so they were fallen angels, and this was Satan's attempt to corrupt the bloodline of man.
Oh, okay. So basically, well then,
They were
why
already
was
fallen for
Intraza? Okay, well then,
rebelling
why
against
was
God.
Intraza? Then why was Intraza say that he felt that he would have to pay the price of a great sin alone?
Okay, it's one thing to rebel against God, but now you're trying to circumvent God's plan. So there,
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because whoever wrote that don't know what they're talking about. Because if that was the case, right, then they would never had it. If they already rebelled against God, right, it wouldn't make sense for them to try to get Enoch to intercede on their behalf because they already rebelled and it was already thrown out of heaven. They would have never been able to reach Enoch.
Enoch. Let's see. Let's see. Okay,
Yeah,
they
they
were
would have.
smitten by the beauty of human women. They took the form of a human, had sex with them. Because of this sin, a race of half angelic, half human species sprung up in the land. A race known as Nephilim,
Nephilim.
Nephilim giants. There's another article altogether. Let's see.
Doesn't make any sense because if they had already rebelled, then how did they get in touch with Enoch? They wouldn't have been able to.
Okay. You saying they got in touch with Enoch? Why would they
Right.
get in touch with Enoch?
They asked Enoch when they committed these sins and God started striking them down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They went and asked Enoch, right, to intercede on their behalf. Because I believe Enoch came down with Michael and Gabriel, and they came and they told the angels that they was about to get it, that God was furious, and they're about to get lit up. And that's when they came out and talked to Enoch and said, "Could you go to God and advocate on our behalf?" And he tried, but it was no, you know, God wasn't trying to hear nothing. And Zentraza got it the worst. And the devil, Satan, he wasn't down with it. He wasn't in on that group.
No, he used that group. They'd already rebelled against God. They got thrown out of heaven.
See, arguing with Christian. Look, man, I'm not gonna y'all. Okay, for some reason, y'all just don't want to see anything that is not in your brainwash pattern. Okay, no matter how many times people point things out to you, you just don't want to see it. Yeah, y'all keep making stuff up.
Okay, let's see. The early
You have no evidence that Satan used them.
200 watchers led by their leader
Zentraza.
Zendraza. Okay, spelled a little
I
different.
just
And as
don't you hear me saying it?
Okay, I'm looking at the spelling. Okay, and Azel. What is striking, however, in the description given in the Slavic apocalypse is that the contrast to the classic equinox account, the leaders over the fallen watchers is ascribed not to Andraza or Azael, but instead to Saint Nel.
Azazel. Did you mean Azazel?
Asael.
Azazel.
Okay, Azazel. And I guess this other form of Satan name, I keep wanting to say Saint Nel. The reference to the figure of the negative protagonist of Adamic story appear to be not coincidental. The careful examination of other details of the fallen angel tradition found in Slavic apocalypse unveiled that the transfer of leadership over the Watchers from Zendraza Azlik to Saint Nell represent not a coincidence slip of a pen or a sign of lack of knowledge of the authentic tradition, but the intentional attempt of introducing the Adamic development into the frame of the Equinoctial story, a move executed by the author of the Slavic apocalypse with a certain theological purpose.
Mm.
Mhm. I previously explored the influence of Adamic story of the Enochonic account of the Slavic apocalypse, especially in the material of the longer recession. Notice an unusual readiness of its authors for the adoption of tradition and motif from the Adamic
Okay,
trend.
what are you reading, Dane?
Let me see. I am reading The Watchers of Sentinel, the Fallen Angel tradition, in two Slavic equinox.
Mm.
They became the servants of Satan, led astray by those who dwell upon the dry land. First Equinox 54 and 6. These are the Watcher Gregoria.
Dane,
Hmm?
it's not equinox. It's Enoch.
Enoch. Okay.
Mhm.
First Enoch 54 and 6. Okay,
Right.
and these are the Watchers Gregory, who turned aside from the Lord, 200 Marins, together with their prince Saint Neil, Second Enoch 18 and 3.
Yeah, you're reading the book of Enoch now.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, those episodes, I know it well. Those episodes are coming out of the book of Enoch.
So
If
apparently
you
the
read that,
leadership.
if you read the book of Enoch, you're going to find truth that's not in the Bible. You're going to find out why and how the flood came about. What was the real reason why God flooded the earth? What was it? What started it? What was his origin? A whole bunch of stuff. You're going to find out why some things happen in the Bible the way they happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because their origin is in the book of Enoch. And here's another thing, the reason why I believe that they're keeping the book of Enoch out of the Bible is because of one thing. Aaron, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I think one of the biggest reasons why they're keeping the book of Enoch out of the Bible is because of misogyny. They don't want people knowing, because in the book of Enoch, misogyny is a great sin. And God has prepared a special place in hell for those who practice misogyny. And that's what I believe that's what they're hiding from. I believe they're hiding from it. God hates misogyny. How many Christians know that? It makes sense if he tells you to love the woman like you would love yourself. It makes sense that he would hate misogyny, right?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah. God hates misogyny. I believe that's one of the reasons why they don't want to put the book of Enoch in the Bible. Because it would give women so much power, and they would, and the feminists would turn it up. They would turn the heat up on men. It would be hell to pay.
Well, Well, feminism is only about at the most 100
Dang, just
years
just
old.
just 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 roll with me here, okay?
Okay.
I'm talking about misogyny, not feminist.
Well, you
Okay?
did say feminist.
Misogyny, yes, they will get a hold of it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Hmm.
They've been pushing misogyny for since the 70s. To find out that the creator himself hates misogyny and that there's a special place in hell for people who practice misogyny, you know what they'll do with that?
Uh-huh.
You kidding me? It'll be hell to pay. Men won't be able to do nothing. Not even look at a woman wrong. I'm telling you, man, it'd be crazy. It'd be hell for men. Well, not for me because I'm not a misogynist, so it won't be nothing for us who don't practice misogyny. But the ones who are chauvinists and these bums who practice misogyny keep calling women bees and saying all these bad things. It'd be hell to pay for them. It won't be no problem for me, and Aaron and guys like us because we're not misogynists. So we won't have no problem with it. But these dudes like red pills and all that, oh man, they'd be in trouble. They'd be in serious trouble. You know? Well, ladies and gents, hello.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm
What's
still
up,
here.
sister? You
Yeah,
still
I'm still
going
here.
strong, huh, Dave?
Hmm.
Yeah, can you hear me on Max? I'm still here too.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna leave you and the dame. I'm gonna leave you and the dame alone. I got to go. I'll holler at y'all. Peace, power, unity. I gotta give me some sleep now. I'll talk to
Okay.
you later, Dame. Have
All
a good
right.
show.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's gonna be hell to pay for misogyny, and that's where you go to pay up. Okay. And those who mislead uh um those into misogyny. So there's gonna be lots and lots of men because they hid the fact that it's a sin. They erased it from the books, and then they taught each generation of men to be misogynist, and it seemed to have gotten worse and worse. And yeah, we went all over the place today.
Yeah, I'm still here, Dame. I'm just doing something. I just been on mute, but I'm actually listening to you. I'm just doing something at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, now let's see. What was this here? Okay, that word Elohim actually means male and female, god and goddesses. Okay, the Black Knight is right. Most Christians are in fairy tale land. Okay, Dirty Varmint continues on to say, he's right. They must have gender, male and female gods and goddesses. Okay, the fallen angels were sons of God. I guess that's to say they had a gender. But shoot, so you can use it as a gender neutral. So Okay, let's see. The Garden of Eden was buried under the global flood and is under the sediment of rock layers now. Let's see what else he got going on here. Jesus said the angels don't get married, but it doesn't mean they don't have sex. Interesting thought. Okay, and then it goes if Zendraza divided the punishment between 200 angels, then he'll be punished one 200th of the amount. Ah, okay. And as far as the Bible's concerned, Satan doesn't even exist. It's made up. No, he's just under another name. You know his original name. Um, Let me see. There's a big debate about which book of Enoch are true and which are false. I think the consensus is that the first three books are probably true and the later chapters are false. All right. And let's see what else. Black Knight is right. There's going to be hell to pay for misogyny. So, Dirty Worm, what you doing up so late? Or are you somewhere where it's early too? Okay. So, my theory is, well, I have several theories. That's progress over time. I gotta really, I guess, study and research it. Okay. I think, for the most part, angels are gender neutral. You know, you know. Now the fact that they were gender enough to have sex with women, well, it says in one verse that they turn into human men. So in order to be turned into human men, they have to have genitals. And since sin, the first sign of sin is a thought. And then once you start making steps to move into the thought into action, okay, could progress. So could be that they develop genitals um to because they thought of uh sex with or intercourse with these beautiful women. Uh, 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 let's see. Just hanging out, same old. Interesting. Maybe there is some kind of transformation when they take human form. Well, yeah, because maybe at that point on, homosexuality wasn't thought of, you know, and they probably have observed men and women for centuries having sex. So that means their natural thought is, if I'm attracted to these women, I want to have sex with them, so they will transform into males. Since they transform into human males, there's no talk about them transforming into human females. Then again, they could. Then again, they couldn't beget any children if they were if they chose human female form. Yeah. So, and don't you become more you okay, I'm gonna ask you questions since I got you guys here and whoever's in the cloud. Okay, don't you guys become more aware of your maleness when you're attracted to a woman?
I mean, I would like to think so.
Okay, so is it possible because they were attracted to these women, they became male? And when they transformed themselves into human form, they chose male. And as I said, they had centuries of watching men and women having sex. They were watchers. They were known as the watchers. What were they watching? Who they were watching? They were watching over man. So they've been watching them for a while, watching them have sex. Probably didn't think nothing of it until they became attracted to the woman, to women. Yeah, like we watch animals do, especially if you ever been on a farm, raise any kind of animals. Yeah, and shoot, you can see dogs in the street. You don't think nothing of it. Don't pay it any mind. Okay, yeah, dogs are doing it, whatever. Just get, as long as they get out of the way. Or you come across dogs being locked up. I mean, locked together and stuff like that. So you don't think nothing of it. Okay, yeah, whatever. But they didn't pay any. I think they didn't pay any attention until they became attracted to the women. Or it could be that because they had already rebelled against God and they were fallen angels, it made them more susceptible to the sins of all types. And one of them would be sins of the flesh. Because according to one book of Enoch, they had already fallen. They had already fallen because they rebelled against God. Because of whatever reason they were rebelling. Then somehow their leader moved from Zendraza to Satan or something like that. And they decide, okay, we've fallen. We might as well go ahead all out. I've been attracted to these women and I ain't done nothing about it. But hey, I can no longer go to heaven. I'm going to find heaven some kind of way. Might as well be with these women. Yeah. But I don't think we'll ever know for certain until we go to heaven and ask God's question. You wild for this one. Oh, hey, Passport Ray Ray, I thought you had dropped off. Hey, since we speculating, I'm going to speculate. I just wonder if these fallen angels had animal heads like Anubis has a jackal head. Then wouldn't that mean these angels would have um would have been attracted to dogs? Are you okay? You trying to tie in the fallen angels with the Egyptian pantheon? And if you, it was like, why in the world are you saying pantheon? Um, well, okay, if these ancient religions and stuff like that are no longer practiced and they consider more of a myth than a fact, then they would come under mythology, which would mean a pantheon, and they would be compared with other pantheons like Greek and Romans. I wonder if these folks, okay. Yeah, most of the ancient depictions of angels have animal heads and human bodies. No, they had human bodies with wings, which was associated with birds. No, no. The ones where they say ancient depiction of angels are usually those of the Egyptian pantheon. And yes, they did have angels or messengers in the Egyptian pantheon. So if you go with an Egyptian pantheon, your angels would be different. Now, in the Bible, except for certain types of angels, there's no mention of angels having wings all the time, not for all of it. You mentioned the seraphim and what's the seraphim and I'm trying to remember the seraphim. One of these multiple winged angels, seraphim, cherubim and seraphims, um, angels. Those are the only ones you hear about having wings. Let me think. Was there any description of Michael having wings or Gabriel having wings? Um, And the angels that came for Sodom and Gomorrah, were they mentioned as having wings? No, they appeared as regular men, because that's why the men of Sodom wanted to have sex with them. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. There were several different angels mentioned. I'm trying to think. Um, but not all of them were depicted with wings. Yeah, most of the ancient depiction. Okay, yeah, it's weird because the Bible sometimes describes the angels as men. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if they can change themselves to look human and stuff like that, and you in a world where is the men or the male that has authority, and you trying to speak with authority, wouldn't you be in a masculine of looks? Mm-hmm. But mm, that's just it's a possible thought. And then there's a whole bunch of angels. Like they mention a host of angels. Um, um, I know that would mean multiple angels, but then there's also legions of angels and stuff like that. But that don't necessarily say what sex they are. A host of angels. And do they even have a sex? And most of the time, they refer to multiple angels in a military regiment amount. Yeah. Okay, a host of angels referred to as an army of angels mentioned in both the Hebrew and Christian Bible, as well as other Jewish and Christian texts. Okay, so an army of angels. Now, I know for the most part, back in the days, armies were all male regiments of the military. Men were the warriors, the protectors, and such on. Let's see. The word angel just means messenger, so that word could apply to men or gods. Mm-hmm.
Angel also means light bearer. The L at the end of angel means light.
Okay.
They were also messengers, but they were also light bearers.
Mm-hmm. And then there's a mention of angels with swords.
There were different types of angels. There were warrior angels. There were messenger angels. There were worshiping angels. All the angels each had a duty that they performed. Yes, angels were messengers. You are absolutely right about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a lot of their duties that's mentioned in the Bible, they were delivering God's message.
Yep, even Michael, who was the leader of all of the warrior angels, the fighting angels, he even had a message. And Gabriel was also another angel. These are the two main angels mentioned in the Bible. And of course, there was Lucifer before he became Satan. And his job was literally to cover God's throne before he got lifted up in pride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. And Michael and Gabriel was the archangels. I think. I
Yeah,
think.
exactly. They were the archangel. Yep. There's different ranks: seraphims, cherubims, and like the plural, the singular version of cherubim is cherub. Then there's also the archangels. The archangels are the highest ranking.
Mhm. Yeah. So yeah, there. So there's all that. But then again, we gotta be careful because God does not work, and even they will tell you, don't bow down. They're a servant of God. They're not supposed to be worshipped.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. You're not supposed to worship them.
Yeah, we gotta be careful because there's some people that's so enamored of the angels, either because they saw one, they heard of one. Um, yeah, I even heard a story itself of one of my great grandfathers who was going blind, and something happened. His headlights went out on his car, and he was traveling at night, and you just couldn't stop anywhere back in them days. Not no black man. and and he said two angels came and lit his way. I was like, okay, let's see what's wrong on that one. Okay, Passport Ray Ray, you're gonna have to be a little bit more clear wrong on that one. It must be the hierarchy thing. Yeah. Yeah, and what about the angels that rolled away the stone? The angels that was in Jesus' crib. There was no mention that they had wings. In fact, didn't even record. Oh wait, no, that was Jesus. She didn't recognize.
I believe the angels. I think the wings are just standard equipment on angels. I think that's automatic that they will have wings.
But maybe they didn't all the time show their wings.
It's a strong possibility. Yeah.
Uh huh. Mhm. Okay, that's some stuff to think about. But as I said, they are the messengers of God, voice of God. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm taking that away. Let me see it. I think the Holy Spirit also got the title as the voice of God. hmm Um, yeah. How we get into all that? Well, let's just say Satan is hell was actually supposed to be uh the the punishment for Satan, but of course he didn't want to be alone. He dragging everybody with him, fallen angels. Um, man, in my opinion, most of the Bible is true, but some parts were added later, which are false. hmm And as I said, I don't think the Bible is also meant to be completely understood. There are some parts I think that are left out because it's gonna have to be a matter of faith. Some part of it gotta be faith. hmm And trust, faith and trust. You got trust God, have faith in Him. Uh, but then there'll be some people that say, "I trust God, I don't trust man," and since man had physically written the Bible, there's possibility that they alter it. Uh, but for some reason, the Bible has been allowed to be. hmm and it's a way of spreading God's uh word around the world. Oh, you agree with me, Dirty Vomit? Yeah. So some stuff don't make sense, and some parts there seem to be some stuff missing. I think it was meant to be that way. hmm But anyway, it's getting late. We're going on 8 hours. We 10 minutes from 8 hours. Thanks for coming by, Aaron. It's great talking to you.
Yeah, you too, Dame. It's always good talking with a fellow believer. You know, the way I look at it is that people have been mocking and making fun of Christians for centuries. But the way I see it, you know what? Don't even argue back with them, because I don't argue or debate with people. It's like I just pray for them. But in the end, we win, because see, when it all goes down, we're gonna see who's gonna have the last laugh. That's what I'm gonna say. Because you know, folks can make mockeries all day. Okay, you know what? It's all good. You have a blessed day. I mean, it's gonna all come out in the wash. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I don't debate and argue with folks. So go ahead and have your laugh at our expense. Make your jokes. It's all good.
Yeah. Yep. Don't cast your pearls before swines. Now I'm gonna get somebody to say, "Did you call me a pig?" No, no, no. But hey, but I do think it's a shame that there are some atheists that's more study, do more study of the Bible than Christians do, and we need to correct that.
True. I mean, and I'm speaking on myself. I definitely got to be a little bit more study myself. It's all discipline. But yeah. But you know what? I know my shortcomings, and like I said before, I'm a work in progress too. You know, I'm under construction. That's the way I look at it. So if I don't do exactly everything 100% perfect, well, I apologize. Sorry, not sorry. If it's that much of a concern for you, well, simply just say a prayer for me. That's the way I look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. All right, everybody. We're gonna call it a night. For those of you who gonna have to catch the replay, it's going on 8 hours long. So take it in bits and pieces, or when you're in the mood to binge. Thanks, Dirty One. Good stream, fun topic. One of these days you're gonna catch us early enough. All right, everybody. It's good to see y'all again. I'll see y'all for ladies' night, which will be in about, let's see, what time is it? About 16 hours from now. Wait. Let me make sure I got that right. Let's see, it's 3:02. Yeah. Yeah, so I think, about 16 hours from now. Yeah. Okay. All right. Peace, power, and unity. Thanks for bro speak for, if you out there in the clouds, for coming up. Kev for coming up, Marissa, Black Knight. And one of these days we're gonna finish doing a breakdown completely. All right, everybody. Y'all have a good morning.
Oh.